think we're good now. What's going on, everybody? Alright. I didn't stream yesterday. I was a bit lazy. I did a little bit. I did some college work and I did some a little bit of editing. But not much. I edited like 2 videos. But you know what? That's good enough. Oh, there's another thing I did, okay? There's one other thing I did. I've heard the cries, okay? I've heard the audience's grievances, and I have atoned, okay? We now have a new background video for the chat. That's a new video. So it's a little bit longer. This one's twice as long, and it has a bunch of different clips in it. So all the Minecraft parkour will be different. This Subway Surfers video is different. You can tell they're not even using the same skin. So, you know, for a few more months, we got a video that people have not memorized. So we should be good on that, right? Yes, yeah, I know, yeah. People are upset. The real issue of the day, exactly. They had it memorized, bro. Sample had it fully memorized. Some of my other loyal viewers have seen it too much. I gotta get better layouts in general, because I don't know. Right now, I need to make like a fucking. I need to make like borders for all the shit. I don't think it looks that good without like borders, and like I need more. Like right now I just have the one big like subscribe thing. I could have like the latest sub show up, and I could have like, I don't know, my socials be bigger. Is this better? That looks horrible. Not the liberal wasting borders. I guess I also had the Discord thing back down there, but yeah, the wanting borders. Sorry. I think the streams look better when you have borders. I don't have that. I just have it all laid out. But you know what I do have that other streamers don't have? They may have borders, but they don't have a twerk break. Twerk. Apparently, I don't have fucking twerk break either. Okay, you know what? I didn't need it. Yeah, I didn't need it. Why would I need that? Does the sub work? Nope. Okay, well. Never mind. I think Minar is going to come on stream and chat in a little bit. Okay, but this video was uploaded literally as I was setting up the stream, so I wanna go over it. I don't know what the breaking news is. I have to know the breaking update on Trump's fucking the New York sentencing. I mean, everyone was like, you know, if he's not elected president, then it could be jail time, but most likely would just be fines. And if he is elected president, as he was, it's just gonna be fines. So I don't know any.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we
anything
have
that could challenge that.
As far as Donald Trump's sentencing is concerned in his New York criminal trial. What's that update?
Yeah, really interesting, Brian. It looks like the prosecutors up in New York are staking out a position that Donald Trump's upcoming sentencing should be, 1, paused, and 2, potentially paused for the entire 4-year term of Donald Trump's presidency, such that
Oh, of course. Thanks. Cool. I love this country.
Office, they should go to sentencing on Donald Trump's 34 felony convictions. That, I think, will probably be met with outrage from Donald Trump's team. But right now, what they have asked Judge Merchan to do is just basically stop the case dead in its tracks while they try to figure out how to move forward short of dismissing the case against Donald Trump. They say, listen, there is a real need for the allegiance to the rule of law here. You know, think about what it took to win those 34 felony convictions. There was a long investigation. There was a grand jury assembled.
All the way up to the fucking Supreme Court in New York, yeah.
And decided there was plenty of evidence to indict him. Then there was buku pretrial preparation. There was an entire trial. Witness after witness after witness was called, testified, cross-examined. There were arguments made on the facts and the law to both judge and jury. And then 12 citizens, 12 of Donald Trump's peers in New York convicted him in a New York minute. I mean, it took them no time at all to return guilty verdicts based on the evidence they had seen. And all that was left was to sentence Donald Trump. And the prosecutor said,
lawfare, clear evidence.
Matters. And there's no way that just because of Donald Trump's status, being a former president and a future president.
Don't you know, actually, you know, I can't believe they would indict him and prosecute him just based on how he paid people. Just based on how he paid people. Yeah, that's the Brett Cooper take, right? I can't believe they would go after him for that, man.
That gives him license to completely do away with those 30.
By the way, I think we're gonna read. We will. We're gonna read. We're definitely gonna read the Jack Smith superseding indictment. I don't know if we're gonna read the like 100 pages of evidence that he put out. The whatever he made like a motion after the presidential immunity decision. He had to make a superseding indictment, and then that's like 20 pages. We can read that. We'll read that. And then he made like a 100-page like motion that like unsealed a bunch of evidence and stuff, explaining like, hey, this is stuff that obviously he's not criminally immune to. He was doing these actions as either a private citizen or as office seeker. These are not official acts. They're not within his core constitutional authority. Therefore, we can prosecute him for it. But now, I mean, he's going to release his final report at some point. Probably not for a while yet. Probably not for at least another month or whatever. But I do want to read, depending on how he does it, I do want to read all of the federal election one. I don't care as much about the documents one. I might not read all of that one because it might be like a 200-page thing and just a documents thing, and then like a 400-page thing on the 2020. I will commit now, okay? Hold me to this, chat, okay? I will commit to reading the full Jack Smith report, the final report, on the federal election subversion case, okay? Even if it's 900 pages. I don't think it's going to be 900 pages. I think it's going to be like maybe 400 pages. But I will commit to reading the entire thing on stream, okay? Hold me to that. You look familiar, aren't you? The pathetic and delusional child that PPG obliterated in debate. Yeah, that's exactly right. Why do I even still have that one? Oh, I forgot I had this one. What did I make this for? Okay. I need to clean up my OBS, man. I got too much shit here.
For guilty verdicts. So what they want to do is fully brief up the question of how in the world do we move forward while remaining loyal to the rule of law, but also acknowledging that, you know, you're probably not going to sentence a president, particularly to prison, and then have him.
PPG, he's still titling streaming. What? Why? Just because he lost a bet to not even me? I had no say in the bet. Someone, the chatter made the bet and just said, PPG just said he'll donate 10 subs to your favorite streamer, and he chose me because he's awesome. Shout out Antarctics for that. I suck for that. How is that my fault? I didn't even watch the fight. Thank you, Scrunch, for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And what governed from a jail cell. So, you know, this is unprecedented to say the least. And the prosecutors are trying to find some way to salvage the punishment that Donald Trump so richly deserves as a result of his crimes.
Thank you, John. It's going through the old ones. Whoever, thank you, John Cash up for the sub as well. Yeah.
Okay, so they're looking to freeze everything in its tracks until Donald Trump leaves office. Trump's criminal defense attorneys are obviously taking offense to all of this, and they don't want any of this to move forward. So what are next steps here? Who is the final arbiter?
Thank you, Relita VA.
In the short term, the first final arbiter is Judge Merchan. He will have to navigate this really sort of difficult terrain. I find it really hard to believe that he will just throw up his hands and say, you know what, the jury verdicts in this case just don't matter. And because of Donald Trump's status, his importance, we're just going to throw out 34 felony guilty verdicts for crimes that were committed to try to
What does throw out mean? Can you dismiss a case after he's already been convicted? Can a judge just say, no, I'm not going to sentence? Or can like the attorney general just say, no, we're done with this? Is that an option? To like withdraw the case after he's already been convicted?
Just feels like such an abdication of our responsibility as prosecutors, as judges, and our allegiance to the rule of law that I don't think he'll rule that way. I suspect, and I shouldn't be in the prediction game, but I suspect he may think long and hard about simply...
What is that wannabe Sonic game? Do you mean Subway Surfers? Do you not know what Subway Surfers is? What? How do you not know what Subway Surfers is? You're trolling. Dude, you know what I realized, though? There is Gen Alpha is going to know what Subway Surfers is because of the TikTok brain rot, but won't have actually played it. There's a whole generation of kids now, okay? My brother watches the Family Guy clips on TikTok with Subway Surfers at the bottom. I don't think he's ever actually played Subway Surfers. There's a whole generation. First, but all the charges must be legal. And the shit that's going on right now in the DOJ. So the DOJ is not the one that prosecuted him for that. You know, it was a state charge, so these are not connected at all. But I truly think it's all just a big front to try to discredit him. Well, even if the DOJ was doing that, that wouldn't apply to the New York court and vice versa. These are two separate institutions. But also, it doesn't really answer my... I guess if the charges are illegal, I would imagine the case would be dismissed before it got to sentencing or go to appeal after you got convicted. You would be able to appeal, and I believe he did appeal. And the New York court, the Supreme Court, shot down that appeal, is my understanding. You're coming, okay, but
putting the case on pause. You know, there are criminal cases that are paused pending sentencing for a very, very long time. Let me give you an example. When we have a cooperating witness, somebody who committed crimes themselves, pleads guilty, agrees to testify against others. I have had circumstances where I had a cooperating witness, for example, in a series of RICO prosecutions, and those RICO prosecutions took years to try to fruition, to work their way through the system, and then it was years later, we would actually go to sentencing against the cooperating witness. So, you know, a delay in a sentencing of several years is not at all unprecedented. It's not even that, you know, out of the ordinary. It happens all the time for reasons other than that somebody was elected to office. So I think it is a feasible approach. But, you know, at the end of the day, I believe this will somehow bubble up to the United States Supreme Court. And you've got those justices who seem to forever want to have the back of a criminal former and future president. So, you know.
Oh my God, I can't wait till we get the, actually you can't even fucking, you can't even sentence a president or you can't have like any hearings for anything he did, even if he was acting in a private manner, even if he was not acting, even if it was no official act, so long as they're a sitting president. God, I can't wait till we get that fucking ruling, man. It's going to be so fire. It's going to be so cool. Even though the DOJ already has a policy of not prosecuting sitting presidents, technically, constitutionally, there's nothing preventing that. But that's just their own internal policy. They can't actually prosecute a sitting president. But you know what? With the Supreme Court, I can't wait till we get that.
No, there's no prediction.
Are you the guy who aggressively demands debates? Oh, are you talking to Minar or you're talking to me? I'm assuming you're talking to Minar. Minar does do that. I don't typically do that. I've done that a few times when I think people are being real stupid. But yeah.
Predicting what they might do if Judge Merchan says, you're right,
I'm
we're going
king.
to pause it until Donald Trump no longer enjoys the immunity of office, and then we will proceed to sentencing.
Okay, so that was my next question is you had alluded to there being the first arbiter of freezing this case. That would be Judge Merchan. Eventually, as you just said, it could get up to the U.S. Supreme Court. First off, I don't understand how the U.S. Supreme Court can have jurisdiction over a state prosecution. I'll let you speak to that. But second of all,
well, you can appeal, right? Isn't that...
That would give the Supreme...
The Supreme Court, they have jurisdiction over they're the highest court. Every other court is under them, right? That's my understanding, but okay.
The ability to just determine that 34 legitimate convictions should be wiped away and not looked into, at least after the election, after the OLC memo preventing a sitting president from being indicted or prosecuted doesn't apply anymore. What rationale, what justification would they have to just simply say, this doesn't count anymore? He's not subject to any laws.
First of all, jurisdiction is such a quaint notion. You know, we used to be quite concerned with whether a court could rightfully take up a case because they had to have jurisdiction. They had to have the lawful authority to grab hold of a case. That is especially...
Supreme Court has this, right? They don't have original jurisdiction for anything but like I think they technically have original jurisdictions for high seas piracy, but they're not supposed to be the court of first review for anything. But my understanding is that you could appeal up to the Supreme Court any court case essentially, right? Like obviously most court cases won't actually get appealed up all the way up to the Supreme Court, but you can try. that's my understanding. I'm pretty sure there are like state, or haven't there been like serial killers that were brought up in like state charges that have been brought to the Supreme Court before over shit? It's like what?
True when it's a state case and the defendant in the case wants to somehow jump into a completely different court system of a completely different sovereign, because the state and the feds are completely separate sovereigns. That's what that whole 10th Amendment thing is about. So here is where I actually think the Supreme Court would have a viable argument in favor of grabbing the case. Once Donald Trump is sworn in as president of the United States, pretty much all legal matters that, visit him are going to be federal matters in a sense. And here is, I think, most specifically where they will be able to claim they should be able to exercise jurisdiction over a case involving Donald Trump.
I mean, this makes sense. Like, if it involves the president, it's a federal question whether or not a state government has the ability to prosecute someone sitting in federal office, especially if they're the fucking president, I guess.
Between the federal laws, a president.
What game is on now? Is it part? Yeah, it's Minecraft Parkour.
Who is, serving as the head
Reddit Minar, you're gonna hop in anytime.
Federal government. And
don't you have stream room perms? Oh no, you don't. That's my bad. Hey, what's up?
Hola. Hola. Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
Nice to hear from you, man. I haven't heard from you in a while. We haven't sat down and talked since before the election.
Yeah.
You
wanted to...
Can we start with how are you feeling?
I'm just saying, that Eastman memo looking pretty good right now. Maybe the vice president can't overturn the election. Maybe if Kamala Harris can just pull a Mike Pence. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't know. I obviously don't like it. I've come to accept it by now.
You're not genuinely putting your hopes on that at all, are you?
No, I don't think she has the legal authority to do it. And
actually, somebody made the argument. They said that they're going. I mean, I guess they made the argument that there's a felony conviction and there's a possibility there's some kind of an amendment. I think 49.
Oh, Section 3. Yeah. So technically, what could theoretically happen, now this will never actually happen. The way the Supreme Court ruled, like, remember Colorado tried to take Trump off the ballot for the January 6th stuff. The Supreme Court basically said the Section 3 to 14th Amendment is self-executing for states' offices, but states can't kick off people for federal elections based on it. There has to actually be a conviction for insurrection. Technically, there could be you could convict Trump of insurrection and then a state could disqualify him legally, but that's obviously not gonna happen. The Supreme Court would never uphold a conviction of insurrection for Donald Trump. So
yeah, I think there's a problem with the definition, or there's a problem with basically the definition doesn't align with the implementation of what happened. I think so. Yeah. Basically, the Supreme Court possibly will never allow that to happen. So can we drop this that he ever incited this insurrection, or is that still alive?
Well, I almost never argue he incited insurrection. I just argue that
the number one argument Destiny uses, right?
That's great. As much as I could call it Destiny clone, I am not, in fact, Destiny. I don't.
So
I rarely argue January
argument.
6th was an insurrection.
You don't like it.
I just don't have I haven't done enough reading on the technical definitions of insurrection and stuff to make a strong argument for it. So that's why I typically don't argue it. But I have done enough reading to say what I think he tried to do was wrong, and should just disqualify him in a moral sense from forever becoming president. Yeah.
Okay. I guess okay, that's great. It's great to see that there is a section, if even if it is small, even if it's just you, non-fan, that actually believes, that is sane enough to believe that. I mean, I don't know. Do you believe he actually incited an insurrection? Is that something you believe that happened, or?
I'm gonna match my conviction.
I was gonna say there's a section of you that doesn't believe he incited the insurrection, but I forgot to ask.
I guess I'm gonna match my conviction with my level of knowledge. So in a legal sense, I don't have an opinion on it. I'm basically neutral. But in a moral sense, with my basic understanding of what an insurrection is, I mean, yeah, I would say basically, yeah, he incited an insurrection. So.
He did or no?
He did.
Oh, he did. Okay, so maybe maybe that fraction or that segment of your Democratic Party that believes that it's not is very small, like I mentioned. So you're not part of it either. But I guess moving on from that, I guess since January 6th is a lost cause, we can't. I mean, it's proven that it's not very popular. We tried it to win the election, it didn't work. Moving on, what do you believe is going to be the future of the Democratic Party looking like, since we see such a big shift in the actual establishment and the populists of the Democratic Party? For example, you don't have your usual populists. I guess you guys still have Bernie Sanders, but you lost Tulsi Gabbard.
well,
You lost RFK
I mean,
Jr., which is a royal.
I think the lesson is
Democratic
probably going
Party.
to be more populist, right? I think what Trump has shown is that populism apparently plays really well. So I think there is going to be a shift towards more populism after this, I would imagine.
Okay, but so you actually believe the Democratic Party is going to be accepting of this? Because it doesn't seem like the shift is happening. It seems like there's what's happened is there's a lot of victim blaming of the voters, poor voters. There's a lot of calls of racism, misogyny, and the whereabouts of all of those isms. And that's what I've been hearing, from big parts of the Democratic Party. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, we're probably looking at
Do you
different
actually
things.
believe they are
Basically,
going to commit to this shift? Because it doesn't seem like there's any.
what do you
proof
mean?
that
Like,
there
I think
is.
Democrats are absolutely going to start playing more into like populist rhetoric. That seems to be one of the main takeaways. Is that, yeah, I think
But I feel like
basically
you guys knew
the main
about this.
takeaways.
That's why Bernie Sanders ran on, and that's why he was so popular. You guys could have ran Bernie Sanders again. There's something else that the Democratic
Do you think
Party refuses
do you think
to
the
do.
median voter is very aligned with Bernie Sanders? I agree Bernie Sanders played into populism pretty well, but do you think the median voter really is that aligned with him?
Yeah. I remember he was gonna win the election
Thanks,
over
Danabo.
Trump.
I appreciate it.
But what happened was it was stolen against him, and Joe Biden was going to lose versus Trump. And still, the
Okay,
Democratic Party did not
I don't think it
care.
was. I don't think
They
it was
believed-
stolen
They
for.
believed that they had captured certain votes, and this is the problem with the Democratic Party that I don't believe, and I don't see any change in it, is their ego. They have a huge ego. They're trying to call shots like everyone is going to be accepting of it, and forcefully so. I don't know why they believe everyone's going to listen to them. And I guess they intimidate them and shame and guilt them enough on TV to do so. But it's not working anymore. So this Democratic Party is not showing a reduction of their egoism. Sunny on The View is not calming down her rhetoric.
I mean, maybe people on The View aren't calming down their rhetoric, but didn't I think even MSNBC said that they're going to be
Destiny
interviewing
is not
Trump
calming
soon,
down
right?
his rhetoric.
I mean, what do you? Okay, Destiny was never one to have calm rhetoric. I don't know. I don't know what that point is. I agree to some extent. There are some people
I'm
victim
just saying
blaming.
I don't see a shift that's happening. I don't think they care. I think the Democratic Party is just going to run on the
The
same
majority
problem.
of Democrats I've seen have been calling for Democrats to play into populism more. There seems to be like two main takeaways. One is that populism sells really
Give me
well,
an example
and
of what
two
can
that
that look like. Pete Buttigieg? Is that what you're talking about? Populism? What is populism going to look like?
people when I say play into populism, I essentially mean using more populist rhetoric, using more like anti-establishment rhetoric.
They
so
tried
like on
to
the
use Obama.
on the
They
like
tried to use everything that you guys had. Like, you guys did not pull any punches. You used your celebrities. Isn't that populism? I guess. I don't know.
it
Give me an
can
example
be.
of what is that going to look like? More populism. You
An
agree
example
that
would be
everyone
like
agrees?
Democrats kind of did this with like the YIMBYism, for example. Like I think there are kind of like two ways that you could make like a rhetoric around the building more homes, right? You could say like, oh, housing supply is constrained and we need to start building more homes. Or you could say something like the government is impeding on your land rights and preventing preventing people from building what they want. I think what we need to do in order to make housing prices come down is repeal these, get rid of this red tape so that you can build more homes. Like there are ways to have basically the same positions, but play into populism more. Yeah.
Okay, but do you agree with me that we can see that a little bit of what Kamala was doing was play on that populism?
I
For
think a little bit of
example,
what she was doing was that, but
instead of
I
saying something, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. But I was gonna say
I
something. One of her policies, for example, something silly as the no tips. She mentioned it once and never mentioned it again, but she actually mentioned it. So like, isn't that
Yeah,
something that she
I
actually
kind
tried
of
to
agree
run
with you.
on?
I think she did try to, like, she proposed that, like, anti-price gouging bill. Like, that's a kind of populist thing because voters don't understand why why some price controls can be bad. But and the unrealized gains tax as well. But then she kind of walked those things back because she got a lot of criticism for them.
Yeah, she did. I don't
And
know
she
what
kind of,
happened,
yeah,
but I don't know
stopped. She
who
kind
yelled at
of,
her in the back room.
yeah, no, she kind of stopped talking about them, but like I actually don't know. Even if I don't fully agree with the unrealized gains tax. I don't necessarily think that's a good tax. But like,
Horrible.
would Democrats have done a better job mobilizing their voters if Kamala kept up the rhetoric about like taxing the rich? Maybe. I think there's a good chance that yeah, she would have done that. Yeah.
We can agree the unrealized tax is the worst, is the only worse thing than the tariffs of Trump.
No, absolutely not. You could do an unrealized tax and have
100% they're
very
worse. 100% they're
no,
worse.
no,
In popular-
100% no.
No, in popularity. No, you can't agree. You
Oh,
can't.
well, tariffs play in the, yeah, tariffs work really well in populism because people don't understand them. One, a lot of people think that China pays them. Two, like people have an anti-foreign bias and a zero-sum bias. So when I say people have a zero-sum bias, they think that like in a market transaction, one person is winning and one person is losing. When in reality, it's not the case. Like if I take a job, right, like I can benefit from having that job and my boss can benefit from having my labor. So there's things can be mutually beneficial. Like oftentimes trade is mutually beneficial, but people don't understand that.
Can I be
think like
honest with
we have
you?
a sure.
I'll tell you my actual take. This is kind of deep. Maybe I'm completely wrong here. I'll tell you my take on the tariffs. I think the tariffs are something, and you need to, man, that Minecraft video's got me going. I think what the thing about the tariffs, I don't know if you just sit there staring at this thing. I
It's
guess
from my
not
chat,
open.
okay? You know, Gen Zers, they need the ADHD stimulation, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but the thing about tariffs is for me, and this is kind of weird. I don't think you've ever heard about this before. It seems to
Uh-huh.
me that the people, the American people, are so desensitized to losing, like saying, oh, it's going to be more expensive to do something after Ukraine. It seems that the American people completely groveled and didn't actually budge, and there was barely any rights. If any rights happened, were to do more war in Ukraine, to do more supply of weaponry. So it seems like there isn't a segment in the American people that is going to sit there and say, no, no, we don't want tariffs. It's going to be more expensive. Oh no! So it seems like the American people, to me, they've been desensitized from all these sanctions, and Biden telling them you're going to have to take the brunt of this war for the Ukrainian people in terms of your economy. And I think that's what happened to the American people. When you tell them tariffs are going to hurt your economy, they don't care. They just think American exceptionalism. They
I
don't
think
care
again,
about it costing money.
I think voters have a lot of biases that make them underestimate the impact of tariffs. And two, I don't know if I would agree that they're desensitized. Like I think literally the single biggest individual reason why Kamala lost was inflation, was the fact that real disposable income is below trend. I think that's the single biggest reason.
Well, the Fed made her kind of threw her under the bus. The Fed kept saying that the economy is unredeemable and it's in the worst shape it's
Wait,
ever
what do you
been.
mean
Like
the Fed
the
kept
head of
saying the
the Fed,
economy was unredeemable?
the head of the Fed multiple times said
Jerome
we're
Powell?
stealing from
Yeah.
the future. You know what I
He
mean?
said that we're stealing from the
Jerome
future?
Powell. Yeah, he said we're stealing from the future, the American.
I don't know if
the
he
kids of America or something like that. The kids of the future's economy.
Oh, you're just talking about
And he said
yeah,
we're in
Jerome
a
Powell I think just
very-
said he doesn't like the government deficit. I think that's what you're quoting. Like Jerome Powell probably doesn't like the government deficit, but like
Yeah,
that's a little extreme way to frame it.
Raising red alarms for his
Okay, Jerome
latest-
Powell just cut rates like 2 times in a row. So I don't know if that's raising alarms.
No, because no, wait. He wouldn't do that if the economy's so great. That's the thing.
Well, he's doing it. Did you?
Are
Do
you
you
not
watch the
understanding why
press conferences?
Are you misunderstanding why?
Wait,
he
no,
cut
you
the
don't
rate?
watch the press. If
Just
you
because
actually
he's
watch
so
the press conference,
terrified.
no. If the Fed has two jobs to manage inflation and unemployment. Inflation has been coming down, so therefore he feels more comfortable cutting rates. And two, he thinks the labor market is in a good place right now, and he wants to keep it that way. That is, if you actually watch the press conferences, what he says. He says this is 2018 to 2017 to 2018 labor market, and we want to keep it that way. We don't want the labor market to get any worse, so we're gonna. They think it's in a good place, and that's why they're cutting rates, to keep it there, not because the economy's doing horrible. If they thought it was doing horrible, they would put rates at like 0, but rates are at like 4%. You don't have a 4% interest rate if the economy's doing horrible.
He was mentioning that unemployment is at an all-time low, and this is the worst thing that can happen to the economy, and it's unsustainable.
way-
I'm
the-
gonna
the
get
reason-
to the clip here.
Well, I know he probably did say that when inflation was at its peak, because we did have a really tight labor market, and he wanted to weaken that labor market a little bit, so he raised interest rates. That's part of it. I'm not denying that's part of it. But since then, since the labor market has weakened to a point where he thinks it's at a good place, he's more comfortable. He's more comfortable cutting rates. But I've watched a lot of the press conferences. I know Jerome Powell said, like, you know, we have or the job market is
I guess
like super
on
hot
60
right now.
Minutes, on 60 Minutes, he said it, and then he reiterated it somewhere else. But yeah, basically, he's been raising the alarm on this the debt.
Well,
I mean, the
I understand
economy's
Jerome
not in
Powell
good
doesn't
shape.
like the deficit.
Yeah, the economy is not in good shape. And recently, he's been raising bigger alarms. But to
Well,
me, it's weird.
just because we have a deficit doesn't mean the economy is not in good shape. And just because we're cutting interest rates doesn't mean the economy is not in good shape. That's not how that works.
Well, what do you attribute the inflation then from?
Some of it was supply side shocks. Some of it was demand side shocks. How much of it was either one is up for debate.
What does this
but I
even
would say,
mean when you say supply? I mean, this is kind of overgeneralizing.
I mean,
Can you give me an
draw-
example?
yeah, sure. The war in Ukraine led to an increase in energy prices, and that's a negative supply
Do
side
you mean
shock.
the sanctions? Do you see how people are desensitized of the tariff thing?
Well, I don't think that I don't know if voters even understand that. I don't think that desensitizes them. I just think I was just giving you an example of a negative supply side shock. That's all I was doing. And also
good
COVID,
example, good
like
example,
the
good
factories in China also were literally shut, because China would literally shut down like entire factories and like quarantine the workers in the factories for like 2 weeks if someone there had COVID. A lot of that led to negative supply side shocks there as well.
Yeah, but that's not enough. That's not enough. We know that Trump had a little bit of COVID as well, and his inflation wasn't that high and never went up that high, even at the end of his presidency.
Well, he also, he also had 15% unemployment, right?
Sorry, what?
He had 15% unemployment, right, during that COVID period?
For a very brief time, because the economy had to shut down, but the recovery was also historical. Do you agree?
I agree, but I think the big reason for that, I think the big reason for the full job recovery was the American Rescue Plan that happened under Biden. That probably wouldn't have happened under Trump. Also, a big reason Trump didn't have inflation was because
the evidence shows that it happened under Trump. I can show you the evidence that the economy had already recovered before 2021.
I don't think it had
January.
already fully recovered. I think it definitely started to recover.
Okay.
But,
It hadn't fully recovered, but there was an immense recovery. It's already had done 80 to 90% of the recovery, but there was some more, yeah.
I'm not convinced some of that other stuff would have happened without the American Rescue Plan. But also, again, wait, real quick, a big reason why, I can send you this graph, a big reason why there wasn't much inflation under Trump was because a lot of the stimulus people just saved. People just used to pay down their debt because they weren't spending very much money in 2020. because of the fucking lockdowns. And then once the economy started reopening, they started spending that money that they had built up from the COVID stimulus. So like we have this graph of excess savings that was really high. It reached a peak in like in 2021, in August 2021, and then slowly has started dipping back down as people have been burning through their pandemic savings. Yeah. So that's a big reason why there was a lot of inflation under Biden, but not Trump. Hello? I can't hear
my
you
bad.
if you're...
But I forgot that I'm pushed to talk. But listen. Okay, sure. We can talk about this for hours. Now, I don't think I have to necessarily agree with you that that's the only reason.
Well, I don't think it's the only reason, but I think it's a big reason.
Well, I believe that underneath Trump, even during the COVID, the inflation wasn't that high. So there was something else that happened. And I believe it was that recovery plan that you were alluding to. It was an immense amount of spending, and it kind of screwed everything. And since then, we've never recovered. And this happened after Trump. This never happened before Trump. So the idea that it was the...
Well, it has happened.
pandemic.
We've had worse inflation before.
It's not true. You don't have to lose control of the whole economy and all of the spending and all of the printing because of the pandemic. You don't have to do that. But what happened was they used the crisis to create that calamity, to create kind of like how the Pentagon used the crisis to disappear all their documents of their how much money
I don't know if that's
and where their money went.
But also, we have seen inflation even worse than this before in the 1980s and 1970s. So that's not really true. We've seen things like this before. I think we can just look at, there's like a graph I can show you actually. There was fuck, I'm gonna have to, I think it's in the, I think I have it in graphs I like. Yeah. So, we can look at a bunch of countries and see how big was their COVID stimulus as a percent of GDP? So it's a percent of their total economy, right? God fucking damn it. Okay, Wall Street Journal, inflation. Fuck.
I remember what it was. It was the CARES Act. The CARES Act. It was $5 trillion.
The CARES Act was under Trump, right? The American
CARES
Rescue
Act,
Plan was the one.
It was being pushed by Nancy Pelosi. It was under Biden.
Well, it's fine, but Trump could have vetoed it, right? Like, here we go.
I remember
Here we have a chart. We have countries with greater stimulus didn't see higher inflation. So the U.S. did a shit ton of COVID stimulus, 22% of GDP. We did a lot. We printed a lot of money. We deficit spend like crazy.
Shit. Are you kidding me?
What?
In how many years? In 1 year?
And I think 3 years. But 22% of GDP, right? A big stimulus.
Okay.
You can see other countries didn't do as big a stimulus, and they had similar inflation rates. In fact, a lot of them are dealing with more persistent inflation than we are even. We had higher inflation than them, but we also brought it down sooner than they did. It's not a bad emote, Isaac. Fuck you. That's an awesome emote. However, we have seen a lot more growth than other countries. So, I think our unemployment is lower than most other countries, other than Europe has some weird examples of really low unemployment because of things like Czechia has really low unemployment because it's an export-based economy. But, so that would seem to be evidence to the effect of a lot of this inflation was probably supply side because we saw this inflation globally, despite some countries not passing very much stimulus. And countries with bigger stimulus did not see higher inflation.
Okay, but you have to agree with me. That's an immense amount of spending, and it could be attributable to the inflation. That could be a big indicator of why the inflation.
It could be, but a big thing is excess capacity, right? So okay, there's a few different ways I could explain this. So something called first I'll talk about just excess capacity. So if we give people a ton of money, but supply is able to keep up with it, then there might not be much inflation. So during COVID, the economy shut down. A lot of factories were stagnant, right, and not doing anything. So if we give people a ton of money and they spend that money, well, factories can just immediately start production again. They don't reach like a supply ceiling, and therefore they don't have to like increase prices, and there can not be much inflation. So if we have low capacity utilization is the technical term, then giving people a ton of money probably won't have much effect because the capacity can just be utilized. Secondly, there's probably good reasons to try to keep consumer demand stable generally. It avoids what's called like the paradox of thrift, where basically consumers will reduce their spending, and that reduces other people's income because spending is just somebody else's income, and then they reduce their spending as well, which reduces more people's income, which means more layoffs, which means less spending, and it creates a very bad spiral that you can solve by stabilizing effective demand and just giving people some money.
So can you like summarize the conclusion?
The conclusion is fiscal stimulus during a recession is oftentimes a good thing because you stabilize effective demand, and it might not necessarily be inflationary because excess capacity can be used to meet the added demand.
Okay, that's fine. So how come the economy never recovers from that? What happened? Like, do you know about that?
What do you mean never
Like,
recovered from that? I don't know what you mean by never
why was the
recovered.
inflation underneath Trump gone up to 9%, and then only in the last year did it start to go down?
I mean, I just told a lot of it was supply side things, and then some of it was probably demand side shocks as well. I just don't think a huge portion of it was demand side shocks. Also, I just ran through this
But
whole
this
thing.
is attributable directly to the decisions that they've made. They could have not have done that. They could have not done that.
I mean,
much
some of it.
spending.
I mean, yeah, but then I think we still would have seen 7% inflation rather than 9% inflation. There would have still been quite a bit of inflation. Two, we might not have seen the strong labor market we got out of this. We might not have seen.
Well, like you're assuming that
80%
because it
prime
doesn't
age employment.
seem to me that that's what happened. Because underneath Trump, he had the same COVID. Underneath Trump, he's given a couple of stimulus checks. He actually had to write his name on them. So the idea that the stimulus checks were the reason that the inflation happened, no, it didn't happen. The inflation didn't go up to 9% underneath
Because
Trump. It didn't even go to 7%.
capacity.
It didn't even
Excess
go
capacity
above
was being used.
I don't think it went above 3% underneath Trump at the last year.
I already
think
gave you the
maximum was
reasons for
like
this.
2.4.
People weren't even spending the money. They used the pandemic savings to like pay down debt, and then they had more money to spend in 2021 and 2022. That's evidenced by the graph I sent you of excess savings. And there was more excess capacity under Trump than under Biden. So the stimulus checks just went up to eating up excess capacity versus under Biden, the stimulus checks did not have as much excess capacity to work with. So it might have put more upward pressure on like wages because unemployment was already low. That absolutely makes sense.
Because then we would see an incredible increase in inflation from the first stimulus check, but we never saw that. We only saw a very small increase, and then we should see the similar increase from the second stimulus check, but instead
I forget the exact permissions, but it's like savings that are
so there's something else that happened.
above
We
someone's
cannot
projected
attribute that
disposable
to these,
income or
stimulus
something.
checks. We cannot attribute them to spending upon the American people.
Yeah,
There's
household
something
saving rate is
the
above
American
trend.
people don't know about. I don't know what happened. There's something extra, because this is ridiculous. No, this is not adding up at all. You agree, right?
No, not at all. Do you think that aggregate demand shocks tend to move inflation and unemployment in opposite directions?
Demand shocks, like
There's
what's
more
an
demand.
aggregate demand?
Stimulus checks would be an example of an aggregate demand shock. You're positively increasing demand.
What?
Move inflation and unemployment in opposite directions. If people demand more, they're going to spend more, right? They have more money, they're going to spend more. What that's going to do is that's going to, increase business activity. A lot of businesses are going to hire more people. However, if there's not, what that does, it also does other things. Increasing demand increases inflation because you're eating up the excess capacity the economy had.
Yeah, but that's healthy inflation. The inflation that we saw was something else. It's something that's the problem is whatever you're mentioning, we should have seen that underneath Trump, but we don't see it underneath
Well,
Trump.
I already explained to you a few times why we didn't see it.
No, because
One,
you cannot
Americans weren't
describe it.
spending the money. I told you. So the two big factors were, one, Americans didn't spend all the money they got. They paid down debt and were saving it and then spent it later on. And two, what's the second one? Two, there was more excess capacity under Trump than under Biden. So those are the two big things.
Capacity of what?
Excess capacity, as in economic, as in basically slack in the economy. Capacity not being utilized, as in like resources staying stagnant and not being utilized.
Well, Trump, until the war
not
happened, right?
things.
Until the war happened, we kind of almost manufactured.
Oh, it's another thing. The Ukraine war didn't happen until Biden, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like we manufactured after an era of stagnation and of economic kind of balance. We kind of manufactured this new sanction crisis, completely man-made, completely created by policy, and it kind of ruined the whole status quo. And now we're gonna sit there and attribute that all the inflation could have happened underneath Trump, even though it would never happen underneath Trump. And you
can you join, Isaac? Yeah, Isaac, you have perms. You can join.
And the policies were completely different underneath Biden. There were specific policies we can go after, like sanctions,
ban future chat.
Different, not even stimulus checks. These are inflationary acts, like the CARES Act and stuff like that. But yeah,
so I didn't read your message previously.
This is all attributable to Biden's horrible policies, this inflation. It's not attributable to anything else.
Well, it's obviously not all attributable to the American Rescue Plan. Like, some of it is obviously attributable to the fiscal stimulus Trump did. Some of it is obviously attributable to supply side shocks that would have happened even regardless of the war in Ukraine. Like, for example, China shutting down factories. It's not a Biden policy. Obviously, that had negative supply side impacts. To claim that it's all attributable to Biden is completely insane. But if you're gonna wait, why do you attribute all of the inflation to Biden, but you don't attribute? Do you attribute any of the job recovery to Biden?
Can I answer your question?
Do you attribute any?
I'll tell you why.
Can I just answer first? Do you attribute any of the job recovery to Biden?
Can I tell you? Can I tell you why I attribute?
Wait, can you answer my question first? Do you attribute any of the job recovery to Biden?
You asked me two questions. Let me answer the first one. The reason I attribute this whole inflationary,
all of it. You attribute all of it to Biden
upon the American people. To Biden is because of his policies of sanctioning Russian oil and sanctioning Russian energy.
That created all of it?
Listen to me. There was nowhere else ever in history did we ever see anything like that before. Show me. Where did underneath Trump, underneath anyone? Man, it was okay for him to do the American Rescue Plan. Why did he have to start that war? This is the biggest calamity. He sanctioned Russia, forced the American people to take the brunt of the inflation. That was the single-handedly biggest inflationary act and policy that he enacted upon the American people.
Can you concede that it was not all of it?
And that's why I blame Biden the most. That's why I put all the blame on Biden. That's why
now you just said most, and then you said all.
Yeah, that's why I attribute to him most of the inflation that happened, because unless you show me inflation of 2.4%, everything above that, it's Biden's fault. Biden's trash policies of starting sanctions and war of people he shouldn't have business of sanctioning for his freaking special interest. Let's not get into that. Okay, we already got into that, but I'm ready to talk about Burisma.
Great. Do you attribute any of the job recovery to Biden, or is the job recovery somehow all Trump?
Now we can talk about the job recovery. Let's talk about the job recovery. Give me what job recovery are you seeing right now? Because right now all I'm seeing
the prime age and population employment ratio is at all-time highs.
Just describe to you what I'm looking at. I don't know what you're looking at. What I'm looking at. Hey, Isaac.
I just told you what I'm looking
at. Bring him on, man. Bring Isaac on. What I'm looking at.
Isaac gets firm to join whenever he wants, if he wants to. It's up to him.
He's typing the living bejesus out of your chat. It seems like he wants to come in, is all I'm saying. But what I'm looking at from my images is that what were we talking about?
The job recovery.
The job recovery, yeah. It seems like from my sources that all these numbers there, 800,000, 127,000, these random numbers, seems like we're redacting taking them back. And
so I don't think you understand how the revisions work. I can explain it to you if you want, but One, I'll say that the revisions are not evidence that the
that big. Did Trump do a revision that big?
Trump did not have a revision that big, but Trump also had and also the BLS was specifically created to be an independent agency without political influence. There's no.
You can't tell me there's an
second,
agency without political influence anymore. I don't believe you anymore. You can't say that. You're gonna say the media is
great.
unbiased.
Are you aware?
Yeah, sure. Anderson Cooper is unbiased. Sure. I believe you. Jake Tapper doesn't care about what doesn't have any biases. Sure. I don't believe you.
Wait. Just real. If there's a conspiracy to manufacture the job numbers, then why?
On Earth was saying Trump was a Nazi. Go away from me. Don't. No.
Wait. Okay. Is there?
I don't believe
if there was a conspiracy to manipulate the job numbers, why on earth would they release the revisions at all? Why wouldn't they at least wait till after the election to release the revisions? Like what?
Because it was leaked, maybe.
No, it was not leaked. It was put out on its regular schedule. Its regular schedule that is maintained since 1979. Okay, the methodology for job revisions has not changed since 1979.
So you just by mistake make up 1 million jobs? What's
happening?
What kind of revision is that?
Can you explain to me how the BLS tracks this stuff
well,
and
maybe
how the revisions are made?
It's such a huge revision that they needed to immediately address where's these numbers coming from? Why are we making such big errors?
Can you explain to me how many times are the job numbers revised?
Our number reading, or our accountant, we need to switch them up. Maybe that's what they needed. That's why they brought it up.
Do you even?
Sorry, go ahead.
You keep saying like maybe, but I don't think you even understand. Why are you saying maybe if you understand how the job numbers work? Do you understand how the job numbers work? What's the current population survey, Minar? You don't know. So you don't know how the job number. You have no clue how the job numbers are calculated at all. All you're saying is random conspiracy X, random conspiracy Y. What'd you ask? What?
Bro, I was drinking water. What population? What?
Do you know what the current population survey is?
What's the population survey? Is it the regular survey they do?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't you understand you don't even know how these job numbers are calculated, but you're just throwing random shit conspiracies at the wall. You're saying, well, maybe it was such a big revision that they needed to put it out immediately. One, it was on the regular schedule of them being revised, and two, we have seen bigger revisions in the past. And then you're saying political influence, but like if there's political influence, like why would it why would this job report harm terrorists or downward revision? Like that doesn't make sense at all. Why don't they at least wait till after the election?
Because you're the one that wants to bring up these numbers. How can we believe any of these numbers if we're just gonna start revising every single time we come up with a report? So that's
why did they revise the numbers, Minar?
I just brought it up, so just to remind you that maybe we shouldn't be sitting there and reading every single report, bringing up good numbers.
Okay. So there's good reason to trust these numbers. The reason they revise the numbers is because there's a trade. The BLS.
Trust them. Before revision.
What'd you say? There's a trade-off between how fast you get data versus how accurate that data is. So the BLS basically surveys a bunch of businesses month to month to try to track how many jobs are being added. Now, the BLS one isn't the only people who do this. There's also a private agency that does this as well, and its numbers tend to correlate pretty well to BLS. The most accurate data comes like 2 years later from tax survey data. We don't want to wait 2 years to know how well the economy was doing in any given month. So what the BLS does is it tracks both. So what it does is it month to month it surveys businesses and calculates job numbers, and then the next 2 months it revises those numbers based on more data it gets in, and then like a year down the line they get what's called like a baseline tax survey number. That's from tax data. It's not the most accurate tax data, but it's from tax data. And they revise these numbers again. And then later on, once they get the full tax data, they put out like a final revision. But that takes literally 2 years. We don't want to wait until 2025 to know how well the economy was doing in October 2023. All of this is totally transparent. You can go to the BLS. They release the numbers every month. They tell you their methodology. The methodology has not changed since 1979. There's no evidence of a conspiracy at all. These are civil servants. They're statisticians doing their job. The BLS was specifically created.
All I'm saying is it seems that I didn't say there's a conspiracy or any evidence. It just seems
you were suggesting that, but okay.
Everything I'm saying is speculation. Relax. I'm not asserting anything forcefully upon this conversation. I'm just saying it seems to me that there is possibly a collusion. Because why is the number so different? What happened? Why didn't
I
we
just
see
told you what happened. They got more accurate
Oh,
tax data and revised the numbers down.
the whole way of adding these numbers up, or did they change the accountant? I just don't like you're not.
I just told you they didn't change this since 1979.
I guess. Bro, Isaac needs to like you got y'all. I don't know who's better actually. I don't know.
Yeah, so I think we have good reasons to trust these numbers, and like the numbers, like there are private agencies that also do these numbers. Like we can use the APD, I think it's APD. They're a private company that tracks employment, and they find pretty similar things to the BLS. And by the way,
Isaac, you need
people
to learn
know.
from,
Everyone who knows anything about economics knows that from month to month there is what we call noise in the job numbers, and that they might not be the most accurate. The Fed makes decisions knowing that, hey, the BLS month to month numbers might be noise. They might not be the most accurate information, but they still try to make decisions off of that anyway. Here's a question, actually. Do you think it's plausible that the United States would have the strongest economy in the world if the Federal Reserve was using faked numbers? Is that plausible?
Short-lived, yes, but
we've had the strongest economy in the world for like how many years now?
We've had past tense. I can say.
Well, I think we still have it now, but okay.
You presented a thought experiment, so let's think it through.
Mm-hmm.
So you said, is it possible that the economy is so strong if we're lying about it? Okay. Is it possible we
if
can
the
lie
Federal
about
Reserve is using faked
Absolutely,
numbers to get its
for a
decisions?
short amount of time, kind of like how modernity is lying about how it's so amazing to be enlightened, but basically all its best moral features are stolen from traditional morality. The same thing.
What?
Yeah. Like your marriage, your most.
Which there's nothing. Okay.
Yeah, marriage.
How long do you think the job numbers have been manipulated for?
No.
How long do you think
that's what I'm trying to tell you. You guys, you steal these small things. You steal the good
Wait, can you just answer how long do you think the job numbers have been
You steal
manipulated
the good
for?
economy you had for a little while and claim, oh look, this is the new modern vision. And then you claim it's better because the only good and positive sides of it are the sides that are traditional, really, and the other sides are all trash. And then you're gonna sit there and say that look how great our economy is. Of course, our economy is great. It's a 250-year-old economy. It's not gonna just be crashed in one night. It's one of the most trusted economies. But are you gonna act like the policies that Biden enacted within this economy is gonna strengthen it? Of course, nobody will argue that it is. It's 100%
Well, I will argue that, but that's separate from my.
Let's argue that. 100% we can.
Wait! But I want to answer my question first. How long do you think the job numbers have been revised, or been manipulated? Do you think they only were just started being manipulated?
No. I believe everything There's something that started in 2020 since Hillary Clinton lost. Something activated the moment Hillary Clinton lost, and we saw that in the 2020 election.
Since 2016,
let me finish, please. You asked me a question. Let me give you an example of a major example, a general example of what I'm talking about. Since Hillary Clinton, before her, there was basically about 65 to 70 million votes that the Democrats would get. And then all of a sudden in 2020, they got 80 to 85 million. And then all of a sudden they lost those votes again. So all I'm saying is, generally speaking, I can provide you evidence that there's something that activated that wasn't there before Hillary, happened right after Hillary, and then almost immediately disappeared, and is the reason probably why you couldn't get the next election. But there's a lot of evidence to do that. Like, I mean, to sit there and you're not, I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but you have to agree that there is a lot of weird stuff that is on the books.
Can you name a single person who works at the BLS?
The who?
What does BLS stand for, Minar?
BLS? Is that a new Korean band?
What does the BLS track, Minar?
Blood, sweat, and tears. What?
What does the BLS track?
Who's the BLS? Why are you introducing a new?
So you're alleging a conspiracy. You don't know anyone who works at the BLS. You don't know what the BLS is. You don't know what the BLS stands for. You're alleging
Are
this
those the people-
major
are those the
conspiracy
people
that
that
all the
account
job
for your
numbers
job-
are faked. And since 2016, the Federal Reserve has been using
Well, let
fake
me give you
job
an
numbers.
example. Let me give you an
You
example.
can't give me an
of
example because
faking
you don't know what
numbers.
the BLS is.
Let me give you an example. For example,
There's literally
I don't
no
wanna dive-
example that you could give if you
No,
don't know
no,
what the
I don't wanna
BLS
dive in too
is.
deep. I don't want to dive in too deep, but for example,
Uh-huh,
this
right.
big,
Okay,
big,
right.
big push on mandation and medical. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. Big. There was a big push on, for example, this medical mandation and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking to you about. That these numbers have. There's clear evidence that they're being skewed. They're being manipulated. It started in 2020. It started in like right after Hillary Clinton lost the election, and it's never stopped ever since. That's all I'm saying. I'm not claiming anything else. I don't know what it is. I can't see it. I'm not
You
claiming
you
to
just
be a
said
genius.
you claim that the numbers have been manipulated since 2016 or 2020, but
Yeah,
you don't know
yeah,
what the BLS is.
No, not necessarily just the job numbers. I'm mentioning many
Right.
institutions that I
What
don't
other
trust
numbers?
anymore.
Like the inflation numbers?
Many institutions like the CDC's numbers to say
Well, I
that
don't care
it
about
was
the
one of the
CDC
biggest.
right now. I know more about the BLS and what their numbers are like. Do you know anything about the
All I'm saying is
BEA?
institutions in general. I don't trust them anymore. Ever since
You
that
don't trust
happened.
any of them. Why was the
Yeah,
BLS created? Do you
a lot
know?
of shady business that's been happening ever since Hillary lost the election. That's all my claim.
Yeah, that's great. Why was the BLS created? Do you know?
BLS, I don't know. It's like to review.
Okay,
I
well-
don't know. I haven't looked into this. Why
So
are we-
BLS was
is the
created
BLS
out
the
of
one
the-
that counts
out-
the job.
Yeah, that counts the job numbers. Yep.
Okay. So I don't know why they're created to like a kind of a review. They do these review departments to make sure that the governmental spending is going right.
Not really. No, they don't have to do with government spending. The BLS is a Bureau of Labor Statistics. They were born because unions were having a dispute with companies over how much inflation was going up, and the unions wanted a government institution to be on their side to track this, to make sure their wages were coming up, were keeping up with inflation. And basically, the companies obviously didn't like this. So compromise was have the Bureau of Labor Statistics be an independent statistical agency free from political interference. It was specifically designed to be independent. It's been investigated before, and they didn't find anything wrong. The Southern Democrats literally hired a law firm to investigate the head of the BLS because they thought he was faking numbers about child labor in the South, and guess what? The Southern Democrats found nothing. There was no evidence of any wrongdoing on the BLS's behalf. You don't even know who works there, so I don't know how you're alleging wrongdoing if you don't know anything about it. And it's not like there's only this one institution that tracks inflation. The BLS tracks CPI, but the BEA tracks PCE. Do you trust the PCE numbers?
The PCE.
PCE. Do you know what the difference between CPI and PCE is? So you don't know. You don't even know the difference between two different measures of inflation, and you're alleging an entire conspiracy. You're alleging a cross-agency conspiracy.
I never alleged
You
a
absolutely
conspiracy.
allege a conspiracy.
You
We're
asked
saying
me
that the
one
numbers have been
question.
manipulated since 2020.
You asked me one question. You asked me, do you believe the numbers of the jobs? I said, since they've been revising and since there's so much, and since I saw that there was, and I showed you proof that there's a lot of manipulation in numbers since 2020.
You just said
All
they're
I
being
said
manipulated. How are you
all
saying
I
that you're not
said
claiming
is
they're manipulated?
I'll tell you what I really mean by that is I want to do more scrutiny. That's all. I don't.
Right.
I'm not alleging.
What is more scrutiny? What does more scrutiny look like?
Trust institutions automatically is what I mean. I don't just accept any information you tell
It's
me.
not
I'm gonna
like you
have to
just
read into
don't. I just gave you the reasons why you should trust it.
I'm a
But it's just
mental
insane to say,
illness,
like, I automatically, like, don't trust these institutions. And by the way, I don't know anyone who works with them. I don't know. I have not clicked on their website once. I don't even know who they are. I don't know what they measure, but I just automatically don't trust them at all. This is insane. You're alleging, like, yeah, there's no reason to believe they're manipulated.
Like Wendy Ferdi said, I don't know what a BLS is, but you need to stop lying for real.
True.
And they need to stop lying for real too. Listen.
But also, what does, like, more scrutiny look like? You understand?
Listen,
What does more scrutiny look like if it's not constantly revising your numbers to make them more accurate? I say constantly, but they do it like 5 times. But
Yeah, why are you? Well, listen. Okay, I don't care about the numbers. All I want to go is to dive back. Let's get into the real issue. Why are you running away from it? Because the original.
I'm not
question
literally
you
the
asked
claim.
me-
What my
No,
question
really,
was?
the
Do you
original
give
question you
Biden?
asked me was, why do you blame all
Yes,
of this
my question. I had 2
inflation on
questions. I
Biden?
said, why do you blame all the inflation on Biden? And then 2, do you give Biden any credit for the job recovery? And then he said, what job recovery? All the numbers
What
I've
job
seen have been
recovery?
revised
Yeah, what
down.
job recovery? We lost he said they recovered 1 million jobs. We lost it. I'm supposed to sit here and believe we're not going to lose another million with another revision. I'm not going to just sit here and accept that these numbers are
Right,
true.
right.
I
Is
can't
there, like,
anymore.
And
And
you have no
obviously the number
good evidence that
counting
they're
is
fake
different
at
than
all.
underneath
And I
Trump.
have
We
very
didn't
good
see,
evidence that they're real.
revisions like these. No, my whole claim is
First of
we
all,
have
we
never
have
seen
seen.
anything like
Wait,
this.
wait, wait.
Anyways,
We
Benny
did see.
Freddy doesn't know what less means. I'm done. I won this debate.
Yeah, great. Wait, is your position that we didn't see any revisions of the Trump, or just that they weren't this big?
No, we seen revisions, of course. The BLS, you've informed me now, very informed on this.
Yes.
Non-farm.
Revises numbers on a regular schedule. Yep.
Yeah, and they do very good statistical analysis and a lot of data. They have very smart, let's say, nerdos.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah,
just to be clear, there have
listen
been
to me, they're
revisions this
great.
big before.
Listen,
Right?
they're great. No,
They
they're
were-
great, but they were better underneath Trump. All I gotta say, he hired better accountants. That's all I gotta say. Apparently now they're doing. I've never seen a million job revision underneath the BLS. Have you seen underneath Trump?
Okay.
Have you seen a million
I didn't
job
see it
revision
underneath. I
Trump?
didn't see it underneath
Can you
Trump, but there
just-
have
can you
been job
explain what
revisions.
happened?
Yeah, the job numbers weren't accurate primarily because of COVID, and job revisions tend to be down when we're in a recession, which is why people thought this jobs report was a big deal, because it could be a sign that we're in a recession. Now, there aren't many other good reasons to believe we're in a recession, but we have seen revisions like this in the past. The one in 2006 was just as big, and the one in 2009 was bigger. And also, by the way, in this report that the 8 million jobs or whatever were lost, the July and August numbers got revised upwards, and as did March 2024, July 2023, and December 2023. So I guess those were faked, but in the opposite direction then. And they had to,
by how many? By less than 100,000?
I don't know how many each
Can you look
each
up that
one
number,
individually
that difference?
was.
It wasn't how many revisions. It was how many. What was the difference? I don't care how many revisions they do. I want to know how big of a
Right.
difference the revision. That's.
Well, I can't- I
Did they
mean, I
start
could-
accounting numbers differently? What happened?
I already told you they have not changed the methodology for this since
Then
1979.
you explain to me, okay, and I'm not supposed to have a conspiracy theory. You tell me what happened, then I'm trying to come up with a conclusion. Somebody asked me what could have happened. This BLS, BTS, they were trying to sing together, and then all the numbers disappeared. What? How? Where's the Korean? Where's the Korean box?
The survey,
Why is
the
the
first
revision so
number
big?
number
Sorry,
one.
guys, I'm trying to make jokes. Isaac's so cool. He makes me
Yeah,
feel
great.
cool.
The current population survey had issues during COVID, so it wasn't as accurate. The current population survey has had the response rate trending downwards for a while now, actually, so it's getting less and less accurate. Now, there is a solution to fix this, by the way. Biden wanted the funding for the BLS to fix this issue. The House Republicans are the ones that got rid of that, by the way. They're the ones that didn't want to give money to the BLS to track these numbers more accurately. But, that's the reason why. There are noise in month to month numbers. There gets progressively less noise as those revisions keep going on.
So your conclusion is noise, less noise.
My conclusion is that there was a lot of noise in these numbers because the current population survey had issues during COVID, and also generally, well, a lot of economic models actually kind of broke during COVID, but sometimes when the economy is doing poorly, we get big downward revisions, which is why this was in the news all the time.
You know what you
which
remind
because
me of?
people.
You remind me of my internet provider during COVID. Excuse me, sorry, we don't have enough people to answer the phones. You're gonna have to wait 30 minutes. So I'm supposed to sit here and basically S word this and poop this
Right.
whole time and get screwed over, and all you have to say back to me is COVID. Are you kidding me, man? This is not enough.
I gave you multiple. Oh my god! I explained to you exactly how these revisions
Every
are
one of your
calculated.
explanations linked back to COVID, but Trump dealt with COVID, never increased his inflation, never botched his numbers, never messed around as big as this.
The revisions were also bigger in the COVID months that Trump had as well. But okay. Also, these numbers aren't. Stop saying botched. The revisions does not imply that it's botched. But okay.
Yeah, what's a revision like? You have to change the whole equation, I guess. What did they use a wrong formula?
You get more accurate data, and you plug that data into the same formula, the formula that they've been using since 1979. By the way.
All right, so now you understand my position here, that it seems that Biden's policies are specific to the economy. Trump had the opportunity to kind of do the same to the economy, never did. And there's a reason why American people trust Trump. So let's get to the bottom of why I really want to talk to you here. What's the future of the Democratic Party looking like? Because you had an enormous shift. And I need a straight answer from you now. I want to know what's your future going to look like.
I mean, I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't know. I think Democrats are probably...
Democratic president 2024? Is it Bernie Sanders finally?
If I knew Bernie's way too old. If I knew the answer to that, I'd be betting on Polymarket. But one, like... I think I should have bet
early. I knew Trump was going to win. I'm so dumb, but I didn't have any money left.
Right.
No one will donate to me. I'm not like you. You got a lot of people. And you got funny ass chat.
Yeah, we had a lot of kind of down ballot victories, right? Like in North Carolina, our Democratic governor won. There's a lot of states actually where like the Democratic senator won, but Kamala Harris didn't win the state. Like, this wasn't like a huge red wave. It was just that people blamed the president for inflation.
Are you kidding
I think
me?
it's the big issue.
Wait. This was not a huge red wave.
Do you deny that there were a lot of senators who won states like in Arizona?
What I see? No, not even Arizona. What about Tulsi Gabbard?
What about her?
What about RFK Jr.? That's the red wave. It's not the voters. It's that you lost your Democratic Party. You don't have a collusion.
Tulsi Gabbard is not the Democratic Party.
She was a populist of the Democratic Party. People looked at her like a Bernie Sanders. Yes.
Is Liz Cheney the Republican Party?
Populist. She was the next president. If you
wait, Minar, do you think Liz Cheney is a rhino, Minar?
Isaac,
what do you think of Liz Cheney?
Never mind. I take it back. You're better than non-fun. Go ahead.
What do you think of Liz Cheney, Minar?
Yikes. She looked pretty.
But she was a Republican. Like what?
Woo! I'm better.
Nice one, Isaac.
I know. Why is she a Democrat now? And do you accept her?
Liz Cheney's not a Democrat now.
Why did the Republicans get the best of the Democrats and the Democrats got the worst of the Republicans?
Wait,
the Republicans
do you think the best of the Democrats? The best of the Democrats are Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes, Democratic royalty.
RFK
Are
Jr.
you kidding me?
This is an absurd. This is like me saying the best of Republicans is Liz Cheney.
Never loved Tulsi is crazy. She was your populist. She was literally one of the most popular candidates in the debates, in the presidential debate, in the Democratic presidential debate. This is bullshit. This is crazy to me that you are supposed to be liberals and you guys don't know that Tulsi and her history. She destroyed Kamala. She is at least more popular than Kamala. We gotta agree there.
Maybe, but I also think she's dumb.
Yeah, but you're talking about Kamala, right?
Well, I think Kamala will surround herself with sane people. I think Tulsi Gabbard is just a dipshit populist that doesn't actually...
I think she surrounded herself with a dead puppet, and now it's kind of weird, man. It's weird, man. Like, I get the energy, like when she sits next to Jill Stein and they don't even look at each other. I get it because I have a wife and I have a single mother. And I get this animosity that women can have to one another. I feel it. I see that energy. They don't know what to do with it, so they display it clear and there's a clear animosity between them. They won't even look at each other as if they're not next to each other. It's hilarious to see. But yeah, let's act like there's no infighting between the Democrats and that you guys are all a great coalition, that all your
Did I
numbers are
ever? I
not
never
are
made that
obviously
claim.
they're not botched, and we should believe every report. And yeah, let's discuss the future.
I know.
The next populist is, according to Isaac, Pete Buttigieg. That's who you're gonna send in.
I wouldn't mind Pete. I think Pete does a good job.
Get ready
but-
for another loss against Don Jr.
I mean, I don't know if they'll run him, but I mean, I think Pete could win against Don Jr. Yeah, it depends, but yeah.
They would run RFK, or they would run Vivek, or they would run Elon Musk. They were not gonna run. Yeah,
Well,
you're
Elon
right.
Musk can't run, but
They'll run a populist. The Republicans are just gonna keep running populist. They're never gonna stop because I don't think the thing about Trump is his first presidency, he didn't get as many Republicans behind him as now, and he is the Republican Party. Like, he's the one that's sucking all the donations from the Republican Party for the Republican Party. So if anyone and getting all of the Republicans elected, so whoever he decides to beat back gets a lot of money, a lot of donations, so he's basically the new face of the Republican Party. He's kind of like Nancy Pelosi. So people are now behind him. He kind of completely shifted the Republican Party. So the Republican Party is going to be a populist.
I don't
populist
disagree.
party.
I think that's
No,
very
no,
unfortunate,
so it's
but
gonna
I
be a
don't
populist
disagree.
party. So when you say you're going to run a populist, I just don't see what that looks like. I don't understand it. To me, it seems like it's going to lose again.
Well, I
Like,
didn't
you're
say
not-
I
you're
said
not-
play
you're
into
not gonna be
populist
more
rhetoric
popular
more is
than
what I
Donald
said.
Trump's party and the Republican Party. That's for
I don't think Donald Trump has ever had a above 45% approval rating, but when I said I didn't say run a populist,
now
I
your
said
data's accurate, huh?
yeah. Well, I never claimed the data was fake for that, but I said play into populist rhetoric more, which I do think
win. Okay, till the last second, but okay.
What? Okay. I think I said Democrats need to play into populist rhetoric more. To be clear, I don't know if I want to run a populist because I think a lot of populists are dumb, but I think they do need to start playing into that rhetoric more. Is what I think needs to happen.
Okay, you need to give an example of that. Is it like Destiny going up and saying we need to shoot more of these guys in the rallies, or what is it?
I gave an example of that earlier when I said like we need to like with the messaging for like building more homes, the messaging can look very different. You can either have like a dry, boring like way to message it, or you can have a very like enthusiastic like cut government bureaucracy, cut the red tape to build more homes, things like that. Like there's other I think that's something that needs to happen. But also, again, I think Kamala Harris was just at a big disadvantage because of all the inflation. And I don't know if it would have mattered what she did. But I think that's the biggest single individual reason is the inflation.
Well, to me, it's clear as day how Republicans are going to win again. They're just going to run Tulsi Gabbard. They're going to run Vivek. And he's going to sweep. All they have to do is produce a little bit of change. And it's very easy. I mean, the previous party has done such a horrendous job. That I think you guys are lost for the next decade. I think you're not going to get the party for maybe 12 years.
12 years? Damn. No, I don't think that at all. Especially...
I mean, you're refusing to change your mindset. You're refusing to change the way you're speaking. You're refusing to start doubting the data. You're refusing to stop believing these institutions that lied to you this whole election. You're refusing.
Manal, who has done more research into how the BLS calculates numbers, me or you?
No, but you're refusing to create any change in the way of your behavior post this election.
I don't understand how you say I'm like refusing to consider these numbers aren't bots when like I've done infinitely more research into how the BLS uses data to calculate these numbers than you have.
When obviously they're using a new method, or they wouldn't have botched these numbers.
How many times have I said to you that they haven't changed the methodology since 1979? I swear I've said that like 10 times.
Yeah, and the UPS is only going to raise the stamp prices one more time this year, and that's it for the next 5 years. Sure. That's what they say. That's what they say. And then all of a sudden, you got two more raises next year, and every one of them is a historical and record.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
Bernard,
what the
can I ask you a
UPS did.
question
They
real
said they
quick?
were not going to raise any
The
more
stamp
prices. And all of a
prices.
sudden,
The
now we gotta
stamp
raise more
prices. I have them up at
They did a
200%. I don't know
historical
why.
increase, 5 pennies for one stamp.
Sample, you're
increase of
quiet. You
price.
gotta
That's
get closer to your
historical
mic, buddy.
So why are you
Yeah.
sitting there believing everything they say? Sorry.
1 second, 1 second.
God damn it, bro. I hate this motherfucker, bro. He eats babies.
True.
Okay, wait. Can you hear me? Is
Yeah.
it better now? Okay, yeah, just look,
Bro,
maybe I
I
eat
like
babies,
West.
maybe
Finally,
look, just
somebody's
one
laughing
question, and I'll be gone. Just please tell me this, because I hope like they will run Vivek, okay? Do you think there's a shot that a brown Indian non-Christian is gonna win with Republicans? Please, I fucking hope. Tell me yes. Be this delusional. Please, I'm begging you.
Bro, you're so freaking racist. It's funny. But listen,
I'm not. I'm saying they're racist.
do you agree with me?
Dumbass.
No, because your implication is the whites will not vote for him. But do you agree with me?
Yeah, Christians.
He's
One of the
actually
biggest
a
things.
popular-
One of the biggest things that Republicans have been attacking Vivek for. Like, he gave speeches. Republicans have been attacking him for not being a Christian. You know that.
No.
Evangelical vote is
He's a
strong.
populist.
right?
He's a populist. In like, is he
It doesn't
not
matter.
popular?
Evangelicals
Is he
vote on religion.
a popular pick right now? Is
Really?
He,
I don't know if Vivek could win. Honestly, I
the
really don't
retard
know.
populist
There
vote.
are a
okay,
lot of
that's
people
fine,
who don't
but
like
he will
him
not get the evangelical
because he's Indian.
vote
I've
as
seen it
much,
on Twitter.
okay? Because he's
Maybe
not
basing my
Christian.
opinion off of
last
Twitter
year,
isn't
you
it
guys
good?
said, or last election, you guys said MAGA's nothing, MAGA's small. Now MAGA's
Okay,
literally
do you want to
taking
bet on
over
it?
the
That's what
Republican
I'm saying. That's what I'm
Party.
saying. I fucking
Same
hope.
thing.
I
These
fucking hope they
small
run
little
Vivek.
brainless children are taking over the whole party.
No, I think Republicans need to listen to people like you more. I hope they run Vivek in 2028, and I will see him getting crushed because he doesn't get the Christian vote as much. I fucking hope that happens. Wait, can you concede that, like, wait, why do you think? Here's a question. Wait, here's a question.
No,
Why do
y'all
you
run
think Trump?
Vivek, and
Why do you think
we'll
Trump
run
selected
Vivek.
Pence? Wait, why do you think Trump selected Pence? He's not a populist.
Who? Pence? What?
Pence,
Mike
Mike
Pence.
Pence, his vice president. Yeah. Why do you think he selected him?
Why?
Because
did
he's an
Trump select Mike
evangelical. He's
Pence?
not a populist. He's an evangelical.
My understanding is Trump's first administration is going to be a total difference than his.
I didn't say it's going to be the same. I didn't say it's going to be the same.
He
I'm trying to
made
get
no
you to
claim
correct
about
me.
that.
So what he
I'm trying
wanted.
to get you.
So let me
Menard,
explain.
1 second, please. I'm begging you.
Let me explain why.
Just 1 minute of your
Ask me a
time.
question, man. Just give me 10
Yeah,
seconds
go ahead.
to respond.
Go ahead. Take your time.
So you asked me a
Menard
question.
probably
Why
doesn't
did
know
he
who
pick
Mike Pence is.
I believe in his first administration, he was so unfamiliar. He was not a politician. He needed a true politician to follow along and to learn from and to understand. In his now in second tenure, after a decade of doing this, I feel like he now feels so more knowledgeable about this. I feel like he's now only looking for loyalty, looking for people that will get the job done, that won't lie to him. Like he wanted to pull out of Syria and then they lied to him. He tried to fire them after they lied to him because they kept troops there.
Okay.
So what he realized is, so it seems like he's grown from it, and he's realized now he wants loyal people that will get the job done rather than this establishment figures that are supposedly the right.
But I'm asking, why did he? There are a bajillion career politicians Trump could have selected. Why did he select Pence? There's a reason. The reason is because Pence is an evangelical, white evangelical, and evangelicals love that. Okay, they loved Trump, and they still love Trump because he caters to them. Evangelicals vote on religion. Okay, it's just a fact. Right, same way that a lot of people vote on economic issues, right? They don't care about any other stuff. Or a lot of people just vote on abortion. That's kind of like Christians as well, right? A lot of people just vote because they want the leader to be Christian. If you look at polls, like evangelicals really don't want a non-Christian president. Okay, it's really unpopular. They don't want it. So if you run Vivek, right, and now evangelical, like he gets to talk in front of churches and evangelicals, and he has to be like, I'm not a Christian, but they're gonna really hate him. It's not because I'm racist. I'm just saying these people will discriminate against him because of his religion. And that will happen. Same way that Republicans will never run a Muslim or a Jew because they will not get the vote. They will never run an Indian, like non-Christian. It just will not happen. And if they do, I hope they do. I hope they do because they'll get crushed.
Bro, you're saying that, but the real person that's getting crushed right now is the Democrats. And you need to answer what is your actual plan next year, because actually Tulsi Gabbard is going to be a woman, she's going to be a very
Okay.
popular nominee and
I don't
a
think so. I
popular
don't think.
person.
What do you
Yeah,
think? How
you're gonna
many
hear.
votes
Let
do
me
you think
finish,
she got
please.
in
Yeah, you're gonna
2020?
hear about her a
Okay.
lot in the news because she's gonna be
Mm.
part of the administration. So, what is this? A dating show? What is
Well,
this?
I'm not sure
What
she
is
will
this
get
non-con?
approved.
Where are
I'm
you
not
going?
sure. Yeah.
What's
Wait.
your
So you asked me a
Oh,
question. What's
this
my
is
plan?
a
So for
media
one, I'm
company.
not sure
No,
Tulsi
no,
will
yeah,
get
yeah, yeah.
approved for a position.
What's the actual question is
I
not
want
the
to
future of
finish,
the
bro. I let you
Republican.
finish. You asked me for 10 seconds. I let you finish.
God
It's
damn
only
it, man!
fine.
Is
It's
this
only
guy
fine.
on some? Can you give him some more, like something to
Can you
drink or
just let
something?
him reply to the Tulsi Gabbard
I
thing?
just want to finish. I just want to finish like an answer. Okay. So you asked me what my
Well,
plan
can
is
you
because
finish
Tulsi will
asking the
rise.
question, bro? Isaac, can you
My
control this
God,
guy?
my God. I'm
Can
trying to
can
answer.
we?
I'm trying to answer, bro.
All right, just
Chill. Take
answer
a
it. Just
chill
start
pill. Take a
answering.
deep breath. Okay, great. He asked me what is my plan and what do I think. How do I think Democrats should handle Tulsi? So for
Somebody
one, I'm
give him a
not
cup of water.
confident. I'm not. Oh my God. Oh my
Oh
God.
my God,
So for
bro.
one, I'm not confident. I'm not confident she will get her position and will be approved. I'm not sure. I'm not sure she will not have a fallout with
Why
Trump as well because
not?
Trump has a lot of fallout with a lot of people. Why? Because I'm not sure Trump will have the votes for it in the Senate.
So the Senate is
So
going to
that's the
say,
first thing. Let me finish Let me finish my answer. The second thing is, I agree with non-fun. I think Democrats should run on like anti-corruption, anti billionaire, and anti and more like pro building more housing rhetoric. That's kind of populist. We can look at some pseudo populists in the Democratic Party, like John Fetterman, who won against Mehmet Oz, who's now going to be like in charge of Medicare under Trump. Right? He was very popular. He was the common man. Right? He came with like normal sweatshirts to the Congress, and like everyone was triggered about that in the Republican Party. Same way that they were triggered about Obama wearing a tan suit, right? So that's an example of someone who like had working class rhetoric and like won their election against all odds. So that would be a direction I think. But I don't think Tulsi has ever been that popular. I mean, I've never seen her having high approval numbers. She got like less than 3% of the primary vote in 2020. No, she's never been that popular. Same way that Vivek has never been popular within Republican Party. He's been very popular within the schizophrenic Joe Rogan types, right? But he's never had a lot of like popularity within the primary, within like people like surveys. Like no, he's just not that popular. Oh, is that like
no, can
clear?
you summarize?
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so one, I'm not sure Tulsi will survive the 4 years as a politician in the Trump administration. It's gonna be the first thing. When I say survive, I don't mean dead. I mean just like not in office.
Get
Two,
fired or not
I'm
even
not
get
confident.
confirmed. Yeah.
I'm not confident that Vivek and Tulsi are even popular to begin with. I'm not. I'm gonna bet like they're not gonna run Tulsi in 2028. And the third thing,
Yeah, but okay, no
I think
evidence to the
Democrats need to. I
second
think
one. I
Democrats
swear.
need to have more pseudo-populist rhetoric around like issues that speak to the common man, like marijuana legalization, like building more housing and so forth, like Fetterman.
Evidence contrary to the for second one that they're not popular. Actually, they're extremely popular. Actually, it was kind of historical what Tulsi did with RFK Jr. and it's arguably what shifted the whole race. Isaac maybe argues down below here. But yeah, so that's the second one. The first one, I forget what you said about the first one. What was the first one?
They might not survive 4 years under Trump.
They're not going to survive 4 years under Trump. Well,
Yeah. Well, they
that's
might not even get confirmed.
bullshit. And he's going to say they're not popular, right? Right? They're not popular, guys. When they went to the UFC, they were celebrated like champions. Every Twitter post they post with each other, it's insane. It's getting so much popularity, and it's going viral. They're siphoning the youth voices. It seems they're relating to the youth. This is a different movement than I've ever seen before. The idea that Vivek is so young and he's going to be relatable to the youth, and he's already a big image in the politics world.
He's not. He's not. He's really
Yes, and
not.
he's so young, and I'm telling you, man, he's very popular. People are loving how smart he is. All he has to do
Then
is prove to them he has a
do
strong
you think
record,
a
and
non-Christian can win
he's
under the
going to
Republican
earn their
Party?
trust. You need to be very careful.
Do
Wait.
you
Can we just
think a
start real quick, Manar?
non-Christian
Do you
can
think?
win the presidency in the Republican Party when they rely on the Christian vote in the key swing states?
Christians on the key state, what?
Oh my God, there are swing states. They're critical. They decide the election. There's a high Christian population in them. A lot of evangelicals too. They vote on their religion. A lot of them. When you run a brown non-Christian like Vivek, they're not gonna like it, and they're not gonna vote for him.
Yeah, no, don't worry
Therefore-
about that. The Democrats will make sure that the Republican secures the Christian vote. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Oh,
What?
okay.
Don't
No,
worry
if
about
they run a
Don't worry. Don't worry about that. The
a lot of
Democrats
them
will
won't vote for him.
ensure that the Christians are secure. The Republicans secure the Christian vote. Don't worry about that. With their education.
There's just a
with
reason
their
there's not a
educational
single Hindu
policy,
Republican
and
politician.
their shift,
There's a reason why there's not a
their
single Hindu
social
Republican
change
politician.
policy.
There's a reason why there's not. I don't think there's a single representative or senator or anyone who's Republican and Hindu in the Congress. I don't think there's a single one. And there's a reason for that.
Hey, Isaac, hey, Sample, you're the reason the Democrats lost. I want to hear from Isaac the true analysis,
Whoa, Jesus.
of the Democratic Party and the future of the
Wait,
Democratic
Manar,
Party.
I just have
No.
one question. Do you think? Wait,
Maybe
Manar,
we
I'm
will
just curious. Real quick, do you think that all of Trump's appointments will get confirmed by the Senate, or do you think at least some of them might not?
Yeah. I think that the Republican Senate really owes Trump a lot, and is very scared of him. Now you are gonna see a lot of pushback from the Democrats, and I don't think you can actually get to an agreement with them. It seems like some of these Democrats are kind of unreasonable.
Like
But we will see. We will see. But I think from the Republican side, yeah, you're gonna see a complete bend of the knee. Watch.
Okay.
Watch.
I think that's likely. I also think it's likely that they won't.
Watch.
But I would be willing to bet like $20 right now that if under the condition that they run Vivek, that he's gonna get crushed. Like, I'm willing to put
Bro,
$20
don't worry about that. I want to know your Democratic
Wait.
Party, what they're going to be running, because who cares about?
I don't know. If I knew, I would bet on that. I just know
Yeah,
that if it's
exactly.
Vivek, I'm telling you, same way that I know that if they run like Biden again in 2028, we're gonna get crushed, right? I know
Not
that,
who we should run.
and I know that if Republicans run, and when I say Biden, I mean Joe Biden, not
Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden would
Oh,
win.
God, that's
Absolutely.
the-
I support it.
Underdog bet.
I support Hunter Biden for 2028. But either way, I know that if we run Biden again in 2028, we're gonna get crushed. Same way that I know that if Republicans run Vivek in 2028, they're gonna get crushed.
Here's my thing though. You keep appealing to like the Christian part of it, but like
We can
he's
do it.
like
He's
if
experienced.
Trump
Jimmy
can't
Carter,
obtain the
let's
Christian
go.
vote, being Trump, I don't think
they think he's like religious. They think he did the grip.
But that's what I'm
people
saying.
did.
If he can convince the Republican and Christian base
No,
to
but
vote
he's
for
on.
him, you don't think
Vivek is on tape
I
saying
think
I'm
he's
not a
on
Christian.
record
Like,
saying-
he's on tape. Like he's been asked about this before. He's like, no, look, I'm not a Christian. It's
and
not
when
a
it
thing."
comes
very
to things that are wait,
And they
but
don't
also
like
when it
him
comes-
for it. He's never been popular with
But
evangelicals.
when it comes
Vivek
to
has
saying
never been
unchristian things on tape, is there a more like prominent example than Donald Trump
They don't
himself?
care. They don't care. They don't care about
That's
their
what I'm
values.
saying,
I'm telling you, their
exactly.
values are a grift. But when it's apparent, like look, when it's apparent and when it's in your face, they're not gonna like same way that they won't vote for a homosexual in the Democratic Party. But when their own politicians like have gay affairs and whatever, they don't give a fuck. Right? They don't have principles. But still, when it's like someone explicitly like a minority and a non-Christian, it's very hard for them to believe it. Not in large swaths. You're just not gonna see it.
I don't know. I feel like he could just do the same thing that like Pence did, like just pick a heavily like I mean, sorry, that
Then
Trump
here's
did,
my
pick a
bet. Here's my
Pence.
bet. Under the condition that Republicans run Vivek in 2028, they could not, and then my bet is irrelevant. But if they run Vivek in 2028, I predict that he's going to get crushed, and I'm willing to put $20 on it right now.
I'm more talking about do you think he just can't win it, or do you think he can then? Because right there, that's what I'm saying. The point is, do you think he can win the
will.
primary?
I don't think
I'm
he
not
will.
over
I
here
don't know
trying to
what
say he's gonna
can
win.
means. I don't know what can. I don't know what like you mean by can. Like anyone can. I don't think he will.
Okay. That's more what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about whether or not he'll win the presidency. I'm talking about the
A
primary,
potato
though.
can win. I don't know what can is relevant. I'm talking about will.
Sorry. Let me give you a more definite claim. It's crazy when you're saying that you don't think he can win, or sorry, that he will win, just because of the Christian base. When the Christian base seems like the most
That's
flexible
not
base.
the only reason.
Yeah,
He's never been
especially
popular. I
being
think he has
behind
like less
Donald Trump.
popularity than Trump.
He
has
went
less
from 1%
popularity
to 11% in the primaries, and now he's backed by Trump, who the Republican Party will come slurp until the end of time. Okay. So to think that they won't get behind him is a little crazy.
Whoa! No ad hominems in this room, please. No, on
To
my-
Republicans?
I mean,
Yeah,
just to be
my
clear,
bad,
who
my
thought-
bad,
who
my
thought
bad.
he got- what
How
percentage of the
even-
vote do you think he got in the primary?
He at one point his highest was 11.4.
He dropped from the primary. He didn't get any vote. So I don't know what you're talking about. He dropped from the primary. I
Okay,
don't know what
so
you're
look
opening
up
your mouth
here.
if you
Okay,
don't
I
know
got
the
you. I got
if you don't
you.
know
Yeah,
the
don't worry,
path.
don't worry. I can help you. If you look up the polls throughout the primary, you will see he
Yeah, I
started
didn't
at
ask about polls. I asked about voting.
So do we not think voting is a good do we not think polling is a good way to tabulate like what?
That's not what I asked you though. You said he got a percentage of the vote, and that threw me off. Like that was
yeah,
so illiterate. I thought like, wow.
Sorry,
like,
when I'm talking about polls, when I'm talking about that, does that make it better?
okay, that's not a vote. Okay, yeah, you
Okay.
said vote, and that was like really bizarre.
Okay, there. Now that we've gone through that, do you agree though that getting from 1 to 11 is a pretty big growth, and now he has Trump behind him?
1 to 11. No,
Percent
not when other people
polling.
drop. Not when other people drop. No, like when the less people are in the primary, the more you're gonna get of the vote. Of the poll.
So you think
Like-
okay?
Yeah, but the idea that he lasted that long is insane. It's
Well,
huge.
I
For
mean,
somebody
last-
Well,
Is
lasting
it?
that long is a function of how much you're willing to talk and like take the.
No,
the
it's
And-
a,
and
but
fun.
for a
Also
brand
money,
new
he has a lot of
politician
money.
Forcing you to
who-
drop
Yeah.
out.
This
Like
is
there's
not-
nothing forcing a candidate to drop out.
No, but he was never
Except for
ever-
Nancy Pelosi.
What forced Nancy Pelosi to drop out? What?
You
No,
just didn't
Nancy
understand my joke.
Pelosi
It went over your head.
forced
Yeah,
Biden
it's
to drop
okay.
out. Yeah.
That's not what I mean. A law. What? Come
It was-
on, don't be.
It was a
retarded.
joke sample. It was a
We're
joke sample.
joking.
Breathe,
It was
bro.
a joke.
Breathe.
Chill, bro.
I'm on your
Bro,
side.
sample. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Can I eat some pork?
Well, no, eat babies. That's tastier.
No.
I
Christian
know.
babies, preferably.
Hey,
Preferably
I'm
Christian
Amish. I
babies.
can't
Stay
eat
safe.
pork.
Love you all.
Bye.
No, don't go, Isaac.
They're like
Gone.
Christian Palestinians. They're rare, but they're like the tastiest. Yeah.
No. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to the convo of the Democratic Party. I don't know why we're focused on the Republicans. Who cares? I mean, whoever
Yeah,
the
in the
Republicans
Democratic Party, I don't know. You don't know either.
Trump
I mean,
just
you
has
wanna...
to say, "I trust this guy," and he's gonna win. All Trump has to do is deliver this next 2 years.
Sure.
So now, what is for you the answer?
When you, I think
Are y'all gonna
delivering
stop
for Trump
talking
means
gay?
like doing nothing.
Are
Like,
y'all gonna quit being gay? This is the true question. I know Isaac was too nice to ask it like this.
actually, we might need to actually be gay. I think we need to run Pete Buttigieg, my guy. My guy.
True.
Or my gay, rather. Yeah.
I can see a Gretchen Whitmer with Buttigieg on the team.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, Gretchen Whitmer feeding the Democrats wildlife, which is the Gen Z children furry, and Pete Buttigieg already he is a bear. If you know what I'm talking
No, he
about.
needs to be the president. He's the top of the ticket.
But I am
I'm
curious.
saying,
You
look, I don't
do-
know what Democrats will do. I don't know what I think they should like double down
I'm
on
getting
like
pissed. I'm
broad,
getting pissed.
I don't know what you're interrupting. I don't look. I think they should double down on broad, simple messaging, like build more homes and like safe and legal marijuana or stuff like that. Issues that matter to young voters, to popular people that you can communicate easily. Right? I think that's the direction they should go. I think that we'll see people pushing for that.
Why
But
do
I
you
don't know
believe
what
that-
they will select. If I knew, I would bet on it in betting markets.
Well, why-
I'm
why-
very,
Yeah,
like, for example,
exactly.
I'm not confident in any candidate right now. I'm very confident that if Republicans pick Vivek, he's going to get crushed. And I'm willing to put $20 on it right now. You won't agree to that bet. You won't agree to that bet. You won't bet with me $20 right now.
Isaac, I forget, but I think I said that you were too nice to say that you're not gonna ask them why.
Can you address what I said?
How they're ever gonna stop losing. But anyways, back to you, man. I think Sample, you don't live on this earth. I really don't believe you live in this universe. I think you believe live in a different universe. It just seems like you're out of touch of this
If you're
space.
so confident, then if you're so confident, let's bet on it right now. If my bet is under the condition that the Republicans run Vivek, if they don't run Vivek,
Bro,
then my
everyone
bet is-
here is
stop
broke.
talking
Okay,
about Vivek. Let's
$20
talk
is a
about
lot
the
for
Democrats.
us.
Who is the Democrats gonna win? No, you guys have
I don't know. I said if I knew, I would bet on it.
Yeah,
But I
I
said,
get-
I'm
why
not
do you
gonna
expect
do
us
Are
it.
to
you serious
know?
when you said
What?
you're gonna go more gay? I thought you
God,
were joking.
negative IQ.
Is that your true answer?
I mean, I think Pete Buttigieg could be good, but like I don't
thought y'all were
know
joking.
about Pete Buttigieg. I like Pete. I
Yeah,
think
about
Pete does a
gay
really
people.
good
When I
job
said
in
y'all are gonna be more gay
circuits.
to win
Like,
the next election, you guys said
Garbage.
yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with running a gay candidate. That gay candidate being Pete Buttigieg. Like, that's fine with me.
Bro,
Like, I
it's
don't.
not gonna work. It's not gonna work, guys. You guys are gonna lose. You know what you need to
Okay.
do?
I don't know if Buttigieg can win. I'm just saying I know that if they run Vivek, they lose, and you don't think that. so
No,
I'm
you
willing
don't,
to bet
because
on it.
you said the same thing about Donald Trump.
Listen,
don't know anything.
since the Twitch ad
No,
apocalypse,
I had
okay?
money that
Since the
Trump
Twitch
will
ad
win.
apocalypse.
What are you talking about?
I
Oh.
can't. I haven't been getting by.
You don't know
okay?
me. Shut the fuck up.
Dude. I make
Well,
way more money on
most of your
YouTube than I did
party-
on Twitch anyway.
You said you didn't have money on Trump. I did.
Although it'd still be nice if my
Man, I
ads
should've-
and Twitch
I should've
weren't gone
put it on
too.
Trump. I thought they were gonna
But-
steal the election from him.
I had more than $20. I don't have much money. I don't want to bet on a lot. I don't bet money that I'm not comfortable losing, right? But I'm willing to bet $20 with you right now that if they run Vivek, they will lose.
Okay, and I'm willing to bet right now if you guys don't change your messaging and don't switch up a little bit and start actually talking about to the youth of this country and start actually presenting to them ideas that will help them instead of just
I don't
kind
disagree,
of
though.
shame
I don't
and guilt
disagree.
them.
I don't disagree. Why would I bet on something I disagree on?
Well, you have to agree then with me that Kamala Harris lost this election. It was her election.
I
to
agree
lose.
she lost. What?
lose.
Why
Her
wouldn't we
election to
agree
lose.
with that?
No, but it was her election to lose. No. She had already completely won. Trump was,
No,
like you
I
said,
don't think she
unpopular.
won. No, I think
She
in
had
a
the
certain
complete
sense it was
media
impossible for her
apparatus
to win.
behind her. Still loses
I think
the election.
in a certain sense she could not have. Like,
She
it was
is a
impossible for her to
disgrace, exactly like Hillary Clinton. And I'm tired of you guys keeping going after the Democrats. I'm tired of you. Y'all need to grow up here and stop with the Stockholm syndrome.
win. Okay.
What?
I don't think I don't think it was ever realistic that she would win.
Be
That's why I
free-
had
be
money
free from the
against.
Democratic
Oh
Party.
my fucking god, retard! Let me finish. So I never thought it was realistic for Kamala to win. That's why I had money that she will lose. I bet money more than $20 that she would lose. Similarly, I think anyone who honestly can look at me in the face and tell me Vivek will win, they're gonna run Vivek, bro. Then I'm willing to bet money with him that he will get crushed. What?
You're such an unserious person. The problem
Oh,
is
that's
not
an
Vivek.
argument. That's an
Stop
argument.
talking about
That's an
Vivek.
argument, bro. That's an argument.
No, the problem is not Vivek. The problem is Namfan won't agree with me that the Democrats are going to
Wait,
lose
what?
the
I
next
won't.
election if they try to be gay again.
I don't-
They need to become
I don't know what you
manly.
mean by be gay again. I don't know for sure whether if we ran Pete Buttigieg, I don't know if he would win or lose, but I think Pete Buttigieg would have a chance at least. Like,
I'll tell you, you guys are not going to say it. Isaac might say it, but even him, except when he cuts his ginger hair really short, he doesn't have the ginger bravery as usual. So maybe right now it's not his season. So maybe he won't even say it, but I'm going to say it. If y'all don't get back in and stop shaming your men and act like the women are going to help you win these elections, obviously they failed you. Y'all need to get back in and shake the men's hands.
have
and
fun on your
apologize
panel,
to them.
Tiki Tack.
And maybe to some men,
bro.
I know you guys like it, maybe fondle their nuts. Not all of them are gonna like it. But listen to me, y'all need to stop being fucking gay. Stop shaming and guilting these men that they're fucking losers because they don't want their wives to be passed around the club. And listen to me, man.
What do you think
We will
Kamala
win the
said
next
that was related
election.
to
We
that?
will win the next
What do you
election.
think Kamala said that
Put
was
a
related to?
strong candidate that is behind the youth, that actually wants a strong economy, that
Yes.
wants traditional
So-
values, and you will win the next
So here's a question.
Well,
What's
for
the
some
single
reason,
statement
no one
Kamala
will say
said?
it, not even Isaac. I don't know. Somebody's paying you guys. Give me more money. I want money.
Okay.
I am
Again,
getting
I had
paid.
money against Trump. The idea that I'm paid to shill for the DNC on Discord is retarded. But you're fine with conspiracies about everything. Like you didn't even know what the BLS was. That was crazy.
Yeah, don't know what the
But look,
BLS is, but
I'm
you're
just
fine
making
alleging
the
yourself.
claim. I'm just making the
I
claim.
genuinely thought it was
Very
a
simply,
Korean
let me
battle.
finish. Oh my God, you're impossible, dude. I'm making the claim that Kamala didn't lose because of men having their wife passed around or anything like that. She never talked about that. That's an online issue. That's like a cuck, schizophrenic online Joe Rogan podcast issue. That maybe you're the type to talk about that or be interested in like people being cucked. I don't think the average person like cares about that. Sorry.
Can we take a minute to make sure you guys follows Non-Fawn and subscribe?
Non-true.
True.
His name is
Unsubscribe from
It's
Sample.
pronounced non-fan. It's pronounced.
It's not pronounced. No, fuck you, Sample Dough. It's non-fun. NONFON. Non-fun 420 on Twitch and Kick and
And
Twitter.
I don't make content. I'm not.
Non-fun. NONFON on YouTube. Subscribe there. Go watch me debate conservatives on there as
Make
well.
sure you guys do not ever subscribe to Sample Text ever.
I agree.
He doesn't have content.
All right. Anyway,
I have, like,
so
a personal Twitter
Sample
page,
and his
so
Vivek
that's
obsession. Do you like?
Wait, I
I
don't
leave
want to.
on Twitter
Oh my god! Wait, Bernard, just real quick before you go back to feedback, can we agree that Democrats saw quite a bit of success in some down ballot races? Like there were a lot of cases where like the Democratic senator got more votes than Kamala Harris did, like in Arizona.
Yeah. And what do you attribute that to? Me, it could be. Sorry.
I think the big thing is
So here's a
that
question.
people
Do you
blamed
think-
the president
do you
for
think Bernie would have
inflation.
significantly. Wait, but Menard, do you think Bernie would have significantly outperformed Kamala?
The populist, if they were like a kind of populist, if they were anti-war, if they showed that they were anti-interventionism. It seems like these were kind of indicators why these, even though they were Democratic down ballots, they still won. Even
Well,
with
that's
this-
not a good explanation because
So,
Jill
so
Stein.
it
Yeah.
seems like it's a populist. It seems
But
like
I'm
this
asking
was
you a question. I'm asking you a
populist
question.
vote
Here,
movement.
let's
It
test
wasn't
that.
a Republican movement. It was a populist movement. This is what I need to
Menard.
put in your head.
So let's test that. Do you think if we ran someone like Bernie, he would get like a lot more votes than Kamala? Yes or no? Can he
Hello?
listen? Does he have a brain? Does he have a focus?
Yeah, I don't know.
So Bernie, after he was fondling the booty hole of his
What?
of Nancy
What?
Pelosi.
What?
Who
get
Bernie
it.
was doing
Like,
what? Bernie
Stop
was.
being online.
Bro,
Like,
Bernie
you're talking about people
Sanders
being
can
cucked, and you're
eat
talking about
that
like your wife being
long.
passed around, and you're talking about like booty holes, and
Yeah,
That's
he
cringe.
can eat a
Like gay.
schlong.
that's gay,
Yeah.
bro. I don't know.
So
Look,
that doesn't
I'm
actually answer
saying-
the question
Bernie
though.
Sanders
Here's
was
my
the
argument.
worst
Here's my
human being
argument.
on the
Here's my
world.
argument. Here's my argument. Here's my argument. My argument is very simply, I don't think Democrats had like any real way to win the election, even if they ran a populist like Bernie. Because if we look at Vermont, right, where Bernie ran as a senator, he didn't get a significant amount more of the share of the vote than Kamala did. He won like 63%, and she won like 62%. Or like I think he got less votes, but like there was another candidate that got 2%, and if you combine it, he has like 1% more. He got less votes than Kamala in Vermont, right? So don't think this idea that like there is just a mass yearning for like a Bernie type populism against intervention and pro whatever bullshit is like what's going to win for Democrats, because Bernie got less votes than Kamala, right? Like it's just not. It's a delusion. It's a delusion.
I
And
think
Jill
Warren
Stein didn't
got
get
less
any
votes than
meaningful
Kamala,
percentage of
too,
the vote
yeah.
as well. Yeah. So again, like you just are like living online. You just consume right wing content and you just regurgitate this
You
retarded
are
content. You have zero
so
facts.
unbearable, bro. It's like
Oh,
how
I just
the
don't
hell-
like you. I just
It's
don't like
like
you.
you
Therefore,
will
you're wrong.
never,
I don't like you. Therefore, you're wrong.
ever. It's like now I understand why CNN is losing its viewership. It's
Awesome,
because
bro.
of people
Awesome,
like
bro.
you.
Awesome, bro. Now,
These
can you
are
address
the
what I said?
only voices that
Retard.
exist. You
Retard.
guys-
Can you address what I said?
No, the truth
Bro,
is you
no
live in
one thinks
a
this is convincing.
weird
No one
world
thinks this is like.
that is
No
not
one
in the
thinks you're being
universe that is
convincing.
the same universe as mine, and you live in this dream reality. It's called a hoax reality. That
Awesome. Now, can you
created
respond to what I
hoax.
said? What did I say that was false? If I'm
You
in a dream
created
reality,
this
what did I say that was
hoax,
false?
and I know your wording. I'm a genius, guys. No one can manipulate me.
Hey, Minar, why do you
Right.
think Kamala got less votes? Got more votes than Bernie?
I'm fun. You gotta admit, man. You gotta concede to me, man. You gotta concede to me. You
About
know me too
what?
well.
Not Minar.
Bro,
Why do you think
I
Bernie got less
absolutely
votes than Kamala?
smallest, worst enemies than I have in front of me.
I don't think
No,
so.
no one thinks that. Wait, but Minar, answer my question. Not fun. Can you force him to answer my question? Like, my question was, how do you explain Bernie getting less votes than Kamala? Can you explain
What?
that?
Where?
In Vermont!
When?
In
In this
2024!
last election,
Retard!
what the fuck do you mean?
Retard!
Show me
Dumbass.
statistic. What are you looking at? What are you talking
Oh my
You
fucking
don't know
god,
anything!
bro!
You don't know
Look it up.
anything! You're crazy! You're like retarded! You're like an empty brain.
2024
Empty skull.
Vermont
Nothing inside your brain.
election. Presidential election.
You got
Let's
you got
see.
like 62% of the vote. Kamala got like 63.
I guess it's proof that Bernie's ineffective. Even his own state hates him.
Or the idea that like there's a mass yearning for like populist, non-interventionist rhetoric is just not there. It's just only a schizophrenic
Because
podcast.
no one believes that
like,
Bernie is a populist anymore because
that
Bernie
implies that he lost
disassociated
because
from his
non-
that rhetoric.
No, there was like another
And-
seat. I
and-
think
and-
there was
and-
another
and he
seat.
endorsed
There was
the Biden
another seat. I
administration.
think in
No
West
one believes that
Virginia.
Bernie is a populist
There
anymore.
was
He endorsed
another
the Biden
seat. I think in
administration.
West
No, he endorsed the Biden
Virginia of this
administration.
girl. Yeah, there was another seat. I think in West Virginia or something. I could like try to look it up again of this
No,
candidate.
not only
in the
did he
Democrats
endorse the
that
Biden
ran. Oh my
administration, he
God, not
endorsed the
fun. Can you like
Hillary
mute him? Let
Clinton
me talk.
administration.
Oh
Let me
my
fucking
God,
talk.
bro.
Nobody
It's
believes that
impossible.
Bernie's
This guy.
a populist
This
anymore.
guy's
Nobody
impossible.
believes.
Not fine. Can you mute him or something? I want to.
I muted him for a second.
Yeah, thank you. Was another candidate. I forgot her name. I think she was in Virginia, West Virginia, somewhere there. Okay, she ran with like working class
Speak, man.
populist rhetoric,
You need to allow
and she
people
got
to speak.
crushed.
Sample-
Right? There's just no evidence at all anywhere in any poll in any election that Democrats would have won massively if they would run this like populist,
you need to take a drink of water
anti-interventionist
now.
or working class rhetoric. It's just not there. We don't see it. It never manifested. That's
Take
why
this
Bernie got less of the votes. Now instead of being schizophrenic and
That's
pivoting
why.
and talking about like people touching buttholes and like people getting cucked or like your podcast bro belief or whatever, can you talk and explain to me why Bernie got less votes than Kamala? Clearly everyone thought he was more populist than Kamala.
Because he turned out to be closeted homosexual. I don't know.
Okay.
It's 'cause he's a socialist.
Not fine. I'll talk to you later.
Sample.
Guys, like,
You are
negative, like-
unbearable. You're a propagandist. You're a big liar. That's all I gotta say to you. Thank you.
Wait, Localist, I agree with you. It is because Bernie's more left-leaning. Menard thinks that if we ran someone way more left-leaning because he's a populist, that he would that they would win.
I don't know, like, why he was like he lost because of non-interventionism. Like that has nothing to do with it. It's because he's a socialist, not because he's non-interventionist. It has nothing to do with it.
So he lost because he's a socialist, is what you said?
I think that's the big reason.
Yeah.
Is he's way super left-leaning. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
So
way,
he lost
and
because
that's
he's a
also another
socialist.
reason
That means Kamala
Kamala
lost because she was a socialist.
I don't think
She's
she's
farther to the left than Biden.
Even if
And I
you
think that's a big
say
reason
she's
why-
a socialist, would you concede she's not as far left as Bernie Sanders is?
Her final year, she presented herself, the final 3 months, but the whole time before, she tried to emulate his kind of messaging, actually.
In maybe in
Except when-
2019,
And
I don't even
also-
think she was as socialist as him in 2019. But
Yeah, I guess when it comes to healthcare, but in everything else, in the social policies,
even know
she
if
never,
that's true,
ever,
but okay.
ever pushed back, ever.
Yeah, like you
also,
all
wait,
said
also
that,
Elizabeth Warren also underperformed Kamala Harris in her state of Massachusetts. She got less of a percentage of the votes and just less votes overall. And Elizabeth Warren is also borderline socialist, social democrat type person, similar to Bernie. So I don't think the idea that running these people would
These are
cause us
not
to immediately win is well founded. You don't think that
These are not
Bernie and
popular.
Warren are populist?
These are. It's been proven they're not.
Uh,
It's been proven. They have endorsed a non-populist movement, and no one. is
Bernie
accepting
Sanders
it.
and Elizabeth Warren are not populist. That's your position.
Yep.
Okay,
No one respects it.
that's
No one respects it like
100% cope.
No
That's
one respects
100%
him like
cope,
they used to.
considering
I bet you if you tried to run Bernie versus Trump that last election, you would have lost. I bet you.
literally earlier in this argument, you were saying that we should have ran Bernie and the like primary was
Yeah,
rigged
you should
against
have
Bernie.
given him the race 2016, and you had full control over Bernie. So I don't get
Oh
why
my
you
God.
guys didn't do that. You would have had 12 years of your presidencies. But it's clear as that was my argument that you should have given him in 2016, and it's clear as day that there's something in the DNC or the Democratic Party that doesn't allow that there's something disconnected from the populist vote. That even though
Wait, you
guys should have had
populist
a
vote? You
populist-
just admitted that he's not.
Yeah, you guys no. In 2016, he was the populist vote. You guys could have had a
Oh, but
populist
he
vote,
switched
quote,
and he's no
unquote. Let me
longer a
finish.
populist. Okay,
Let me
got
finish.
it.
He could have been the populist vote, quote unquote, and then you had full control over him because he didn't show his cards yet. He didn't show that he's completely taken over. Isaac, you agree with
Mhm.
me? There's no way that Bernie Sanders did not change the sentiment behind him. Nobody believes him anymore, and because all he says is bullshit. He's been talking about how he wants to reduce war, but he voted for Ukraine. He voted for a lot of. He's a horrible candidate. So they
Wait,
could have
didn't he
controlled
vote
him. But
against
the
Iraq
idea
and
is,
Afghanistan?
The idea is they could have had the populace. They could have won 2016. Instead, they forced him to lose. They forced him to go and endorse Biden. After that, he loses. And you think now, after that, they're gonna run him again, and anybody's gonna trust that? Fuck that. He's not the same as he used to be. No, they fucked it up. They fucked it up. They
It's
could have
like
ran him
98.
and won in 2016,
He's
and they
also
could have had
82,
12
but yeah.
years. Sorry?
Wait, we could have 12 years, so we could have.
Yeah, you could have
We
gotten
could have
8
won
years
after-
and another. You could have gotten 8 years and another 4 to another 8
So you do
years,
think
100.
Bernie could have won in 2020? He just would have had to won in 2016 first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You would have had 8 years and then another
Okay.
4 to 8.
I don't think that. I think it's possible Bernie could have won either 2016 or 2020, but I think it's I don't think it's more likely than
Not
someone
anymore.
else.
Nobody cares about him anymore. He endorsed Biden. Nobody believes him anymore. Not
Just
even
because you
Kamala
endorse it.
endorsed
How long
Not-
has
not even
Bernie been
Kamala
endorsing
endorses Biden.
candidates? Wait, did Bernie endorse Hillary?
Yeah, he endorsed Hillary as well. Yes.
Did Bernie endorse whoever ran for president and it'd be Obama? Did Bernie endorse
Yes.
Obama?
Yes. No.
So
wait,
he-
wait,
so
wait.
clearly
I don't know
you can
about
be a
that.
populist.
Nobody knew about Bernie about that time. He wasn't a populist that time.
What do you mean it wasn't a populist at that
You
time?
see how they are short-lived. You see how they show up and disappear because people don't believe them anymore. You have to. They create a relationship.
Bernie
then they lose it.
Bernie Sanders has been a sitting senator for like he's
Yeah, but
literally one of
nobody
the
believes
longest
he's a
serving
populist
senators.
anymore. Nobody believes he's
That's
behind
not true at
people.
all.
He's an economic populist. Yes, he is.
No.
Why is
they don't
Bernie is
believe that.
also
They
like in
believe
favor of
he's a
some of like the
liar.
tariffs
No,
that
the
Trump isn't.
sentiment, the sentiment behind Bernie is that he's a liar, that he's untrustworthy,
The class
that he won't
populist.
fight for the people, and that all he was doing was raise donations. That's the sentiment behind it. This is clear as day. I don't know why you guys are so disconnected. Isaac agrees with me. Anyways, go ahead.
Isaac, I don't think Isaac agrees with you that Bernie is not a populist. I think Isaac is saying that Bernie would have won 2020, which I agree Bernie could have won. I don't know if he would have done better than Biden, but
I don't know if he would either. I don't think he would.
Huh? What's up?
I don't think he would have won.
Gayalist party DJ.
localist party,
Joe
just call him
Biden
gay.
better.
Bro, why did Isaac leave this room, bro? Listen to me, guys. No one's
I don't
smarter
know.
than me. No fun. No fun. Concede to me, man. Concede to me.
Concede to
Say-
you that
actually like
what?
talking to me. Say you like talking to me more than anybody else on Twitch,
I'm not gonna say more than anybody else on Twitch.
except Tom Foolery. Maybe Tom Foolery is better to talk to.
I've never even talked to Tom Foolery, but Tom Foolery, if you're
Joking,
watching, I would
because
love
that
to talk to
guy
you though. You
sounds
make good content.
Horrible
Uh,
to talk to.
Tom Foolery's horrible. Tom Foolery, I don't think he'd be horrible to talk to. Tom Foolery, hit me up if you're
Horrible
watching.
to
If you
talk
see
I
this,
just made a video about his recent interview with Destiny. It was the most disgusting, the dumbest interview I've ever seen in my life. He was like nervous the whole time. He completely agreed, didn't push back at all against Destiny. I mean, it was such a.
well, they're both
jerk
pretty
fest.
left-leaning. I would expect that they would agree on most things.
Yeah, but the idea that all left wingers are like that, you guys don't disagree on anything? What the fuck?
Was that my claim?
No, but that's what happened. Like you didn't see it. Like there was a lot of agreement. Like I literally said in the video.
That
like,
was
maybe
my
I-
claim was that
maybe I
they're both
shouldn't watch,
left-leaning.
maybe
I
I
would
should
expect
leave
them
him
to
alone,
agree
they're
on most
having a moment.
things.
Huh?
My only claim was that they're both left leaning. I would expect them to agree on most things. And then you said, you think Democrats agree on everything? And I said, no, that wasn't my claim. And then you said, well, we saw Tom Foolery and Destiny agree. And I was like, well, I don't. Yeah, that was my initial claim. It's that Democrats agree on both things, or most things.
Can I ask you a question? Why is no one like?
Sure.
I'm surprised no one is donating. Like, man, people should be donating. You're doing good content.
So true, for real.
For real, bro. For real.
For real.
Can y'all hear us?
But no, you do agree this wasn't. I don't know if I would call this like a red wave because Democrats won quite a few like governor and like House seats that people didn't think they would necessarily win. Although Republicans did get a majority in the House. I just think that like a lot of people voted for Kamala Harris because they think inflation is the president's fault.
All right, man. I agree with you, man. You're smarter than me.
It's not
so
just because inflation. Like it's also.
Did I claim it was
because she
just because inflation?
Well, no. I mean, like, it's because she has no solutions to it, and only will.
Well, I don't think the president
pour
is in charge of
fuel on the
inflation, so I
fire.
don't know. What'd you say,
Well, that's
sorry?
the reason. Because if she had water and was like, okay, we'll splash water on it, then yeah, then people would vote for her. But she wants, like,
I don't know if that...
pouring
like,
fuel on
one,
the fire.
she
With,
did...
like, more spending, with free college, with free healthcare, free everything, free federal everything.
Yeah, that's
That's
exactly
why
her
she
position.
lost.
I think people just blame the president for inflation. This is why, like, every incumbent party lost vote shares, and Kamala Harris actually lost, like, the second least vote share out of all the developed countries. Inflation is one of the only things all these countries have in common. I think that's
It's 'cause
probably
of
the
spending,
biggest
too.
individual reason. Well, I don't think it's all because of spending.
well, it's
Clearly,
'cause
some
of
of it was
spending
short-term
that
supply
causes-
shocks.
No, this doesn't make sense.
Wait,
We
also,
already-
localist, shut the
They were
fuck
fighting
up. You don't
spending.
believe in inflation. Localist, do you think CPI is
Oh.
real?
No,
Do you think PCE is real?
This is insane.
no.
Do you think the statement that inflation is lower today than it was in 1980 has any truth value?
The only thing I believe in is.
Wait, answer. No,
multiplication.
stop. Answer that.
Yes, I believe everything you say. But
No, give it
That's
give it
a
an
diversion.
ironic answer to that, Locust. Do you think the statement inflation is lower today than it was in 1980? Do you think that statement has truth value?
yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. You didn't agree to that before. You had previously disagreed with that, but okay.
Yeah, but you can't agree that the value of the dollar from that era is the same as today, even if inflation is smaller.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Was my claim that the value of the dollar today is the same as it was in
But
1980 or
well,
whatever?
why are we trying to equate the two eras then in inflation?
I'm not trying to
'cause-
equate them.
Because we could claim that the inflation is already is higher. Without it's kind of like a secret inflation where the dollar's lost so much value that
It's a
from that
secret
era.
inflation.
Yeah, because it's lost so much value that it is an inflationary kind
Lenore,
of.
what do you think my claim was?
That the old money has less inflation, or the inflation never risen more than. Or
Okay, my claim was that in like 2020 today, inflation, the rate at which prices are increasing month to month is about like 2 to 3%. Back in 1980, the rate at which prices were increasing was more like 10%. So my claim is that the rate at which prices are increasing now is less than it was in 1980. Localist has previously disagreed that the statement that like the job market is better today than it was in 1930, or that inflation is better today than it was in the 1980s, doesn't have any truth value at all. So I was trying to get him to concede on that.
Not only that, localist.
Maybe that's because he failed to.
Localist thinks we should adjust for inflation twice. Like he doesn't know.
He
what he's
also
talking
does
about.
think that. So
No, maybe
Yawn.
he just misunderstood and he didn't expand on the claim.
no, he's
that-
just dumb. Nope. He
that
didn't misunderstand anything. He's just dumb.
Inflation is
Nope.
higher in his
I'm very
perception
misunderstood.
No,
because
he's
of
like
the
you.
loss of
That's like my
value.
word.
Very dumb. He looks very stupid. Like you.
Twisting it into an origami puzzle here.
Localist, you're not dumber than an origami plant.
Exactly. I'm not dumber than an origami.
He might be dumber than you, Minar. Like it's hard, but
Example, no one in the universe is dumber than you.
I
So
bet
true.
money right now. I know more than you about like any economic topic than. Like,
Oh man,
You're
good for
so
you, man.
smart that
Listen
you're
to you.
dumb.
Listen to me, man. Good for you, man. But hey, can I say one thing?
Wait,
Man,
Menor, how
I
is
just-
GDP calculated?
I don't know why, man.
Wait, what's the four components of GDP, Menor? Localist,
People
what's the four
smile,
components of
and When you
GDP?
walk, I imagine they
Enjoy
frown.
Well,
That's
actually,
all I
it's
gotta
fine.
say.
Thank you for the bits,
Okay.
Bobby. I
Find
appreciate it very
yourself
much.
a
Yes, the
phenomenon.
shekels.
Yeah.
Ah, hell yeah.
Shalom,
Thank you. I
good on
appreciate
you,
it a
my
lot,
brother.
Bobby. Thank you.
Finally, the Jews
Helping
pay
out during the
back to
Twitch
the
adpocalypse. I
Jews.
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Minar, what's the equation for GDP?
I'm not doing your homework, buddy. Okay.
Minar.
We'll accept
what
that
are
half
the
a penny that you sent us, the dollar.
Menor, what's the equation for GDP?
The
What's the
inflation for
formula?
the who? Jimmy B?
What's
The equation for
formula-
GDP.
What's the formula for inflation? What for GDP? I'm sorry, you confused me.
What's
the
up with the
for GDP?
inflation for the GDP? So I know the GDP.
What's the formula for
What's the
GDP?
formula? How is it? What are the
wait,
four
wait,
components?
Minar,
Okay, the
what does
formula
GDP
is
stand
it?
for?
Is
What does
it?
GDP
Is it the
stand for?
Is it the cost of goods minus?
No, no,
Oh, is it? Okay, I know it is. I know it is. It's imports.
Manar, what does
imports
GDP
minus
stand for? What does GDP
Minar,
stand
what does GDP stand for?
It's total imports minus export. It's the general.
No,
domestic,
it's exports minus imports,
General
dumbass.
domestic.
It's the other way around, dumbass.
I got it close. I wasn't even looking this
No,
up. I swear.
Googled it. You probably Googled it.
And you still
Like,
got it wrong.
you
You only
don't even
named
know-
one
you don't even know
component,
what
not
you-
four of
Let me
them.
open your screen. Let me see if you Googled it, actually. Let me open your screen. Give me a second.
Bro, I'm actually smoking a cigarette. I can't Google. I'm watching on phone here.
Alright, okay.
I'm kind of mesmerized by the Minecraft video. I've been watching it.
Yeah,
for the past
sample
hour.
I did
I'm
update it, by
telling
the
you,
way.
it's
You know that,
hypnotic.
right?
It's hypnotic, I agree.
I've
agree,
been
it's
watching
hypnotic.
it for an hour, bro. I can't stop. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, I updated it too. It's different Minecraft
Yeah,
videos
it's
and it's a different
definitely
Subway
different.
Surfers video. So sample is sample. You no longer have it all memorized. It's brand new.
Oh, yeah, that's
Bro,
good. Yeah, I've
Shalom,
noticed.
Shalom,
That's-
Shalom.
Shalom,
Shut the
akhi, shalom,
fuck up,
shalom.
Shalom. What the fuck are you talking
أهلان
about?
أهلان وسهلان يا حبيبي.
Hey,
Pronunciation sample.
hey, that's Arabic. That's not Spanish or Jewish.
Shalom is that Spanish to you? Maybe to you. I don't know.
No,
Either
ahlan wa
way.
sahlan.
It used to be before the explosions, okay? It used to be Spanish. Either way.
Listen, man,
Uh,
you guys already stole our food. I'm not gonna let you steal our culture and our
What do you mean
language.
R? We got expelled from Spain. Well, that's what I was referencing.
Bro, you're not even a real Jew. You're like Ashkenazi.
No, I'm half Iraqi. I'm more
You're
Iraqi
like
than
R.
Ashkenazi.
Kennedy. He's not real.
I'm Iraqi. I'm
Oh,
more
you're
Iraqi than
Iraqi?
Ashkenazi.
Oh my God! You know these guys are actually Ashkenazi Jews, right?
Iraqis are everyone in Iraq.
Yeah, they're not real
Wait,
Jews.
wait,
They're like
Minar,
fake
Minar,
Jews.
Minar, do you concede that like I know way more about economics than you, like on every single topic in economics?
Bro, there's no way about culture and history. I'm more informed than
That's
all
not what
of
he
you.
asked.
Okay, yeah, wait. We can test that. What can you tell me? What is the interest rate that the Federal Reserve controls? What's the name of it?
What does this have to do with culture and history?
Well, the history, the Federal Reserve is not economic history to you?
All right. Listen, the Federal Reserve. What's up with him?
What is the
For
name
real,
of the
what
interest
is
rate
up
they
with him?
control for lending to banks?
Are you talking about Jerome?
No, you okay. So, for example, like 2 months ago or something, Jerome Powell cut interest rates, right? When he cut interest rate, what's the name of the interest rate he cut? Right, that's the chief thing people are concerned about with the Fed. What's the name of that interest rate?
Well, he
Technically,
cut
there's
the-
two, but
It's FFR. The first F means federal. I'll give you a hint. What is it? What's the name of the rate?
he cut the federal financial rate. I don't know. What the fuck
Yeah,
is this
bro.
kind of question?
Yeah,
What is this question?
you
What
have
is this?
zero clue.
What
Okay,
are you
okay,
trying to
okay,
prove that
wait.
I'm a dumbass?
Okay, let's talk about
You
history
can't
then.
prove
Let's talk
that,
about
by the
economic
way.
history.
It's
Okay, wait.
unprovable.
What is when was the period called stagflation?
No
in
one
the
will
United
believe
States?
you if
When
you
did
say
that
I'm a
happen?
dumbass.
Wait.
Wait,
When did the United
Minar.
States
Wait, I'm
get
just
off the
super
gold
curious,
standard?
Minar.
Wait. When
What
did
is
the
it-
United States get off the gold standard?
During Nixon,
When?
1984 or 19 yeah 1974.
No. What?
No.
What?
no.
Was it 1980 or 70, something like that?
No. It's idiot.
What does this have
Nixon
to
was
do
not
with
in
our debate?
1984. Nixon was not in 1984. Don't tell me you know about history and then tell me Nixon was in
I know
1984.
American
What?
history. I know about war history and culture and how the world was taken over and
Yeah,
like, all
Wait,
the
Minar, I'm just super
Clearly.
curious if
and
you
the history
remember
of the
this.
world before
Minar.
Sykes-Picot.
Minar, what is UN Resolution 181?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't know
do that.
about.
Wait, you
That's
don't
like
know what
6
UN
months
Resolution
ago.
181
What
is?
is
What's up, man? I know what
Are you-
resolution 181 is.
What is it?
Can you tell me two differences between the partition plan and resolution 181?
Ya Allah. The resolution 181. So 247 and 181.
No. I'm asking for
No,
two differences between the partition plan and resolution 181.
So
Two
resolution
differences.
181 was the 67 lines, right?
I'm asking for two differences between resolution 181 and the partition plan. Can you give me that? Like for example, I'll give you an example.
Like the partition plan was
Non-fund.
the,
One second.
so the
Non-fund.
partition plan.
Non-fund. Can you
Yeah.
tell me two non-fun? Can you tell me two differences between Obamacare and healthcare and the ACA?
So those are actually the same thing, which just with different names.
For example, one
Just,
Obamacare is bad and the ACA is good, right?
Oh, well, actually, yeah, that is true. Obamacare is
Bro,
bad because it's
y'all
communism,
are
and the
so
ACA is
dumb,
good.
bro. Yeah, hey, Sample, ever since you showed up, we lost all our viewership, man. You shouldn't leave again.
Awesome, bro.
Nice one.
Now, can you answer? Give me two differences between the partition plan and the resolution 101.
Okay. 181, remind me, was 247 or 181 the 67 lines? That's my only question.
No, it was 47.
242 is the 67 lines, by the way, not
242 is
247.
67, and then
But
181 was the partition. So the UN partition.
Don't tell me
is
you
the
know
UN
more about
it
it.
is
Wait. That
resolution 181.
alone proves that you don't know the history because you asked me what year was a 181.
Yeah, but
Yeah, exactly,
resolution
yeah.
made- No. All I wanted to ask was the difference between the 240. I thought it was 247. There's 242 and 181. I was I was getting them
Well,
intertwined.
then don't tell me you know about the history. Look.
Sample,
It's
you
like
need to take a drink of water, bro.
If I tell non-fun, I'm an expert more than him about the Vietnam War, and he
Non-fun, this
knows when
guy's
it started, and I
irritating me,
don't.
man. I
That
don't
shows
know
I'm
you
not
do.
right. That like debunks
Trivia.
right?
This is gay trivia.
Yeah,
True,
right.
yeah,
It's not
gay
gay
Localize-
trivia.
trivia,
If
yeah.
the guy
I'm
claims he
starting-
knows more than
I'm
me, he should
starting
know
to
more
like
than me.
you.
you should be able to answer like
Okay,
these basic questions.
localist. How would you test who knows
Localist.
more? How would you test that?
Shalom. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna get you,
questions.
Shalom. I swear to God, you come to my chat.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
localist.
get
Can you answer my
Shalom.
question?
Shalom,
localist?
Bobby. I'm gonna get you,
That's
bro.
trivia question.
Hey, non-fun. Can you set me up with a meeting with Tom Foolery? I want to debate that guy.
I've never spoken to
You've
Tom
never
Foolery.
spoken-
He's not on my
Okay,
friends
can you
list.
set
I've
me up
never
with one of
interacted with
your-
him.
One of your cutie guys. I know you've been debating a lot.
What am I? Who guys?
One of your cutie guys.
Cutie
Talk
guys?
about
Who
me.
are my
Talk
cutie
about me. Talk
guys?
about me.
Yeah, one of
He's
those
talking
guys that
about
got
me,
a lot
he
of
wants to.
viewers that I can kind of like.
Who do I talk to that has a lot of viewers? I don't like. What?
Didn't you show up on some big debates recently?
Oh,
a big
Hippy
panel?
Dippy. Well, you're never getting on Hippy Dippy because your brain is broken. But
No, listen, I
Um,
won't talk about Ukraine.
well, that's not
I'll
really
only
the relevant
I'll
part.
only talk about Biden.
Also, Hippy Dippy is over. But yeah, I was on Hippy Dippy.
I'll only talk about Biden, bro.
Everyone watching Menard's chat should go watch me epically destroy older conservatives about tariffs on Hippy Dippy, and now they refuse to debate me about them.
Yeah, conservatives love talking about stuff they don't understand economically.
Wait, Menard,
Bro,
who
what are you
pays a
talking about,
tariff?
bro?
Menard, who
Aren't
pays
you
a tariff?
conservative? Aren't you literally trying to ask for like racial and religious supremacy? Like you're literally
Wait.
supposedly a conservative.
Menard, who pays a tariff?
Hmm?
Oh, let's talk about tariffs for a second.
Yeah, let's talk about tariffs. Who pays the
Are
tariff?
are
pays
y'all
the
ready
tariff?
to be decimated? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm
swallowed?
absolutely ready, Menard. As soon as you
before we
answer this
talk
one
about tariffs,
question, who
before we
pays a
talk about
tariff?
tariffs, let's establish. Wait, let's establish that you will not
Non-fun,
overtalk
non-fun,
people, and we
non-fun.
won't
Who
overtalk
pays- who
you.
pays the
So everyone
sanction?
gets a minute to speak every time, right?
Menard's not going to listen to that. We'll try to.
Non-fun. Hey, Sample, I'll agree to that if you leave the chat.
Nice
Sure.
one.
Sure. I'll leave the chat. Wait. So just to be clear, I will leave the chat, and you will let non-fun finish
I
his
want
sentences.
Isaac back. I don't
Wait,
want
Isaac is free to join whenever. I'm not in control of
I
Isaac.
will leave the chat. and you will let non-fun finish the
No,
sentences.
I'm
like
kidding.
you-
I'm kidding. Stay.
Oh my god!
Stay.
Let me finish with the deal, retard.
Well, he said
Shalom,
stay.
Shalom.
I'm gonna get you.
I will
Shalom.
leave.
I'm
I
gonna
will
get you.
leave, and you will let non-fun finish the sentences, right? Right? You're not doing takia, right?
No. I was reading a little bit of the scripture, but I'm
Okay.
back.
So let me finish. So
I am back.
If you want to talk about tariffs, I will leave the chat. You will let non-fun finish the sentences. Fair? Because it seems like you have to, like when you debate, you have to interrupt the other person and not let them talk. It just seems like that. Non-fun, are you there?
I am there. I'm waiting for Menard. Menard.
Okay,
said
I'm
he can
ready.
stay. I don't know if he's
Any
gonna listen either
rules
way.
you guys want, I will accept. Please just
Okay.
let me
We
decimate
just
the
said
floor.
just
with
don't speak
Sample.
over us when we talk. Just don't.
I
Yeah,
just
the-
want to
the rules are just
decimate
not over
and
talking each
embarrass
other.
Sample. Can we get more followers?
So the
guys? Can we
rules
send
are
more followers?
like we're not over talking each other. That's the only rule.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Okay.
When I
great.
say you're
All
not
right.
going to overtalk, it doesn't mean you're not going to talk at all. You can talk now because, yeah, you
The
understand that?
problem
Well,
is
I want to
sample
answer my
almost-
question. Who pays a tariff? I just want Menard to answer that first. See if
No,
where
no,
we
no,
are.
no, no. First, he needs to
Who
agree
pays the
to not
price of
interrupt all the
outsourcing?
time. First, he needs to agree to that.
Okay, I will answer non-fawn because I already answered the other one.
Non-fun. You need to get him to not interrupt. You need to get him to not interrupt.
I mean, I am
That's the only
server
way you
mute.
can debate people.
If I can.
Non-fawn, here's the deal. When
Yeah.
you mention the word tariff, I kind of mentioned to you earlier, you were the one that I was speaking about, that there's a desensitization when it comes to
Okay, this does not answer my question at
these
all.
words. So if you say that whoever pays for it, let's say it's the American people. Let me play with you. Let me give you the whole argument. Yes,
Right.
the American people are going to pay for it, but to
Okay.
me, it just doesn't seem like the American people are interested and give a hoopty boopty about who's paying for what because they're desensitized from something like that. It seems like these American people are already so pissed off and have already been footing the bill on a lot of things they don't really care about, like the bombs in Gaza, the Ukrainian wars, the multiple atrocities that we've been committing all across, and it seems like nobody's standing up, nobody's doing anything about it. So the idea that everything non-fun. Be serious with me, man. Be
Uh-huh.
serious with me. You really think if I tell you the American people are the ones paying for the tariffs, that's it? It's
I'm
going to
not-
stop the
I'm
American
not
people
interested.
from paying? They
I'm not
don't give
interested
a
in what the
hoopty
American
boopty,
people think
man.
right now. I'm interested in what you think.
For example, all you have to prove to the American people is that these tariffs, even though they're going to cost them, is going to be helping them, and that's it. They're going to accept these tariffs because we've seen
okay,
it with sanctions.
wait. Okay, wait. Do we agree that the
Shalom.
American people pay tariffs? Okay.
Shalom, I'm taking him to the backyard.
What the fuck are you? Do we agree the people in America pay tariffs? We agree on that point, right?
Okay, people in America will pay the tariffs. Sure, I'll agree with you on that.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So,
Can
what's
you
your...
agree? Can you agree with me? Can you agree with me that that's not necessarily negative?
Why are you fucking interrupting?
Oh my God.
Dumbass? Let him
Who else
finish.
pays for it?
No.
Oh, he
Let
had
him
another
finish.
point.
Let
He had
non-fun
another point.
finish.
Go ahead.
Why are you scared of what he has to say? Let him finish.
Man, I thought he
The
was
other
done.
country pays too.
Okay, well then let
No, they
him finish.
don't.
Then it will be clear when he's gone.
Yes, they
When he's
do.
done.
Wait,
Yeah.
localists, how do
So-
they pay it? They don't have dollars. What do you mean they pay it?
Because if you're exporting something and you're being taxed on the export, that makes it
Wait,
harder.
but they're
for
not
you
being
to
taxed.
sell the
They're not being
export.
taxed on the export.
They're
Wait,
not
are they
being
being
taxed.
taxed on the export? Wait, are
And
they
that's
being taxed on the
tariff.
export?
I mean, tariff.
My
I mean, on the
my
import.
argument. No.
Import.
Localist, don't dive into that argument. You don't need to. This is the argument. Does it even matter if I can prove? If you can prove,
Well,
for example,
because a lot of people
No,
don't
no, no,
understand
let me-
that, so I want to make
hey,
sure we're on the
don't-
same
don't-
basis
don't-
right now.
Don't interrupt, please. Let me just.
How
finish
about
my
we
point.
let non-fun finish?
Let me just
you
finish
guys
my
interrupted
point here. Let me
non-fun
just
to
finish
just
my
ask you
point. Does it
retarded
really
things.
matter
Okay,
if you can
finish.
prove? If you can prove that these sanctions, like for example, tariffs are going to be a net positive to the American people,
Okay, yeah,
doesn't
if you
matter
can
that it
prove
costs a
it
little bit.
wouldn't
We've
matter.
seen
Yeah.
it with sanctions. It didn't matter.
Benar, I don't
Awesome.
disagree
Wait,
with you.
so a
If you
couple
could
things.
prove it's a
If
net
you could
positive,
prove it, it wouldn't matter. But the problem is, one, you don't let non-fun talk. He said one thing and you interrupted him immediately. So that's the only way you can do debates. You're afraid of what non-fun has to say, so you have to cut him off. That's
Sample
the first
text,
thing.
sample
The second
text.
thing is
English or Spanish?
the second thing is Trump, when he talks about tariffs, doesn't even acknowledge that they're a tax that the American importers pay. He says that China pays them. So he's either dumb or lying or both. These are the
How
two
does
problems.
China pay? They
China
export
doesn't
everything.
pay.
When you restrict their exports, they pay through not being able to export as
No,
much.
America cannot. The
Oh
IRS
my God.
cannot tax. America cannot tax China because they don't have authority over China. They can tax American businesses.
It
If you
weakens
open an
China.
economics textbook, and you see the definition of a tariff, it's an import tax. It's a tax on imports done by U.S. consumers or
Right.
businesses. That's what it is.
But it makes their companies less competitive, which then hurts their economy.
Even
as
if
well.
it hurts China, it's not a tax on China.
that
China
has
doesn't
nothing to do with
pay
my
for
claim
China.
right now,
And
localist.
that's
Localist, that's not my claim.
For example,
Because you relevant
right?
argument.
If I tax if I tax a company, all of their profits, the company will go bankrupt, and now consumers get fucked. The fact that consumers got fucked doesn't mean they pay the income tax of the company. The one paying the income tax of the company is the company. Other people could get fucked by a tariff or by a tax. It doesn't mean they pay the tax. Trump
pay in a
says that
different way.
China is the one paying the tax. He says that U.S. dollars that come to the government revenue will come from China. That's either a lie or he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Menard, the reason I asked that is just because a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people don't understand that, so I want to make sure we're like operating from the same like level of fact. So now that we agree on that, my question is going to be, what is your exact position on tariffs? Do you believe we should tariff literally everything coming over the border, or like the vast majority
let me
of
give you an
things?
example. No, let me.
Wait, I don't want an example. I want your position.
No, yeah, I'm gonna give you my position on how we should be using these tariffs. This is how I'll give you, and I'll give you a real life example so you guys can understand a little bit and relate to why I believe we should do this. I believe tariffs are going to be a very strong negotiating tool. I believe tariffs are going to get you exactly what you want and the prices you're looking for when it comes to manufacturing and supply chain. I believe that, for example, and I'll give you a real life example, Trump went recently to John Deere and wipe your face, non-fun, you needed to wipe it a little bit more.
You're just not answering my question.
You left a booger. But hey, he went recently on John Deere, and in front of them, like a man's man, reminded me of one of those gladiators.
I'm gonna ask the same question once you're done, by the way, but keep going.
Tariffs could be. He said. I heard that John Deere is gonna move to Mexico. So how about this? I'm gonna introduce 100% tariffs to anything that John Deere wants to bring here from that Mexican plant, if they think they're gonna reduce costs, not under my dead body. Okay. Do I now sit there after what I saw from Donald Trump sitting there and doing that and talking to John Deere how they are and them allegedly changing the plans and not thinking about moving to Mexico anymore and keeping the plants in America? Am I going to sit here and say, no, tariffs is a bad thing, it's going to cost a lot? No, I'm going to say, holy shit, this is a net positive. Wait. This is helping the American people. And here's my real life example. Now you can relate to me. Okay, go ahead.
Menard, I promise I will go through that example with you. Okay, I promise I will go through that example with you. You did not answer my question. My question is, do you believe that we should be tariffing most/all imports that come over the border? That is my question. Like, what goods should we tariff? What percent? Like, what type of...
I believe tariffs should not be used as a tool broadly and generally for stuff. I believe they should only be used to negotiate. So, for example,
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want Tesla to be a competitor over the Chinese market and the Chinese, for example, cars in America, then you would introduce tariffs, and they cost more, but they also are going to allow Tesla to be competitive. Go ahead.
So you would rather vote for someone who like does only tariffs on like EVs rather than like universal tariffs, right?
No, because this is a strawman position. This is a strawman position. Those are not the only two positions. Those are not the only two positions available, and that's not the reason.
We asked your position.
No. Let me answer my question. If you had a choice, economically speaking, just considering economic issues, between someone who wants a tariff on EVs and key national security interests, or someone who wants universal tariffs, which one would you rather vote for? Obviously, the EV guy, right?
No, man. Why would I actually want universal tariffs just like that? I want the ability...
Listen to my question.
Oh my God.
Wait, Menard, can you repeat my question? What was the question?
No, there has to be a goal behind the tariffs. I'm not going to just want EV
Menard,
tariffs. I don't want
just
EV
you?
tariffs.
Oh my God, Menard, you're not listening.
I don't just want EV tariffs. You're strawmanning the position.
I'm not trying to strawman you. I'm trying to get clear on your position. So if you had a choice between someone, person A, let's call him person A. He says, I'm gonna do tariffs on EVs and specific things. And another guy is running on doing universal tariffs. You would rather vote for the first person rather than the second, right?
Okay, hypothetically speaking, if those are the only two positions that I'm listening to, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Now, would it be informative to you? Would it be interesting to you to know that Biden did do tariffs on EVs and very strategic tariffs on microchips and EVs, while Trump is running on universal tariffs?
Oh shit! But
Would
you're
it change your
arguing
mind
against
at all?
non-farm position.
I just think
No,
it's
no, but
interesting that you
Non-Fon
don't
is
know
trying to
anything
prove
about
to
what's
his
proposed.
viewers. Non-Fon is trying to prove to his viewers that tariffs are bad. Why are you arguing against this position?
Do you think my position is tariffs are
I'm
always
not
bad?
arguing against this position.
I
I'm
believe
saying
your
I
position is
think
anything
Biden's
Trump
tariffs were bad.
introduces.
I don't like Biden's tariffs. I'm just saying under your system, Biden is preferable economically to Trump.
Because
Under
for
your
some
system.
reason, I believe you guys believe it's bad. Because for some reason, the only indicator you guys care about is the cost to the American people, as if
Answer my question.
as if
Oh
there's
my
no other
God.
indicators
No, I
that
also
should be
think
followed.
I also think
No one wants to
now
answer
you're
your questions.
strawmanning
I
me.
hate you.
Now you're strawmanning me. I think we should care about both prices and jobs and growth and wages and or export industry and imports. I think all of them matter. You know what the
Y'all
problem
are
is?
gonna really let Non-Fon go through this without a donation?
Without a doubt, tariffs
true.
reduce all of them. Tariffs reduce productivity, they reduce
They
growth, they
always
Real
reduce
do
driver.
wages, they
all the
reduce
time.
exports, they reduce
Driver.
imports, and they reduce jobs.
Driver, don't
They
let me
reduce
drive
all
you
of
into
them.
the puddle, man.
This guy can. That's why you do, like you don't let people finish. That's the only way you can do debates. You don't let people finish.
Bro, Sample, you talk for an hour and a half and it literally has nothing to do with what we're talking about. This is your problem.
But are
don't
you
know how to
constantly
debate.
like
He gave
dodge
a good
questions and
reason
ramble on?
why the EV tariff, which is
No,
to
no,
make
we can
American
all agree.
competitive.
Wait, localist,
Loyalist is a
we can go
localist.
over that in a second.
Localist is a loyalist. He's gonna tell you the truth. No one can actually disagree with you. I'm a gangster.
I'm on your
I
side.
Actually,
I'm
I
on
actually
your
defeated
side.
everyone in
You're
this debate.
Localist is for the most part on your side, Minar. You're gonna disagree on some things, but
Driver, don't let me drive you up the hill.
okay,
man.
Minar.
And down the cliff.
We don't agree with universal tariffs. Can we go? Okay, so we got that. Okay, I just want to go over this two things real quick to make sure, like, what our make clear what our positions are, make sure we all understand what a tariff is, and then make sure we understand each other's positions. So we don't think that universal tariffs are good. Let's go back to the John Deere example. Would you say that consumers have been hurt more than producers have gained in that example?
Give him a question to understand. Give him a question he can understand.
I mean, I don't know if he
His brain is-
heard it at all.
his brain is
Yeah.
What do you want? What do you want?
I think he's malfunctioning.
Do you think that
I agree.
do you think that consumers are hurt more in terms of like the higher prices they have to pay than producers are protected from the tariff?
Then the producers
Tiki, I'll
are
let you troll
protected
Minar
from
in a
the
little bit.
tariffs.
Yeah,
It
so
just
we
seems like no, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a big difference. Seems like both parties are going to get affected negatively.
Well, no. The producer benefits, or like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the producers
people
benefit,
who have
we
the
agree.
job in the United States benefit, but the consumers now need to pay a higher price than they would have.
No. The producer doesn't necessarily benefit. It's just another. It's
They
just
do.
an addition.
if the producer
addition to
doesn't
the
benefit, then why are you doing the tariff? Do you agree that John Deere
Well,
is
there's an
helped by a
addition to the
tariff?
No, but the idea is there's an addition to the cost, and then how? Okay, well, how does it actually? Well, your question is, how does it increase the price on goods? It's because there's an.
It's not my
increased
question.
cost, and then.
That was not his question.
Let me
Why
finish,
do you keep
please.
evading-
You guys are supposed to not interrupt. And then how is it supposed to reduce why is tariffs increasing costs? Because it actually there's an increased cost and it's sent off to the consumer. That's the whole idea behind tariffs increasing the cost. So the idea now that you guys are claiming that it's not going to increase the cost on the producer is kind of fucking insane.
No, we never claimed that. No one.
The
claimed that. You're
whole
evading
claim
the
behind
question. Why
tariffs
are
is
you
going to
interrupting
increase
now?
the
Oh my
production
God,
cost,
Minar.
which
Now you're
increases the cost
interrupting
of the goods
Now
because
you're
it's going to be
interrupting me. Non-fun,
because the
non-fun, you interrupt.
producer is just sending off the cost to the consumer.
Please, non-fun, I'm
Wait, Minar.
Thank you.
We just want an answer to our question. We don't need you to ramble on about. We're asking, do you think consumers are hurt more than producers gain? Is our question.
More Sam Harris, please.
I love Sam Harris. Okay,
No.
because so
Promise me to read more, man. You need a little bit more education. But anyways, go ahead. Man, not another fucking Minecraft video. Goddamn, calm down.
I need to play Minecraft because I'm bored by your incessant rambling that does not answer my questions. So, do we agree that like consumers are hurt by the higher prices of tariffs? Is one way they're hurt, but yeah.
Not more than
You
consumers
hurt
gain.
consumers by the high price of tariffs.
Consumers lose.
Not more,
with
more,
tariffs.
bleh, bleh. Not
Do you
more than
agree
consumers, not more
that
than
sanctions
producers
increase the price of goods?
That's.
Inflation
I
is
mean,
an
they
increase
can,
in
yeah.
prices.
Wait. Why was this the policy that the Biden administration?
Wait, that's a complete
introduced?
pivot. That's a
If it's
complete
gonna-
pivot. That's a complete pivot. Do we
No,
agree that
no, it's
consumers
not.
have to pay
It's
higher prices from
very
tariffs?
reasonable. It's identical. It's equivalent. It's basically the same. Why? I didn't see you yelling and shouting. What I saw, you were actually
I did.
defending this policy.
So let me explain to you. I didn't like the tariffs that Biden did. He let some of the Trump tariffs. Oh, he left.
Oh, why'd he go? Why is he talking to that fucking guy? Oh, I can move him. The guy that Ticky Tack just said he wants to troll Minar, so I don't. Oh, what the fuck?
So look. I mean, Minar. Okay, Minar. Don't interrupt. So don't interrupt. Oh, the way it works is this. Okay, right? So Biden did some tariffs. I thought it was not a good idea. I don't like the tariffs on EVs. Under your system, you should like him more than the universal tariffs that Trump wants to do. But he wants to do less tariffs than Trump wants to do. And he even let some of the tariffs that Trump did expire. He let some of them go away. He didn't implement them again. So I think the position that Biden holds, while not ideal, is preferable to the position Trump wants, which is universal tariffs. He wants to replace the income tax with tariffs. That's a horrible idea that will cause a recession within 4 years. It would be a horrible thing.
Yeah. Well. How about this? How about I respond to you with this? What if there was an increase in spending and an increase in cost, but at the same time, manufacturing is returned to America? There's a subsidization of this cost through income taxes or a reduction in income taxes or maybe tax credits. The American people are happy now because now industry is back and jobs are stronger and there's more wages and stronger wages, and life can get back to being amazing again in America. How about that?
A powerhouse of the world. I get it. So if it was something tariffs would be able to do,
I want to get out of here.
The problem is, I don't know why you fucking interrupt.
Oh my God,
brain dead
Minar, bro.
retard. Let me finish. So I think if that's what tariffs would have done, it would be good. The problem is they don't do that. Tariffs reduce literally everything you mentioned. Tariffs don't. Oh my God, non-fun. This isn't possible. So look, I think tariffs. I think tariffs reduce jobs. I think tariffs reduce wages. They increase costs. They reduce growth. They reduce productivity. Right? They literally don't help in any dimension that you mentioned. They literally don't help.
Localist, I ripped them apart.
You didn't let
everyone apart. You evaded every question you've been asked, and you didn't let anyone finish.
Localists, they are donezo, bro. I don't know how they're looking at their viewers.
No one can watch this and think we're donezo. No one can. To be clear, no one can think. No one can watch this. A guy who didn't know what GDP was and think we're losing.
Well, I have to say, for all the economists in this room, you're lacking a lot of money. So I don't know how good all this is doing for you.
Yeah, listen, the Twitch apocalypse hitting me hard. That's why we need the bits.
So, Minar, are you Muslim?
Wow, bro, where the fuck do you bring these people from, bro? Holy shit, this guy's worse than Sample. This guy's worse than fucking Sample. This is hilarious. This is insane.
Everyone's.
Y'all are fucking crazy.
Okay, quit playing.
Why do you start like that? Who cares? Why do you care? Why the fuck do you care?
Because I have some really fun things and fun.
What does this have to do with the whole debate that we've been having?
Yeah, we're not okay. We don't need to do the trolling right now. Okay.
This is insanity.
I have another topic for you then.
Well, I want to drill down on this.
No, non-fun. You'll never be able to catch me. You'll never be able to catch me, non-fun.
Okay, great. Okay, so we agree that consumers have to pay higher prices because of tariffs, right? Thank you so much, Shalom Bubby. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we agree on that point. All right, great. Do we agree that John Deere, in this example, would benefit from the tariff because they are shielded from foreign competition?
Oh, really? Why would they then feel so threatened and try to announce that they might not actually keep those plans?
Wait. This is my point. I'm saying that John Deere benefits from the tariff, just like you're saying John Deere benefits.
So they want more. So they want the 100% tariff. So they want.
They produce in America. It protects the producer from foreign competition.
Let me explain. Can I get an actual word out? So what they do is, they say that, hey, we're gonna build a plant in Mexico, so Trump can introduce the tariff in a fucking historical way, never been done before, where in a meeting where he's sitting in front of the CEO, he tells them, I'm going to do a tariff. And so they do that on purpose so that can happen to them. Nice on you to build that sword so quickly. And then after he does that, I'm supposed to sit here and say that, oh, John Deere did that all calculatively on purpose. They actually were planning to gain these tariffs on purpose, and this was all a plot from John Deere to make more money. Are you
Minar, what I'm
fucking
saying
kidding
is that
me?
the tariff incentivizes. Wait, Minar, you don't
Bro,
understand my
the
point.
The yapping is
Minar,
crazy.
we agree here. Minar, I agree. The tariff incentivizes John Deere to produce here. That's what I'm saying when I say they gain, right? They're protected from foreign competition.
Yeah, but your
If they
implication
didn't-
here is that,
if they didn't protect
John Deere. Your implication here
producers.
is that John Deere likes these tariffs. That's your implication.
John Deere would like some tariffs. They might not like universal tariffs because it would increase the price of everything they input, but tariffs would protect John Deere from foreign competition depending on exactly, like tariffs on tractors would protect them from foreign competition. They would probably like it. They can charge higher prices now because they don't have to compete against people in China making tractors or people in Mexico making tractors.
Okay, you're right from one angle, but from the other angle, now they cannot actually ship off their extra work overseas to try to reduce their costs. So
Well, they're
it's gonna,
only
it's
doing
kind
it
of
to
in the
make
end
stuff
gonna
cheaper.
balance out. So that's why tariffs are not like sanctions. They're actually a lot better than sanctions. Sanctions, they're
Wait,
in
I
the
don't
out
care
there,
about
and that's
sanctions
negative
right
to
now.
both parties. No, the problem is you guys supported sanctions like shit against Russia, and you in the detriment of the American
That's not an
people.
economic policy. That's not an economic
Let me
policy.
finish. To the detriment of the American people, and you argued for it. And now you're gonna sit here and try to claim that you care about the American people's quality of life and that you care about their spending and how much money they're gonna increase in their
Okay,
spending.
you understand Trump wants to do sanctions on Iran, right? You understand Iran is 15% of oil exports, and he wants to do a sanction on Iran, right? So that's like.
Don't let me
not a good
take you to the
argument. Wait,
backyard.
Shut up. So that's the first thing. Second thing, we're not talking about like foreign policy or what. We're talking about economic policy. Tariffs as an economic policy don't make sense. And even if you wanted to protect jobs, there are better policies you can implement, like a subsidy, like a tax credit, right?
Hezby,
But a
we're
tariff
talking about tariffs
is bad
right now.
because it literally hurts everything we care about economically. It hurts the jobs. It increases prices. It reduces wages. It reduces growth. It reduces productivity, and it reduces exports as well. It is literally bared out by any analysis of
Localist,
tariffs.
what did he just say that
is
was wrong?
bad.
Everything.
Everything? Tariffs
one.
would increase productivity? Tariffs increase productivity. That's your position.
How? Well, why does outsourcing like?
Wait,
why
no,
is it
answer
more-
that. No, shut the fuck up. Do tariffs
why
increase
is it more
productivity?
efficient? Why is outsourcing
He's not going to
more
answer.
efficient?
He's afraid.
He's not going to
Doesn't know
answer.
what
Do
he's talking
tariffs
about.
increase productivity?
Yes.
It's neutral.
No.
It's neutral.
Wait, wait, Minar. What's the, and be very
Because we
brief about
produce
this,
more
because it is a very
efficiently.
brief answer. What is the
Yeah.
formula for productivity? What is the formula for productivity?
Productivity
Trivia
is
time.
It's material cost minus time or labor cost minus.
Just say I don't know. You can just say I don't know. You know, I would respect that. I would respect that more than like not knowing and like guessing.
But listen, man. The last time I guessed something, bro, I won big.
Did you?
Well, not
You did
this
not.
time. Not this time though.
Bro, I fucking hate talking to y'all. Listen, non-fun.
Yeah, you hate losing.
Listen,
I hate
non-fun,
losing too.
non-fun.
But like I'm enjoying this conversation. You don't like. That's like how you
Next
know
time,
one
bring
is
me
losing.
Shalom.
That's how you know one guy is losing.
I'm pretty sure Bobby has perms to join if he really wants to. So,
I want to get Shalom next time. I don't
but that's
want
not really.
sample.
Can
I'm
you
done
like?
with that.
Can you tell us the
We've already
equation for
taken over
productivity,
and
or like?
eaten sample. I've eaten samples face off already.
You're the only one who said like, "Oh, I really don't like this," right? Because you're losing.
Someone.
Give me Shalom. That's what I really want.
I mean, he's here, but like, I don't want to get sidetracked from the tariff
What's the-
conversation. I'm
Bro,
just like
that
curious
guy
why.
needs to donate a little bit more. That guy's
Maybe I
stingy
will.
ass.
Wait.
I
So
think I
not
will.
wait. Mute
It's a good
Minar for a
idea.
second. I want an answer from Localist. What did I say that was wrong?
Everything, bro.
One thing. Okay, explain in detail about one thing.
I don't remember what you said. I need you to repeat it.
Okay, I'll repeat it. I think, and I can bear it out with data and theory, okay? I think tariffs reduce jobs, they reduce wages, they reduce productivity, they reduce growth, they increase prices, and they reduce exports. All of these things are economically bad, so I don't think we should implement tariffs. Definitely not universal tariffs. So that's my claim, right? And what's your
that
response?
claim is
I was
like
wrong about everything.
that.
So
Claim
you
is
think
an
tariffs don't
addition to
increase
the claim.
prices, right? Can you explain to me how tariffs reduce prices?
When did I say that tariffs reduce prices?
You said he was
You
wrong
said I was
about
wrong
everything.
about everything. You said I was wrong about everything, and I said they increase prices. So therefore, if I was wrong about that means they decrease prices.
Oh my God, you're
You're
right.
so slow. You're so slow.
No, but
Okay, so-
you said non-fun earlier that because
Wait. What was he wrong? What is he wrong about? Can you explain why?
That's really what this is about. Is that the cost to consumer or the benefit to consumers is greater than the cost to,
Consumers don't
Consumers
benefit.
don't
because
benefit.
it's
Yeah,
the other
it's
way
exactly
around.
the opposite.
You want to say the
Yeah,
benefit to producers is greater than the loss to consumers, and that's also not true.
Yes.
By the way, like you can
And then what
draw it
you're
out.
doing
You
is
can
kind
see
of like
you can
pre-bunking the
see.
Yeah, we
reason.
can show you some
how
graphs if you
high-
want it.
That's not true if you just draw the Econ 101 graphs. But my claim
Yes,
was
the
that
benefit to
both
consumers is
consumers
not-
and macroeconomic and producers across the economy because they reduce jobs.
The
they reduce
benefit to
growth.
consumers is not greater. Definitely not.
It is-
I agree that
it
the
is
loss to
less-
consumers
I
is
agree,
greater
it's
than
not greater.
because consumers
It's
don't
not greater, I
benefit.
agree. Consumers are harmed by
I mean,
tariffs.
from
They're
outs-
not benefiting from tariffs. So
I'm saying from
localists, again, I
outsourcing,
ask you,
because
again,
you're
wait, localists.
outsourcing.
Let's make it very clear. Do
Then
tariffs
pro
increase
outsourcing. Should we
or
just make
decrease
everything in
prices?
America?
Which one do they do?
Wait, what'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Do tariffs increase or decrease prices?
They increase prices because it gets transferred to the consumer, of course. Well,
Okay, so we already
Right.
agree he wasn't
So
wrong
how
about
can
everything.
you say there's a benefit to the consumer? What's the benefit to the consumer if now the consumer needs to pay more?
the benefit's not to the consumer. Oh, well, it kind of is,
Previously,
but
you were saying the consumers benefit.
the
So
reason we need
you just
tariffs
changed
is
that.
to make American goods competitive with cheap Chinese manufacturing. If we have John Deere
Okay.
and John Deere, and it's the same company that produces the exact same method, and it's cheaper in China because of
So here's the
sweatshops
question.
and
Yeah. So here's the question. So first of all, John
Because of
Deere
those
went to
reasons,
Mexico, not China.
it's
But
fair
the
to
second
tariff
thing is,
them to level the playing
But the
field.
second thing is, let's say there's a company, okay, and they manufacture in China. Now I do a tariff on imports, okay? Why would the company move back to the United States and not just move to another country than China?
It doesn't have to be necessarily. Well, it's like
I was just giving it as an example.
Why
It could
would-
be South Korea. For example, Samsung is a competitor to a lot of American companies, right? Why would companies
tariff
producing in
any
like South
country.
Korea
You
or
can
whatever
tariff any good
move,
from any
right?
country.
So just
So
answer
you-
my
so you
question.
wanna tariff
Let's say, oh my God, let's say we have a company and they compete with Chinese materials. Like for example, steel. Okay, there are steel manufacturers in the United States. There are steel manufacturers in China. We are economically illiterate, so we want to do tariffs in the hopes that they will bring back jobs, even though they will not do that. So I'm asking you, why would the companies in China, right, the American companies that produce in China, move to the United States and not to, Mexico or Guatemala or whatever, any other country? Why would they choose?
They
to move
wouldn't
to the
have
United
to move to the U.S. because it would make U.S. companies competitive. And the reason they
States?
wouldn't
You're
move
illiterate.
to
You're
another
actually illiterate.
country is because it's not safe to, because you can just tariff them as well. So it's not.
Okay. So
move.
if you want to do universal tariffs, you agree consumers now need to pay more, right?
I'm not saying.
What do you mean you're not saying? You literally said it.
I'm not saying
You're
universal.
You're a troll. Like you're a troll.
If it's not
impossible.
universal
not saying
tariffs,
universal.
then you could still just outsource it
I'm
to
not
another
saying
country.
all
You
good.
said,
exactly.
you just said if they move to another country, tariff the other country. So it is literally universal. You want to tariff all other countries but the U.S. or they move to the
No.
United States.
I mean, like, you can play whack-a-mole with, like.
But
do
you
mean
understand the
whack-a-mole?
end of
You
the
don't
whack-a-mole is
get-
going to be
you don't
every
wanna be
country
like
being
a
tariffed,
retard.
right?
Not necessarily.
then why wouldn't they just move
Okay,
to the country
So
that's not being tariffed?
only almost all imports. Only almost all imports, right? Because China is a big importer. Oh, like Mexico is a
I
big
think we
importer
should
to the
level the
United
playing
States.
field.
So you would do a tariff on Mexico and China, which is already going to be like a majority of imports, right? Not all, but like 90%.
But
That's
why
retarded.
shouldn't we level the playing field?
Wait,
when it's
localist,
the
we can
same
respond to
thing?
that, but first, can you answer
You're
like our
not
question of like, are
responding
you in
at all.
favor of universal tariffs or like?
What does that mean? Like on all?
Well, your
God.
position is you
on
want to bring manufacturing back to America, right? And we pointed out, well, you'd have to tariff basically everyone to do that because otherwise companies are just going to go to
I'm
other
not
countries
bringing
that aren't
it
being
Also, it
tariffed.
would hurt manufacturing. It would also hurt manufacturing. Okay, no, localist, you're very slow. You're very slow. Look. If we do a tariff, let's say we have President Trump, he's so awesome, okay? And he does a tariff on steel. You know what a steel is, right? Steel, you know what that is?
Yeah.
Right. So he does a tariff on
Yeah.
Chinese steel. Now companies move to the United States, but we agreed that steel is now more expensive. Well, let's think about other companies, like companies that use steel to produce cars or nails or whatever, or housing or whatnot, right? They also use steel. If we agree that now steel is more expensive, these other businesses get fucked way more than the businesses that move to the United States now, right? So we destroy the jobs. And for every one company that manufactures steel, there are 80 companies or people that consume steel.
Jobs, yeah,
so
not
we
companies,
hurt
but
a lot
jobs.
more people. Jobs, okay, jobs. My bad. So yeah, so we hurt a lot more people than we help because we make stuff more expensive by a meaningful amount to 80 times more people than people who we save their job. This is going to cause
It's not
a
just about
decrease
jobs,
in
though.
jobs.
Well,
Do you
That's
have
were
a
claiming
single
about- you were-
study? You have a single piece of data. We have world data about this. We have studies looking at over 150 countries and looking at a time span of over 50 years, okay? And these studies very clearly find that tariffs reduce jobs, they increase inequality, they reduce productivity, they reduce growth, right? If you reduce productivity, that reduces wages. They increase exchange rates, which hurts exports as well. They literally are bad across the board. I have the data, I have the theory, you have nothing. That's why no economist supports your position.
I mean, like, you support outsourcing American manufacturing to countries where it's cheaper, which is all you support.
If it's a net
And
benefit, then yeah, I'm okay
I
with
want to
that.
help consumers in the United
Yeah,
States.
should
Yes,
make
I love the
literally
people in the
everything in
United
America.
States, so I want stuff to be cheaper for them.
And I believe
think
that
we
the
should just
law
make everything
is
in America.
greater than the gain that consumers get.
Well, and it's and there's no
Wait,
basis for
oh
that
my
claim. That's
God.
why you cannot cite theory. That's why you cannot cite data. I can cite you studies.
There's no
I can
basis
cite
for
you
that claim.
theory.
What would
I
the
can
basis
draw the
be?
graphs. I can cite expert consensus. You only have an orange retard who cannot even define a tariff properly.
Why would I be right if I was right?
You're retarded.
What reasons would I
You
give?
know what?
do you think I'm gonna
Non-fun. I hope you know. Say this on your stream, okay? But it's funny to me how the people who oppose free trade the most are the people who need to buy like ropes from China the most, right? Like, these are the
get? You don't promote free trade.
I mean, I
don't know, we kinda do.
I don't think you mind paying a little extra.
You
tariff
promote
for rope.
unrestricted imports and call it free trade.
I mean,
Okay,
there are
I'm
other
just saying, the
elements to
people
free
who
trade
hate
than
trade the
unrestricted
most are,
imports,
like, the
obviously.
people who need to buy a rope the most. It's just crazy to me.
What about
Wait.
unrestricted
Free trade requires a level playing field with regulations. It has
Nope.
to be.
Nope. That's not true.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, first of
No,
all,
it doesn't.
localist. First of all,
Absolutely
okay, wait. Nope. First of all, localist. I agree. Free trade is more to do than just unrestricted imports. That's not the only thing. I support free trade, including the other things other than like giving your own citizens freedom to import. I just think primarily the thing that's most directly in control of the U.S. government is their own citizens' ability to import freely. So that's why I primarily talk about that. That's the reason behind that. I also support other countries decreasing tariffs. I think it's in our interest, and I think it's in their interest as well. But I don't have control over that. So you agree I support free trade, right? Like,
I don't believe
He
you
doesn't have
support
the brain to understand what you just said.
because you don't support a level playing field of production.
a free
and
trade
that's-
does not. Wait, locally. Here's a question. Should we make a level playing field between Maine and California?
In what instance? In what case?
Generally, I mean, like any given good.
If they had substantially weaker regulations in California where they could exploit people in ways that they can't in Maine, then yes, you can do that to
Yes,
level
we
the
should.
playing
So we
field,
should allow.
make those goods in Maine.
We should allow Maine to tariff.
If it's the same
California.
level of productivity and it's cheaper in California because of things like worker exploitation, then it's fair to level the playing field.
No, it's clear. Look,
Make
people
the
like
whole
that,
point.
people like
So
localists,
exploit your
they
workers
want,
to
they
make
want, they don't want the
productivity go
United
up.
States to be building cars. They don't want the United States to be building like the big things. They want the United States to be only building like the less value added things like nails or whatever, like very bad stuff. They don't want the most productive industries in the United States. They want the least ones. That's why they want tariffs, right? That's what tariffs protect, right? You don't
is
understand trade. You don't like localists. Can you define comparative advantage?
He doesn't think it's real. He doesn't understand it at all. But let's see.
I
Let's
don't
see him
think he
try to
knows
do
what
it.
it is. I don't think he knows what it is.
No, he kind of knows what it is because we've talked about it a little bit before, but he doesn't understand it.
Well, let's see if he can define it.
What?
Comparative
comparative
advantage.
advantage,
Define
what is it?
comparative advantage.
It means you're more productive at producing that thing.
Nope.
Okay. No, well, not necessarily you. Like, let's say, I don't know. Let's say, Bangladesh was better at producing, I don't know, fucking
Beaten
phones,
tins.
whatever, than the
Tins
United
would be-
States.
More efficient at it. Yes.
More efficient. Yeah, they can produce more per hour. Okay, for lesser price. Okay, or whatever, right? And they can produce better quality products, right? And the United States can produce another good better, right? So if these countries freely trade, where producing phones is relegated to only Bangladesh, and producing whatever, I don't know, cars is only relegated to the United States, now you have more cars and more phones in the world, right? Because you get the most productive industries, the most productive countries to produce the thing they're the best at. Okay, that's you literally benefit everyone in that exchange. That's why when you allow free trade, both sides benefit. Otherwise, they would not do the trade, right?
The
When you
reason
do a
that's
tariff,
not.
however, when you do
Right.
a tariff, however, yeah, what? The reason why it's not true
Want me
is
to explain why that's not the same thing that we're talking about?
that's an argument
We are-
for free trade.
we're-
You're against that. You want a level playing field. If Bangladesh can beat
You're
if
saying
Bangladesh
that
can beat
China
the
is
United
more
States, if
productive
Bangladesh can beat the
than
United
the
States
same.
in producing a certain good, that means
More
the playing field is not equal. They have an advantage. You want it not you want none of us, no one to have an advantage, which means necessarily less productive industries. That's bad for wages.
You're conflating cheaper with more efficient. That's the thing. Why you're wrong.
No.
Yes,
no.
you are. You are
If someone
absolutely
could produce, if
You're
someone
saying
could
China
produce
is
only
cheaper,
one, if
therefore they're
Bangladesh
more
could only
efficient.
produce one, if Bangladesh could only produce one phone, right, but it would be a cheaper phone, right, then they wouldn't trade with the United States because the United States would not trade with them. They would rather like have more expensive phones but a greater quantity of them.
Is
Right,
price
no.
efficiency?
What?
Is price efficiency or no?
Wait, can you define productivity?
Now you're talking even more.
Efficiency is productivity.
You haven't
Can you
addressed my
define
point.
productivity? Can you define productivity?
You haven't addressed my point at all.
Can you define product? I did. I answered. I don't think I don't think efficiency means a price. Now, can you define productivity?
You do because, like, and this is
Can you answer
why-
my question, retard? Retard. I answered your
Localist,
question.
please.
You answer mine.
conflating the two things.
Answer my
When you have a-
question, dumbass.
When you have a comparative advantage at
Dumbass,
something,
answer my
you're
question.
efficient, and
Answer
therefore
my
able to
question, idiot.
Wait, you don't even know what efficient
produce
means.
something
Can you answer what
cheaper
that? What the?
isn't gonna be more
We don't know
efficient.
what productivity means. You don't even know what that means.
You don't know what productivity means.
I do. You
Yeah.
don't. You don't know the definition of productivity.
You haven't
This is
defined it
embarrassing.
yet.
Don't
You
talk
haven't
to me about
defined it.
efficiency and not know what productivity
Well, he's
is. It's one of
testing
the
if you
most
can
basic
define it
equations.
first, but he can define it. Like,
Well, no, I asked him. He should define it. I'm not giving him an inch.
You haven't defined it.
I'm asking you to define it.
You haven't defined productivity.
I'm asking you to define it. I'll define it the moment you get it. You give a wrong answer or say I don't know.
I mean, like, you haven't explained why I'm wrong. Because you're saying...
I asked
my
you.
God.
You asked me
Can you
if
answer the
prices are the
question?
definition of efficiency. I told you no. The definition of efficiency is productivity. Now I'm asking you, what is productivity?
You're saying China has a comparative
You
advantage.
retard, define
can you
productivity.
answer the
Production.
question?
Not because of more efficient production, because of more cheap production.
Define productivity.
Why? That's not my job. That's your job. You're the like.
No, I asked you a question. Answer it.
That's
You
your
asked
job,
me. To be clear, you asked me an irrelevant question. You asked me if prices are efficiency. That's irrelevant, and I still answered. Now you answer my question.
You didn't address my point at all.
Now you answer my
You're
question.
saying that.
Now you
because
answer my
China
question.
produces
Answer my question.
cheaper, that
Answer
means
my
it's
question.
comparative
Answer my question.
advantage.
Answer my question,
Does cheaper
dumbass.
mean comparative advantage? Yes or no?
Dumbass.
Does cheaper
Dumbass.
mean
Answer my
comparative
question.
advantage?
Idiot. Answer my question.
First, and then I'll answer yours.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
You answer mine first.
It's one of the most
Does
simple.
cheaper
It's like the
production
simplest
mean
equation there
comparative
is.
advantage?
It's like only two variables. It's like very clear. What is productivity? Just define it.
Does cheaper production mean a comparative advantage?
Wait, Localist, answer the question, please. Answer his question. He asked first. Just answer the fucking
You
question,
give a
dude.
guy
Or just say you don't know.
about comparative advantage, and then I answer it, and then you just like sidetrack.
Wait, Localist, can you just answer the question? Just answer the question. What? Or say you don't know.
It's irrelevant to the point that we're talking about.
It is absolutely irrelevant.
Why is it relevant?
We are literally all talking about
First
efficiency,
answer my
productivity,
question.
and
Even if you
comparative
think it's
advantage.
irrelevant, I want to show that you don't know the basics of economics. You don't know the basic thing, but you still have a strong opinion on it.
Cheaper production
You've
with
never
more
read a
efficiency.
single thing about tariffs. You've never read a
Comparative
single thing
advantage.
about trade, and you still have a strong
You
opinion
can't
on it.
address
I want to
that.
expose that. I'm interested in exposing that.
Keynes would agree with me right now.
Wait,
Well,
can you just
Keynes
answer
would
the
only
fucking
agree when he writes a
question?
paper with Krugman, right? He would only agree in this paper with Krugman, right?
You would only agree with me.
You said Krugman and Keynes. Okay, to be clear,
They collab all the time.
You're like a troll, right?
I mean, they're collabing right now.
Well, he
You're
is trolling because he
not
does this all the time where like he
This
has
is
an
why- not fun, not fun.
unbelievably.
I respect you. Look, not fun, not fun. I respect you.
Mhm.
The problem with you is you actually talk about like the crux of the issue, assuming the other side is in good
You
faith or knows what they're talking about. They're not.
You
A
don't. You
Republican,
just start asking
if someone
other
supports Trump, they necessarily have no idea what they're talking about, and that's what you need to show. You don't need to show that they're wrong. You need to show that they're clueless, and they are.
What does that have to do with
They're
Trump?
not even wrong. Like they don't
Trump.
even
This is
understand.
about
They're not making a proposition.
Trump.
It's only emotion. They don't know what they're saying, right? Like when I say like like China can produce a commodity with a lower opportunity cost, right? I know what I'm saying. Like I know what comes
No,
out of
you
my mouth.
don't.
When they
No,
say
'cause
that,
you're
they don't
lying.
even know what they're saying, right? They cannot be
You don't
wrong.
know what you're
They don't
saying.
even know what they're saying. There's no
You're saying
propositional
they can do
content.
it cheaper, therefore they have a lower opportunity.
You don't know.
cost.
You said
Oh my
you said the
God.
word productivity, and you don't even. You said it was wrong about
Why is it
productivity,
more
and you don't even know what productivity.
more
You
efficient?
understand how embarrassing that is? You understand how embarrassing that is to not even know what productivity is?
It means more efficient at producing.
No, what is the formula for it? Wait. Also, if you think productivity means more efficiency, then you concede you ask me if prices are the definition of efficiency, and you say it's productivity.
You haven't even answered that question like properly.
I
You
did. I
haven't
literally
answered
did. I
our
said no.
question. Oh my god,
I said
dude.
no, and now you agree with me.
You're doing
I said
straw
no,
man.
and now you agree with me.
Like, playing straw man game.
So you see,
Are we?
you see what I mean? You see what I mean? If someone is a Republican,
know.
they don't like when they say tariffs are good, they don't know what they're saying. It's like they cannot. Someone is wrong if what they intend to say doesn't correspond to reality, right? They don't even know what like. There's no intention there. Only emotion. There's no intention.
Because you're
in their
saying China
speech.
can produce.
They don't know. They
cheaper,
don't have.
therefore
They don't have the what do you call it? They don't have the mental content to back up their statement.
Wait, Loca,
It's
this is
like-
another
it's like
thing.
if I said-
Sample.
It's like if I said
Can't even
it's like if I said relativity, like general relativity or like quantum field theory is like
Wait,
as follows.
Localist.
Like, I don't even know what quantum field theory is, so my statement cannot be wrong because I don't even
Sample,
know what
I'm
I'm
going to
saying.
ask this question.
Similarly, when a
You're going to
Republican-
understand why he's not going to answer it because Localist is incredibly stupid, and this is so he can't answer the question because it will reveal how stupid he is.
No, he's a troll.
Local-
He's a troll. He said
Well, he is
Krugman
trolling because
published
his
a paper with
position is
Keynes.
stupid. Well, he's trolling. He
Yeah,
goes
he
to trolling
said-
when he
he said
understands he can't
Krugman
defend his
published a paper
position.
with Keynes.
Localist, do you
Just to be
agree
clear,
that countries
this
can have a
guy said-
comparative
this guy
advantage
said
because of
that,
different
like-
regulations?
Yeah, and no, to be clear, this guy said Krugman published
it
a
makes
paper with
them more
Keynes,
efficient
even though
somehow,
Krugman
then
was
yes.
born after Keynes died.
Wait, that doesn't answer my question, Localist. Localist, do you think that countries can have a comparative advantage of something because of differences in regulation?
If the regulation affects efficiency, then yes.
Okay, that isn't a position you held previously, which is why you constantly talked about leveling the playing field. But I'm glad you realize your mistake now
Well,
and agreeing. But
No, I'm saying if two countries have the same efficiency at producing a thing, and one's cheaper because of regulations, it's okay to level the playing field.
Do you think it
There's no
precludes? Do you think it precludes it being a net benefit to engage in trade? Wait, so first of all, you agree that they have a comparative advantage because of regulation, right?
No, they don't have a comparative advantage.
Okay, so
They
you
have a-
just switch your position in
they have
like
a
2
cost
minutes.
advantage.
If
have
they
a
don't
price
have the
advantage.
comparative advantage, why would companies go?
If they have the same level of efficiency, who has the advantage? No, neither of them.
Wait,
have the
local.
comparative
Let's just answer the
advantage.
question
Same
because you
level
said
of-
yes to this previously. And I want to see if you give a different answer now. Do you agree that countries can have a comparative advantage because of differences in regulation?
If the regulation affects efficiency.
Okay.
If two countries have the efficiency and the regulations.
So wait, no, just give me a yes or no. You're saying if. That implies that it's yes. Can you just say yes? Say, Locus, I need to hear these words come out of your mouth, okay? Countries can have a comparative advantage because of differences in regulation.
Yes, but that's not.
No, say those words. Say those words. I need you to say those words because you're going to go back on them.
Yes, a country can have a comparative advantage based on regulations if it
Okay.
is
So do you agree?
efficiency-based.
Do you agree that if a country has a comparative advantage in something, and we have a comparative advantage in something else, that it at least in principle, can lead to net benefits if we engage with trade with them?
I need you to repeat what you said.
Do you agree that if countries specialize in what they have a comparative advantage in trade, that can lead to net benefits for both of them? Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So
That's the whole point of the whole point of trade. Yes. That's the whole
So,
point.
okay, does it preclude there being a net benefit to trade if a country has a comparative advantage in something because of differences in the regulation?
Here's the better way to
And no, answer that. Shut the fuck up. Answer that.
Let's say a country
No,
has
Locust,
no
answer that. Answer that. Answer that. Answer that. Yes or no? Locust, answer that. Locust, answer that.
What?
Does it preclude there being a net benefit to trade if a country has a comparative advantage of something because of how they regulate it differently relative to another country?
No, or whatever the right answer is.
Wait, no, give me a real fucking answer. You're just trolling. Oh my god. Do you
That's what I'm
agree?
saying. You should kick people like that. Like these people don't.
I need you to
discuss
repeat what
what
you
they
said. What did you
say.
say?
You know what
Okay.
they're saying is ridiculous.
Do you think it precludes if a country has a comparative advantage in something because of differences in regulation? Does that preclude there being a net benefit from engaging in trade?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we agree that leveling the playing field doesn't lead to a net benefit. Do you understand how that
Other
leads
one
you?
of a cost advantage, not a comparative advantage. You're like attacking us.
What do you? Oh
man,
my
more and
god,
more.
dude.
You building the strong
You
man and then
agree
attacking
that a
it.
country can have a comparative advantage in something because of regulation. You agree on that point. But then you immediately shift to the point of like, actually regulation
Yes,
can only
that's
give you a
comparative
cost advantage.
But what does that mean? Efficiency, not
Oh my god.
price, not cost. They have a cost advantage. I don't know how
You see what I'm talking
understand.
about? You see what I'm talking about? How Republicans are not even wrong.
I'm
Yeah.
right, and then you're just sidetracking.
Like
completely.
they're like anti-Semites. Okay, they either know they enjoy saying ridiculous stuff, or they're like completely clueless and just like say whatever to say whatever.
straw man, ad hoc.
It's not an ad hoc.
No points, just fallacies with you.
What?
No points, only fallacies with you.
Okay.
You haven't made a single point.
I've made multiple points.
No.
I said tariffs reduce employment, they reduce wages, they reduce productivity, they reduce growth, they reduce price, reduce imports, they increase exchange rates.
And you're still wrong.
Wait, do
I'm
you
right
agree that
about all
tariffs increase exchange rates, or do you disagree with that?
Let's stay on the topic of a.
No, let's
No,
answer questions. Let's answer questions.
comparative advantage.
Well, you can't define what
Okay, yeah,
productivity is, or
comparative
like.
advantage. Let's stay on comparative advantage. What is the definition of productivity? That's relevant.
You're just playing games, man.
Can you answer that?
The ability to produce.
No.
Okay, you gave a wrong answer. Can you give the right answer now and explain to him why?
Produce.
Yeah, the definition of efficiency. It's very simple. It's like it's one of the
It's
simplest.
just total
equations.
output over total input.
Output over it's output over input. That's it. Output over input. Just the ratio of how much you can produce versus how much you input. That's all it is. That's all it is. Right?
If two countries
or
are
like
the
marginal
same,
productivity is diminishing because like, but or like whatever. It's like very simple. Look, you can understand all of it from first principles. It's the most simplest. I think it's the simplest equation in economics. Maybe there are
Probably.
simpler ones. Probably, yeah. I
if
mean, I don't
two
know. Like
countries have
it's
the
like
same
the
level of
variables are simple.
efficiency and
And
one's
but the
cheaper,
problem
who
is
has the competitive advantage?
Republicans and Trump supporters, or like protectionists and like people like that, they don't even have like when they say tariffs don't reduce productivity and they
Congressman
disagree with me on that, they don't
Gates.
even know what they're saying. Like they have no clue what
Yeah,
comes out of their mouth. I value my words. I value the truth. They don't.
Marjorie
They would say
Green,
whatever as long as it supports their goal.
Trump.
For
If two
real.
countries have the same level of efficiency and one is cheaper, who has the comparative advantage?
Do you
Simple
agree?
question.
What?
Simple
Say that
question.
again?
If two countries have the same level of production and one's cheaper, who has the comparative advantage?
The cheaper one. All else equal, the
Yeah.
cheaper one.
No, it's neither. They have a cost advantage, but not a comparative advantage because they're not more efficient. They're just cheaper. It's the same level
A
of
comparative advantage is just that the opportunity produces lower.
Yeah.
That's it.
which has to do with efficiency.
It's not the actual
What is
price.
it?
It's the opportunity cost.
Wait. I realize I should engage on the substance. What is it? What is opportunity cost? Can you define that?
Opportunity cost is the ability to produce cheaper.
Yeah,
whatever the
yeah.
fuck.
Buy a rope. Buy a rope. Buy a rope. Buy a rope.
The opportunity cost is the ability to hit the phone vape on stream right now. Now, if I hit the phone vape,
I don't have. Can you answer the question? Do you actually not know what opportunity cost is? Because that would explain a lot. Wait, do you think Tiger Woods should mow his own lawn?
yes, of course, bro.
Okay, thanks for
You
trolling.
should have a robot that mows his own lawn instead of paying somebody. You should have a robot that does it.
Where Menard goes?
Lowering
Menard's
the
still streaming?
Can you explain why tariffs increase exchange rates? Now that we're done with like comparative
I'm
advantage,
like-
because you don't even know what it means.
You were wrong about comparative advantage.
No, it's not.
you
don't
can't
even
even
know what
define
it
it.
means. Like, you're not even wrong. Like you're lacking the level of like understanding to even be wrong. Right? It's like if a toddler accidentally said 1 + 1 = 3, they accidentally said that. They don't mean what they said. They don't know what they said. Right? So they're not even wrong. You're like that. You don't even know what you said. You don't even know what came out of your mouth.
That kid's wrong as fuck. You should yell at that kid.
Yeah,
Right, you're wrong.
you should own that kid.
You should
That's why I like
body
child
slam.
labor,
You
by the
should
way. That's why I support
WWE
child labor.
Through the table from the third rope, fucking body slam.
I agree. That's why I support child labor, by the way. But either
Lower
way,
opportunity cost means you're able to produce more
Listen,
efficiently.
the only way
That's
we're
what I
gonna
said.
compete with
How is that
China
wrong?
if we make
an
child labor
opportunity
legal.
cost is the cost that you would have had if you choose otherwise. That's like the difference between the costs. Like,
Which I said lower opportunity cost is what I was.
no, you don't even know what it means. You don't even know what it means.
I was saying lower.
Now, can you explain? Can you explain why tariffs increase exchange rate?
It's
Can you
simple,
explain
man.
why
Should
tariffs
Americans
increase
be canning
exchange rates?
fruit, or should Americans be building cars? What do you think?
Wait, can
is
you
better?
explain? Can you explain why tariffs increase exchange rates?
What is an exchange rate, localist?
Oh wait,
Why?
my bad. Yeah. What is an exchange rate?
Trump and the Republicans and Matt Gates
Wait, can you explain what an
What is an
exchange rate
exchange
is? What's a foreign exchange rate?
What is an exchange rate?
and Marjorie
What is an
Green.
exchange
Goddamn
rate?
it. Goddamn Trump.
What is an exchange rate?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Tell me.
We
Okay.
can tell.
Enlighten me,
Yeah.
Sam.
So shut the fuck up. Buy a rope. Like,
Are you
and
pro
get out of this
nullification?
world. We don't want you.
Dominations. You're wrong, sample text. You're wrong.
What is he wrong
Should
about?
Americans be developing and
Wrong
building
about the
cars, or should
opportunity
we be
cost and the
canning fruit?
efficiency and everything.
What do you think would be better for the economy? Building and developing cars or canning fruit?
I don't know. Which one has lower opportunity costs? Probably canning fruit.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't even know what came out
That's
of
the
your
high
mouth.
productivity industry, canning fruit.
Wait, do you think
Highest
Krugman ever
productivity.
published with the Canes? Do you think Krugman ever published with Canes?
Hmm?
You
Oh,
think
yeah, the other week.
Krugman?
Yeah,
Yeah.
last week.
Yeah.
You haven't read it yet?
Yeah.
You didn't actually cite. You cited one graph, and we explained to you the issues with the graph, but you just keep citing it. And when you know you're wrong, you just start trolling. You do this every time.
You're
And
wrong
also,
about the opportunity costs. You're wrong about
you
the
can't
comparative
define
advantage.
opportunity cost. You can't define efficiency. You can't define productivity.
Wait, I want to confront you. Why do you not ban
defined
people?
every-
You know
I know. I need the
they're,
viewers. I don't know. Hey, also, localists, you have been wrong about. If you think that you're right now, that implies that you have been wrong before. Because I can literally like scroll up in general, and you can see where you said that countries can't have a comparative advantage in something because of how they regulate things. Yet in this debate, you have said that countries can have a
Only
comparative
if
advantage
it
because in differences in regulation.
You're conflating a cost advantage with comparative
Wait, localists,
advantage.
do you
don't know
agree
the-
or disagree that countries can have a comparative advantage in something because of how they regulate it?
Yes, if it affects efficiency, not cost. And that's the difference, is that you're conflating the two and you don't care and you're playing games.
Uh-huh. So previously you have said that countries cannot have a comparative advantage.
You answered it wrong.
What
I mean,
question?
that's pretty bad. I asked him if two countries have the same level of efficiency and one can produce for cheaper, who has the comparative advantage? He said the one that can produce for cheaper. When there's no comparative advantage, it's only a cost advantage.
Well, you're not. Comparative advantage has to do with what they can give up to get it, not the actual. Oh my god, dude.
It's like saying, oh, actually, the thing that defines efficiency is input. Because if countries can produce the same thing, but one requires less input, then this one has like a
It
lower
doesn't require
opportunity.
less
This one's
input.
better. No, it's just the definition of a comparative advantage is just opportunity cost. That's it, right? Like the country with the lesser opportunity cost. Now, you don't even know what you're saying. You know you're
Right.
trolling. I have
Because
zero
cheaper means
clue
lower
why
opportunity
non-fun is
cost.
willing to keep
That's
you
what I'm
around.
asking.
You're only like a menace. You are like a drag. You are like
That's what
zero
I'm
IQ. You're like
Cheaper means lower
intentionally
opportunity cost.
absurd. I don't
Can't
know
answer
how you
questions.
respect yourself. I don't know how you sleep at night, like knowing that like you don't respect yourself at all.
You're fake. Can't answer any of the questions. You're
We
saying
did answer the
cheaper means more
question.
efficient.
You didn't even answer what productivity was. This is the most basic thing.
Also,
I can't
cheaper
defend it
is
in my
probably going to
sleep.
imply that you give up less to make it, right?
You
Like,
said the
dude,
country that can produce for cheaper has a lower opportunity cost. That's not true.
No, I said all else equal.
yeah, all else equal, that would almost certainly be true, right? Yeah.
Cheaper means lower opportunity cost.
If I,
You know what? I'm good. I'm not gonna talk to him anymore. I want to talk to non-fun.
Because you're wrong.
Like, yeah, bro.
Actually, I quoted
Yeah,
you.
definitely.
You're wrong.
What's the Bobby guy? What is he doing?
Got you by the balls here.
Bubby, I don't know. Menard just said he wanted to talk to him. Menard's gone now, but
Is
I
he
don't
still
know.
streaming?
You're
Where did he
afraid
go?
of nullification. You're
I actually
afraid
have
of
no clue.
Maybe
where
he
he
went
went.
because like you muted him. He couldn't talk anymore. Oh, he ended his stream. I don't know.
Democrats
That
need
guy's low IQ.
the Democrats need real ideas.
Awesome, bro. You don't know. You don't have any ideas. Like your brain is empty.
You have no thoughts. Yeah.
The ideas.
You don't even know You don't even know you exist.
I proved you wrong, and now you're just crying.
Hold on. Wait. Do you still think that you should compare real wages to inflation? That you should divide real wages by inflation?
I don't know these questions, man.
Okay, so you don't know now. So you admit that you've at least changed your position there, right?
Right to remain silent. Fifth Amendment.
Right.
Not answering questions. Fifth Amendment. Just like sample text. He's never answered like anything correctly yet. He's always been wrong.
You haven't answered anything correctly. All else equal, if a country's able to
I've
produce
answered
something,
everything correctly. Not
that's
sample
not
though. He's wrong.
true.
Chronically wrong.
Okay.
Chronically incorrect. Sidetracked the conversation. Now we ruined the debate about tariffs.
Yeah, what is an
Ruined
exchange rate?
it.
Yeah. Wait. What is? You never answered that question. What is an exchange rate? Can you answer that question
Ruined it with
correctly?
the exchange rate. He's ruined it with the exchange rate. He's ruined it.
Wait. Can you answer that?
The cost to consumers is bad.
That's not what an exchange rate is. Can I quote Krugman at you real quick? I just want to read this quote from Krugman.
Please.
International trade is really just a production technique, a way to produce importables indirectly by first producing exportables and then exchanging them. There will be gains to be had from this technique, so long as world relative prices differ from domestic opportunity cost, regardless of the source of that difference. That is, it does not matter from the point of view of national gains from trade, whether other countries have different relative prices because they have different resources, different technologies, different tastes, different labor laws, or different environmental standards. All that matters is that they are different, and then we can gain from trading with them.
He's half wrong. He's wrong about the one thing that
You have zero clue. Don't even say he's wrong. You don't even know what wrong is. Like, you don't know what he's saying.
Dude,
It's like if I read a physicist about quantum field theory talking about gravitons and photons, like, and I say he's wrong, I don't even know what like these sentences mean. I cannot say he's wrong. I don't even know what he's saying.
Oh, yeah, man, you're right.
Yeah, I am.
Localist, what do you think of January 6th? Do you still just think that Eastman did nothing wrong? Eastman did not admit that he was going to violate the law?
I thought this was about the other thing about...
Well, I mean, you just are not willing to engage in this at all. I mean, like...
You guys ruined the... About, you're not engaging with me, and then you're saying I'm not engaging
Localist,
with you. It's not fair.
We have answered all your questions, have we not?
Being triple teamed, and you still want to answer my questions.
What question of yours have we not answered?
About the comparative advantage. Blah,
we
blah,
did
blah,
answer that.
No, you guys conflated cost advantage with comparative advantage, and then
so long as a relative price difference exists, that we can gain from trading with them.
The main thing that the tariff thing is about is whether the benefit to consumers is greater than whatever.
Well, wait, how are you still saying this? Tariffs don't benefit consumers.
I mean No, I meant outsourcing because I keep complaining with outsourcing.
You don't know what you're saying.
No, I meant outsourcing does not.
No, you didn't mean anything. There's no intention behind your words. You don't know what you're saying.
Not greater
You're like
than the loss from outsourcing.
You're only saying accidental.
That's what I'm
things.
saying.
Like if you say a sentence, that's accidental.
The
You didn't
gain
mean
from
it.
outsourcing is not greater. Whatever I was gonna say, you keep interrupting me. And
The gain to who? The net gain?
The gain from lower prices is not greater than
The gain to
cost
who?
from
The
outsourcing
net
all
gain is
production
your.
to China.
The gain to who? On net?
Sure, I don't know. Whatever
Okay, you don't know, so why the fuck are you saying? I like. Oh my god. Wait, Locos, can you just unironically answer? Should Tiger Woods mow his own lawn?
No, bro.
Okay. So should the U.S. be growing pineapples?
That's a good question.
I think these two questions may
I
happen
think
to
we
be
should.
almost totally
we should.
analogous.
Local pineapple production. That's what I'm.
Locals, can you admit that any jobs protected by tariffs are deadweight loss?
No, definitely
Why
not.
not? Do you agree that what those people are producing could have been imported for cheaper before?
Why?
Wait, answer that. Do you agree that what the...
By the Destiny fucking law.
Wait, can you just answer my fucking questions? Do you agree that what the people are producing could have been imported cheaper before?
Why did the debate, bro? Tactics.
Can you just answer the fucking question? Is it a debate, bro,
Wait, what was
tactic
the
to answer a
question?
question? Do you agree that before a tariff is implemented, or sorry, what did I ask? That the good that the people are producing domestically could have been imported cheaper before, and could still be imported cheaper?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do we agree that domestic resources that could have otherwise been doing other things are now being used to produce something that could have been imported cheaper before? Domestic resources are now being used, and they could otherwise be used to do something else.
I don't know, man. You're like.
Wait, no, answer that. What do you mean you don't know? Do you agree that domestic resources are being utilized to produce things that we previously imported? Yes or no?
These are the wrong questions. You're asking.
Wait, no, just answer the question.
Wrong question.
Answer the question. Do you agree that domestic resources are being utilized to produce something that could have been imported before, or was being imported before?
I'll give a neutral answer. How about that? Does that appease you?
Well, you can say you don't know, and if you don't know, I can explain to you.
We lose more from not manufacturing here than we gain from.
So did that actually? So if you can't answer this question, then it can't be making that claim because you don't understand enough to. What'd you say? Sorry.
We lose more than we gain.
Okay, so here's my question. Okay, if a
That's all
tariff,
that matters.
if a tariff
Right?
is
Like, other
imposed,
questions are relevant.
I'm using this question to explain to you why that's not true. Okay, so if a tariff is imposed, could the good be imported at a lower price before it was being produced domestically?
Yes.
Okay. Are domestic resources utilized to now produce that previously imported good? Okay, so we agree that domestic resources are being used to produce a good that could be imported for cheaper.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it be made more efficiently in the other country. It could be done cheaper.
That doesn't. So we agree domestic resources are being used to create something that previously could have been imported for cheaper.
Yes.
Do you understand how that's kind of a waste? Because those domestic resources could have otherwise been doing other things. Those domestic resources could have been doing something else and doing something that we could have done for cheaper anyway. Oh, and consumers lose because they have to reduce their total consumption.
So you're saying that we could reallocate those resources, but would we reallocate them more efficiently? Yes or no? Which is like we don't know.
Under a free market, yeah, we would almost certainly allocate them more efficiently. Yeah.
If you're specialized in a certain thing and then you get unemployed, are you going to find something that you're more efficient? Like, you're not going to necessarily find something more efficient to do than something you specialized in your entire life.
On an individual level, that might be true, but that, like, just because someone's losing from trade doesn't mean that we don't gain from trade on net. That's a completely unbelievably retarded point.
And, like, I think this has to do with priorities. You prioritize lower consumer price. I prioritize...
Wait, this could have to do with priorities, but you're not conceding to the fact that, like, what I'm saying is true and we just have different priorities.
I prioritize...
Wait, maybe that's true. Okay, you can say that. I just want you to concede that this is deadweight loss first.
I don't think... No, it isn't deadweight loss.
Okay, so then let's continue fighting. Don't say we have different priorities. You don't agree with the point I'm making. It's not a matter of priorities. We could have the same empirical view of the world, but have different priorities and therefore think different policies are beneficial based on our priorities. But we don't even agree on what is what the truth of the matter is here.
If instead of manufacturing, these people move to a...
Wait, hold on. We can't agree. Stop turning up the manufacturing shit right now. Wait, stop. Nope. Stop. Shut the fuck up.
These people aren't producing anything then. Right? It's either producing or not producing. These people aren't going to be producing probably. They're going to be...
Wait, what is your claim here? What is your claim?
When we start manufacturing all the production of goods, all we get left is services. That's why we have 80% service economy.
I don't disagree. Do you agree that those service sector is more productive than this manufacturing sector?
No. No. It's definitely not.
No? Then why is it so much more profitable? Then why don't people do manufacturing businesses here? Like, if it's more productive, more...
Because it's cheaper to manufacture in other countries. That doesn't mean it's more efficient, then there's a lower opportunity cost, and there's a comparative advantage. It just means it's cheaper, right? And that's where you're wrong about...
Wait, do you agree? Wait, no, do you... So long as there is a difference in relative prices, we can gain from trading. That's my position. Do you agree?
We gain from trade when the other country's more efficient at producing the good.
We gain from trade when there's relative difference in prices. As long as world relative prices differ from domestic opportunity costs.
We gain because the other country's more efficient at producing the good.
Oh my fucking god. You can't even wait. Can you define efficiency? Can you define what's the formula for efficiency?
Man, it's a big question. It's a tough one.
We have already given you the answer to this, actually, but
yeah,
it's really tough.
It's really not. considering we've literally already given you the answer.
This is very tough. Yeah, it has something to do with imports and outports. I mean, like imports and exports. Not quite sure.
Nope.
Something's
Outport?
got something to do with imports and exports.
And
And
on fun, I mean,
Fortnite.
do you think you gain viewers from this?
Actually, kind of well, relative to some other streams, yeah.
Yeah, this is
It
like
depends.
this is a ridiculous conversation.
Well, I kind of agree, but not for the same reasons.
It's a ridiculous conversation because I'm trying to talk about one thing and you're trying to talk about the other thing, and we're talking at each other, not with each other. And then it's like, ask question, ask question, ask question.
Well, if
It's
I'm
not really
making
addressing what we're talking about.
what is
what I'm
directly
trying to
addressing what we're talking about. When I ask questions, they're like always addressing directly what we're talking about.
Like, you need to learn how to make a point without asking trillion questions, you know? Like, you can just make the point.
Well, it just seems
don't
like
have
you
to,
never like understand anything, so like I have to ask questions to make sure that like we're operating on the same page.
You're asking leading questions, though. You're like trying to lead.
Wait,
me
is
to
asking
a
what's the
certain-
definition of productivity as a leading question?
Really? Like, is that my example of your leading question? No. Like, you've asked leading questions, which is
What was
like
the
that's
leading question I asked here?
Like, you asked me a bunch of questions trying to lead me towards a specific conclusion.
Yeah.
Is that not true?
I mean, I'm trying to get you to concede
That's the
that
whole
I'm
point
right
of
on
what
a
you're
certain
doing.
point.
Like, you're trying to make me conclude your point and not just like...
Well, yeah, yes, I'm trying to get you to logically understand the point I'm making. Yeah.
You know, I don't like that tactic. I don't like that.
What would you prefer me do?
Just make
If
the
I just
point,
explain,
not
if I,
like-
to be clear, if I just explain it, you're just gonna flat out disagree, and then I'm gonna have to ask the questions to make sure you understand it. Like, there's no.
The reason why those kind of questions are bad is because you're trying to lead someone towards a certain conclusion, and if they don't agree with the conclusion, then they're just going to be combative towards...
Well, I'm trying to get you to agree to certain premises, like the fact that like domestic resources
Right,
when
and
we
then
use it,
once you agree to those premises, it's like...
then the conclusion logically follows. Yes, that's how that works. Yes.
But it like leaves out like everything else. It just leaves out all nuance and everything else, and then
I
there's
don't-
no
I mean,
nuance to it. 'Cause yes or no questions. Is this yes or no?
Yes,
Yes or
I
no,
try to
yes
get
or
you to
no,
answer
yes or
yes or
no.
no questions. Like
Don't
what?
do that aloud. Yes or no? No nuance. It's like,
I mean, if I'm just trying to get you to agree to a certain premise, then most of the time there isn't
it's a
much
good
room for
tactic.
nuance.
It's just like it's not good. It's just like not good. It's just not.
It's not good.
It's just not good. It's not
Why is it not good? What's the
conversation.
argument for it not being good?
Good conversation.
Good night, Bubby. Really appreciate you stopping
I
by
like
and
your
giving me
acting.
bits. I
That's
really
the
appreciate it. See you
question.
later.
It's not good conversation. That's just like leading question.
How is it a leading question? What's the definition of a leading question? I don't even know. Leading.
I don't know. Like I think it's like you're trying to.
It's okay, you don't know either, so I don't know why we're... A question that prompts
just
and
using
encourages a
words.
desired answer.
Yeah. Or like it just like you're trying to ask me questions which will make me reach a conclusion that I don't agree with, and then leaving out all
Well,
nuance.
yeah, I'm trying to... Because logically, if you agree with the premises and the conclusion logically follows from the premises,
It's not a
then
good way to
yes. That is a debate. What do you think of it? What do you...
No,
That is a
because
debate.
you ask like yes or no questions, like, oh, does this have this? Yes or no? Does this have this? Yes or no? And then it's like you answer with nuance. It's like, no nuance, no nuance.
Well, I'm trying to
Only
get you to
yes or
see if you
no.
agree with the
And
premise.
then it's like, okay, you answered 3 yeses, but you still have a nuanced no. Oh, well, now you've already, now you've made.
Yeah, if you
made my conclusion.
agree to all the premises and the conclusion
Now
and don't
you've
agree to
agreed
the
my
conclusion,
because you've agreed to the
but all the
premises.
but all the
Right.
premises or the conclusion, the argument is valid, so the conclusion actually follows from the premises, then you would have contradicted yourself by doing that, right?
I don't think they are valid a lot of the time.
Well, then just say that.
Because
But
it leaves
that's not the
out-
argument you make.
It's like they're very like narrow yes or no questions.
Well, because I want a yes or no answer, and I want to give you the room to fucking weasel out of it because you don't understand how shit works.
You see, like you can't have nuance because that's weaseling. We'll call
I'm
it
not saying you
weaseling.
can't have
and then
nuance. I mean,
weaseling.
you can't have nuance because you don't actually understand enough to have
Yeah,
nuance.
No nuance allowed. Not on my stream.
Well, I mean, you can go watch other conversations I've had with people who actually understand at least a little bit more what they're talking about. I allow them some more nuance, but like when it comes to some of this stuff, I kind of have to be.
I mean, like, I could move the conversation in a place where you don't know as much, and then it's like, and then dance around you there, and then go, oh, you don't know anything about
Well,
this.
like when I don't know something, I'll just say I don't know, or like I'm neutral. When you don't know something, you start either just like trolling or start like using ChatGPT.
Well, you guys make me shut down. You guys like ask these dumb questions and then make me just shut down. It's like you're not even on point, or like you're not even on the topic anymore. You're just like playing games, and then it's like 3 of you guys playing games, and then me actually trying to talk.
Right. Do you think it's more? Who do you think is playing games more in a conversation if one person is asking a question and the other person is constantly avoiding that question? Who do you think is the one playing games there?
Yes.
That actually doesn't answer my question.
Like you ask these narrow,
He knows it doesn't. He knows
to
it
answer
doesn't.
questions. I think it's like when you sidetrack with these weird questions and everything.
I don't understand what you mean by I'm sidetracked. To be clear, like I'll ask something like, do you think that like free trade is a net benefit? And then you'll say no, and then I walk through like one by one. Well, do you think?
It's sample a lot of the time. I mean, you do it too with the questions. You ask like NPC dialogue tree, like you have them all ready to go. You have all the dialogue trees ready to go.
I mean, I don't have any dialogue trees. I have notes, but I don't have dialogue trees.
You have them ready to go.
To be clear, do you think having a dialogue tree is always a bad thing, or like?
I think it's a good thing to have a dialogue tree, but you have to be able to leave the dialogue tree, answer outside of it. Like you can't just like only be within your little tree. You gotta like leave your little nest every once in a while and answer them like you. A little more challenging.
It is.
But all these things are really irrelevant.
What's the relevant thing?
What changes whether we have one or not? Like fundamentally in America, not much. Like consumer price.
It depends. It depends on the
like
level.
Nothing. Yeah, but it's like nothing in America changes whether or not we have one. Like,
do you agree or disagree that the? Do you agree or disagree that the?
Like all the same.
Do you agree or disagree that the price of washing machines went up after Trump imposed tariffs on washing machines?
I'm sure they did. I don't know. Probably.
Okay, so something did change there, right? The price of the price to consumers increased.
Yeah, but like I don't care about that because I think that the game.
Okay, but you can see there that something changed, right? Like clearly, this does affect consumer prices.
Production is greater than the loss to consumers, and that's just because we have different priorities. You prioritize.
No, we don't have different priorities. We have a different understanding of the facts.
And I prioritize American manufacturing, American independence economically, and things like that.
No, we don't have a misunderstanding. We don't disagree. Well, we do disagree on priorities. But our disagreement here isn't over priorities. It's a disagreement over like what facts and models show.
Well,
like,
yeah,
it's like it's not like it's not like a thing of like
no.
It's not. I agree that tariffs will bring manufacturing back.
You have all these you have all these preloaded. Oh, Trump people give these reasons for why they're good, and we have things to like say. Oh, not true, not true. Oh, it actually increases the jobs. Oh, it actually makes the you have these examples for like things that I don't even know what I was gonna say there, but like you have these preloaded examples that address like kind of irrelevant points, or they're kind of just like they're not relevant things. It's like I don't even know. It's like they give these irrelevant answers, and then you have irrelevant debunks for their not relevant answers, and then it becomes a mess.
I don't like. What's an example of a question I asked that like wasn't relevant?
They are rhetoric like, oh, we need to protect.
Wait, here's a question.
Would you
jobs,
take the
and then you're
opinion
like,
of so?
oh, well,
Let's
it's
say
actually
you
not good for
talk
the
to
job.
someone. I know what you're talking about.
You're referring to the
Let's
Trump
say you
rhetoric.
talk to
That's all.
someone. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Me. Look, let's say you talk to someone and he denies, let's say, evolution. Do you believe in evolution?
Hmm?
Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. So let's say you talk to someone and they like deny evolution. They deny all the consensus around evolution, but they cannot define to you what like a protein is. They don't know what an enzyme is. They have no clue like what's a a membrane. Right? They don't know. Like would you take their opinion seriously? Would you respect it in any way?
I appeal to authority every time. Every time
That's
there's
not
an
an appeal to
economist who's an
authority. That's not an
expert,
appeal
or
to
there's an
authority.
expert
How does that
in
answer?
anything,
That's not an
I'm
appeal to
always
authority.
whatever
That's
the
not an
experts
appeal
say
to
on
authority.
Google.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. This guy's retarded. No,
Whatever
but
the Google
I
says.
really am perplexed why you keep people like that around because I don't think it helps stream. It's just like it may be for like 5 minutes, but at a certain point, it just becomes like a platform for trolls. I don't know, but yeah, that's my take.
Well, like you have these rhetoric responses. Like you have responses for rhetoric, which I'm not giving rhetoric, so I don't know. It doesn't really work that much.
Right. So, like, what's an example of a question that I asked that wasn't relevant? You keep saying I'm not asking like relevant questions.
What I meant was like, you had, so the Trump people they'll say something like it protects the jobs or whatever, and then you're like, oh, it's actually not gain on jobs. Like
This
you have these.
Well, yeah, I have beliefs, yes, and I
You have
will.
answers to rhetoric. Like you have
So
these
that's not the
economic answers. These specific. You have
your
sophisticated
claim was that I
answers
asked
to rhetoric.
your claim was that I asked I ask irrelevant questions. I asked you for an example of an irrelevant question I asked, and you just pivoted to me having answers to questions.
Dude, I'm having trouble. Like, I'm having trouble today. I can't really speak very well today.
Okay, well, I'm gonna react to Piers Morgan now.
You should react to the 10th Amendment stunner.
The issue is, again, you're so unbelievably retarded on this that I'm not going to take anything like you say, like, seriously. Because, like, you could be right on them. I'm never going to trust it coming from you.
Yeah, like, you can analyze it independently. You don't need my analysis. You can do your own. Perfect.
Sure.
Brilliant. You don't need to rely on me. Brilliant.
Okay, well.
I was right because about the tariffs, lower cost does not mean a comparative advantage. Everything else was
so long as there are a relative price difference, it doesn't matter how that got there. We can benefit from trade. Do you concede to that?
I don't think so. No, I think how
okay, you're
we get there,
wrong.
I think if we get there through efficiency.
Wait. So just a real quick question.
Through.
Okay, wait. Stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up so I can ask a question. Okay. Let's say you have a country and we're importing clothes from Bangladesh. Okay, we're importing clothes from Bangladesh and we export whatever to them. Okay. Let's say that we believe that that Bangladesh is genuinely more productive or whatever, right, in producing clothes. But then we find out a journalist goes undercover, finds a secret factory underground that's actually just a sweatshop where there's unregulated labor that lets them produce clothes more cheaply or whatever. Does our economic gain from trade with them become any less real?
Well, from it being cheaper and not more efficient?
From trading with them. Does their economic gain from trade with them become any less real because now we suddenly found out that it was actually made in a sweatshop and not just because they're more productive or whatever? Or even if they were subsidizing it.
From efficiency, in my opinion, to be
okay, so
legitimate.
legitimate. What do you mean legitimate? Now you're making a
Well,
value
you can't
judgment,
just
though.
undercut
Now
us
you're.
with the same efficiency, with less production, like with.
Wait,
less
but now you understand when you say
regulations,
legitimate. You're shifting from economics towards like morality, towards like value judgments, right?
No, I'm saying like if you had the same amount of efficiency and the only difference is that, then.
Okay, so can you answer my question then? If we're a country and we're trading with Bangladesh, right? We're importing clothes from Bangladesh. Now we think that we're benefiting from this because Bangladesh is more productive at producing clothing. But then later we find out Bangladesh actually just has really loose labor laws and therefore, is cheaper because they have because of whatever
on a comparative
cost advantage. Sure. Does their economic gain with them become any less real?
I think so.
Okay, that's unbelievable.
Like we get some economic gain from that, yes, because now American producers have a lower cost of production, right? That's actually a good point.
Well, no,
which is
American consumers have a cheaper price of imports.
Point.
Well, it's consumers who benefit, producers lose, but okay.
Well, like if no, I meant like if you produce with a good that the other country's producing for cheaper.
Oh, sure. If there's an input, sure.
It's not good. Now I have to produce for more expensive. All right, like which I think was a good point, but I don't know why you didn't remain on that point, because that was actually a good point. But
what point? You cut out
about how if you make I don't know what the fuck example.
Inputs.
Oh, let's say you make let's say you made batteries more expensive through tariffs, right? And it benefits the American
inputs more expensive
battery companies, but it hurts the American companies which produce things with it. So
yep,
because it makes it cheaper for them to produce and them to manufacture with those goods, which is actually a good point. But I still think that when there's no comparative advantage and only a cost advantage, it's okay to tariff to essentially neutralize.
It's okay, or it would lead to a net benefit.
If there's no benefit of efficiency and only on cost, then you're able to level the cost playing field. That's
okay.
Totally fair.
So you dispute the fact. Wait. Okay. Wait.
Manufacturing, which has so many benefits.
Right.
So much more than cheaper goods have.
Right. So you dispute the fact that relative price differences can lead to economic benefits, or lead to net benefits. That is.
What's the English version of that? Net blah 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 blah.
Does there being a cost? What do we call it? Cost advantage or whatever? Does trading with those people preclude there being a net benefit to that trade? Is it impossible for there to be a net benefit if they have a cost advantage?
We benefit in some ways and lose in other ways.
Oh my god! What an unbelievably weaselly fucking way to answer that question. Do you agree, or does it preclude there being a net benefit to trade if the country has a... That is saying, if I ask you a yes or no question, you say, well, you gain in some ways and lose in some way. That's an unbelievably weaselly way to answer that question.
Because you're saying
I'm asking on net. No, I'm not. That is no. Didn't I literally say? I literally said net benefit. Did I not? Does that preclude it being a net benefit?
And there's no loss. I don't think it's a benefit. I think it's a loss.
So wait, no, I don't get. Okay, so if a country has a relative difference in price, let's say because of a subsidy, does that precludes it being a net benefit to engage in trade with them?
One issue with your arguments is they're all.
Can you answer that question?
Economic efficiency arguments that are bad.
Wait, can you answer that question, or are you not going to answer it?
Oh, wait, what was your question?
I've asked this like 3 times. Okay, if a country has,
great question.
If there's a relative difference in price because of a subsidy or whatever, does that preclude it there being a net benefit to engaging with trade in that country?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we agree.
Yes and no. It's like
yes
a nuance.
Oh my god.
Yes no, No, you're
Wait,
right.
that is no. It is a yes or no.
If you're saying there's an overall benefit, no, I wouldn't say there's a net benefit. I would say there's some benefits. And
Does
there's
it
some losses
preclude
and
there
the
being a net
advantage.
benefit? Does it make it literally
Losses are
impossible for the?
benefit.
Wait. My question was: does it preclude
No.
it being a net benefit?
Yes, it does preclude it then.
Okay, so it's literally impossible for a country to subsidize something and for us to benefit, and for it to be a net benefit to engage in trade with that country that subsidizes that good.
It's more of a loss than it is a gain. Yeah, like that's what I mean. It's more of a loss than a gain.
Can you answer that, or?
I think the losses outweigh the gains. So it's not a net, like it's not an overall positive because
Hello?
the
Is
loss.
it me that's muted? Or
Like, can you not hear me?
Your cranial nerve exam by
I believe
shit,
the
I can't
losses
hear.
outweigh the
Why can't I
gains.
hear? All right, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
hello.
Oh, I can hear you again. Okay. So is your position that it precludes there being a net benefit or not?
I don't think it's an overall benefit because I think the losses outweigh the gains.
Wait, I don't. Does it preclude it being a net benefit? Preclude, make it impossible.
I think that the losses outweigh the gains. Yes.
Does it make? It makes it impossible for the losses to outweigh the gains.
I need the full question. Like now, this is just like
The country
yeah.
has a relative price difference because of regulations or subsidies or labor laws or environmental laws. Does it preclude that being a net benefit to engage in trade with that country?
If they have no comparative advantage, only cost, then yes.
Okay, it makes it literally impossible. Okay, let's think this on an individual level for a second because
I think the losses outweigh the gains. Is that not true?
That's not my question. My question is whether them subsidizing the industry precludes that being a possibility. It precludes it being a possibility that's not true. Makes it impossible so that it is true that the benefits outweigh the losses.
I don't think the benefits outweigh the losses when it's only a cost advantage and not a comparative advantage.
It makes it impossible that the benefits outweigh the losses. Not just that in any given instance it might be the case, but it makes it literally impossible. It precludes it from being a possibility.
If America is competitive in that thing, then yes.
Competitive in that? What do you mean competitive in that thing?
Like if their production in America is competitive with the country, with the production elsewhere, but the cost is different, then yes, it is good to have protectionism.
Okay, so preclude. My question is not if it's good to have protectionism. It's if it precludes there being a net benefit from engaging in trade with them. I guess here's okay. If a country is subsidizing X industry to make their prices cheaper, do you agree that then when we export stuff, right, we're going to export things and we get their foreign currency, do you agree that if they have a cost advantage, that we're going to be able to get more for our exports because they subsidize it?
Yes.
Okay,
Wait,
so we're getting...
yes, we're going to get more for our export, but that doesn't matter.
Okay, wait. No, yes, it does. Yeah, because all free trade is a way to indirectly produce imports by first producing exports and then trading for those imports. You understand that, right? Like...
Yeah.
So you understand the implication of what you just said is we're getting more for our exports.
But that's but I believe
wait, no,
those gains
no, agree to that. We're getting more for our
than
exports. We're getting more imports for our exports, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
thank you. We're getting
yes.
no. Shut the.
Well, yes, no. Well,
What do you mean? Oh my god, bro.
Well, wait, can you ask it again?
Okay, if a country subsidizes their industry so they have a cost advantage in that industry, does that mean that when we sell our exports and get foreign currency, doesn't that mean that we're getting more imports for the same exports?
Versus producing it here?
I'm not talking about producing it here right now. That's not relevant.
Yes, it is.
No, I don't think you... Okay. I don't think you understood the question if you just ask versus producing it here. That's not... It's a yes or no question. That's not how that works. Yes or no, if a country subsidizes X industry to have cost advantage, are we getting more for our imports than we were... Or sorry, more imports for our exports than we were previously?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So you agree...
I don't care.
Wait. So you agree less domestic resources are being used to get more? Because exports use our domestic resources to give to foreign countries, right? Or give is a weird word, but...
Probably, yes.
Okay. So we're using less domestic resources to get more.
Actually, I mean, like, it depends. Like, it's very dependent, very...
Is that... Well, it's actually really not.
Yes, it's dependent. It's very dependent on funds.
It's really
One thing
not.
You don't understand. So dependent.
It's really not.
Depends on a lot.
If you agree that they're subsidizing it to make it cheaper, and then we get the same amount of foreign currency, we're going to be able to buy more for the same amount of exports, right?
I don't know.
Okay, well, you're mega retarded if you can't answer that now because you were...
I'm gonna give an I don't know. I'm giving a neutral question.
Okay, well,
I'm giving a neutral answer.
I mean, that's changing your position from before, where you said yes. I'm pretty sure you said yes to the question.
I think the losses from not producing here.
You can't just keep not engaging with the questions I ask and then just say, "Well, I still think it," because I don't actually engage with the questions you ask.
We're talking at each other. We both have different like we're both talking about completely
You can't engage with my questions.
Maybe you're not engaging with mine either. It's like we're both
what question of yours have I not engaged with?
I don't remember off the top of my head all of my questions. I don't remember all my questions.
I'm pretty sure I've answered every question you've asked.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, I think so. So can you answer this question?
But you haven't addressed about do the gains outweigh the losses. I think
you're trying to give me I am addressing that.
Why
I'm giving you reasons for why the gains outweigh the losses.
The arguments are like, yes, like all these are on efficiency. All these are like not on things that I care about. That I actually care about.
But we disagree whether they're good on efficiency too. I understand we also I understand we also have different priorities. I understand we also have different priorities, but we disagree on whether, even with my priorities, tariffs accomplish the goal.
I think my priorities are more important, and I think that's what matters. I think that the priority.
Then concede. Well, I need you to concede that with my priorities, tariffs would still be bad.
If we're talking about who has the lowest, lowest consumer price, then yeah, you're totally right, man. You got.
Well, I don't care about just lower consumer price. I care about net benefits. I care about the net benefit.
Net benefits,
so not just
whatever, Yeah.
So you can see that free trade is a net benefit, then, right?
Unrestricted imports, not free trade. Don't call it free trade. You're capping.
Wait, what do you think? I am in support of free trade. Do you disagree with that?
I don't think you think there should be a level playing field of production and exports, which matters.
I don't think that. Trade. Okay, level playing field. What does that even mean? Wait, hold on. Is there a level playing field between California and Massachusetts when it comes to growing almonds?
Like regulations, not in natural.
Wait, just answer that. Yes or no? Is there a level playing field?
In regulations, yeah, pretty much because we.
Not in regulations, just at all. Is there a level playing field?
No, that's not what I'm talking about, though. That's a completely different.
Okay, then say in regulations. Don't say level playing field.
Yes, and yes.
Okay, level playing field and regulations.
And labor standards.
Okay,
things
Great.
like that.
My position
Because
is
those
that
things
just
matter.
because there isn't a level playing field does not preclude it being a net benefit to engage in trade. That is my position.
Because
do you disagree
if
with that
there's a
claim?
level playing field, then the
Wait, do you disagree with that
cost
claim?
the difference
Do you
in cost
disagree with
would
that
only
claim?
reflect compar-
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Do you disagree with that claim?
I'm saying that if
Do
I
you
don't even know
disagree
what
with
I'm
that claim?
saying.
Can you answer if you disagree with the claim or not?
With what claim?
What was your position? Your position, just because there's an unlevel playing field does not preclude there being a net benefit to trade. That is my position. Do you disagree with that claim?
Yes, I do disagree with that. Well, if like, what's yes, I do disagree that it's a benefit. It's not a benefit.
Well, I'm net benefit, but yeah. Okay, great. This is where we've been disagreeing. So you understand we
It's
don't
not-
just have wait. Do you understand? We don't just have different priorities.
more
We
than
like disagree with my priorities
That
of
you
it.
lose
Of
more than you gain because we prioritize different things.
no, it's not because we prioritize different things.
Yes, you prioritize economic efficiency and like. Okay.
Well, I understand we do
Overall,
prioritize. No, I'm not
overall,
disputing the fact that we do prioritize different things. I'm just saying that you think
you're
you
materialist.
yeah you disagree with the claim.
Economic theory.
You disagree with the claim that there being an unlevel playing field does not preclude there being a net benefit. This isn't an issue of priorities. This is an issue of like this is
And like
more or less
regulations and stuff. Yeah.
of a factual matter. So that you understand this isn't an issue of like priorities of like we agree on
Is there
on
a net
X.
benefit to producing here?
Depends.
If we have the same level of efficiency as a country and they have a cost advantage, is there any benefit to producing here?
There is a benefit, not a net benefit.
There's many benefits and they outweigh, like.
I dispute that they outweigh the cost.
narrow-minded thing of. It outweighs
Because those
consumer
producing
prices.
here,
It outweighs
we could.
consumer prices.
I know. I don't think it does. The producing here causes deadweight loss because we previously
I don't
could have
think so.
imported. We
It
previously
causes
could.
that if they have a. Only if
So
they have
long
a-
as there's a relative price difference.
I don't think that because that just means
It could be
cost
true even
of-
if a
yeah.
country is subsidizing
that
an
means
industry.
cost advantage. That just
It
means
could be
cost
true even
advantage.
if a cost of it. So long as there's a relative price difference and that differs from domestic opportunity cost, then it is true. It remains true.
Yeah, and I don't believe that.
Okay, so
I
you
don't believe that
understand.
there's an advantage.
Do you? I'm gonna go down the same route hole. You're gonna hate these specific questions. Okay, you're gonna hate it. I'm gonna ask leading
It's
questions.
brilliant question.
Do you agree that before tariff is implemented or whatever? Sorry, I fucking forgetting the questions now. Do you agree that prior to a tariff being implemented, we were importing the good for cheaper?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree after the tariff is implemented, domestic resources are being used to produce that good?
Yes.
So domestic resources are being used to produce a good that previously could have been imported for cheaper.
Yes.
Okay, my claim is that is deadweight loss because domestic resources are being wasted to produce a good that could have otherwise just been produced cheap or could have been
How are they being
indirectly produced.
being used fucking efficiently and they're
They're
used
not
productively?
efficient. They're not
How is that waste?
because we could be getting
How is productive labor a waste? How is that?
it's not
dead weight?
no, it's not productive. It's the exact opposite
Absolutely.
of productive. We're reducing total output because
Oh.
you're getting less for more.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
you agree.
no.
You agree that domestic resources are being used to produce something that
No.
otherwise could have been imported for cheaper.
Yes.
Well, those and you agree those domestic resources could have been used for something else otherwise, right?
If we're talking only about efficient use of resources, yes, you're right. But that's not what I
Okay,
care
great.
about. That's the difference.
Well, I
if
just
you
want you to
prioritize
because previously
most
you didn't
efficient use
concede
of
to that.
resources.
If you concede,
I don't care about most efficient use of resources because there's gains to not using
well, then
resources
stop.
most efficiently.
Okay, then stop pretending like
That
you do. Then
outweighs
don't
the-
engage in the argument at all. Because like when I ask these questions, like is this a net benefit in terms of like economic efficiency or whatever? You keep saying like no, and then we have to go down all these rabbit
I
holes.
don't
And once
know.
you realize you're wrong, then we
Right
finally
on
switch to we have different
economic efficiency.
priorities.
You're right on that. You're right. No, I conceded. No, you're right. But it's not things that I prioritize. I don't prioritize economic efficiency. I don't. Because there's things we lose from outsourcing American manufacturing, right? And those are important and outweigh the cost to consumers.
What do we lose?
We lose our economic independence. Now we rely on the
So is your position that we should be entirely self-sufficient?
Huh?
Your position is that we should be entirely self-sufficient.
No, I'm saying that we should produce things we have a comparative advantage in, and that other countries should produce things.
Well,
that
that's my position.
No, it's my position.
You also don't like the service sector at all, right? So.
No, the service sector sucks. I think more people should be working in manufacturing.
Okay, so your guy's great. So you don't think we should specialize in way we're competitive? You understand we have a competitive advantage in the service sector, right? Like insurance?
Yes, in some service, not all services are productive or good. Like a lot of them are just.
Did I make that claim?
Most services are just loss.
Wait, did I make the claim that all services are productive and good? Did I make the claim that all services are productive and good?
Are services better than manufacturing?
Wait, did I make the claim that all services are productive and good?
Yes.
I did not actually make that claim. Those words actually never came out of my
narrow,
mouth.
broad yes or no. Oh, is this efficient? Yes or no? Oh, then
I don't think I've really quite asked that.
In any way.
Well, to be clear, if we're getting less for more, then that is kind of by definition less efficient. That is the position that I backed you into, and now you're running away because
I don't care about efficiency though. Like I think we gain more.
Previously, your claim was that because countries only have a quote-unquote cost advantage and not a comparative advantage, that precludes there being economic gains in economic efficiency. I proved to you that that is not the case, and now you're running away saying I actually don't care about economic efficiency. I care about other things.
I'm not running away from anything. This is all
okay. So do you agree? So do you think that because countries have, if a country subsidizes X product, that engaging in trade with them, do you think that precludes it being a net benefit?
In terms of efficiency.
Okay, so we still disagree on that. Okay, so let's fight on that. Okay, do you agree?
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat that question? I have to re-answer it.
Oh my God, I repeated this question 10 times. I don't have it memorized by now. Okay.
I wasn't.
Do you think if a country has a cost advantage in something because of how they regulate it, or because they subsidize it, that precludes there being a net benefit in terms of economic efficiency for engaging in trade with them?
No.
Okay. Previously, you disagreed with that. Thanks.
Because I thought like you meant who had like. I didn't know that you were only referring to economic efficiency.
Yeah,
I thought you were like
sure, buddy.
In general, like a broad, like all reasons included. Is this a gain? Yes or no? Like, is this a benefit? Yes or no? Not. Is this more efficient? Is this going to create more? And I'm like, I don't worship the free market. I don't worship economic efficiency or the GDP or whatever the fuck things. I prioritize.
What are the four components of GDP? Wait, what are the four components of GDP?
I don't prioritize the lower consumer. It's actually 5 non-farm. If you knew them, you would.
No, it's 4.
5.
No, it's 4.
No, it's
typically
5 components of GDP.
Nope, it's 4.
You would know all of them. 5.
Nope, it's 4. I mean, you can break it down into further set. You can break it down into basically as many as you want, but
there's a 5th hidden component that only the smart economists like I would know.
Right. So what is it?
It would be imports.
Imports are not included in GDP. Nope.
See, that's where. Yeah, see, that's not that's where you're missing the component. That's the one you're missing.
Imports are not the net effect. The net effect of imports in GDP is 0. Wait, do you think imports reduce GDP? Wait.
I don't care.
Well, you don't know because you can't even define what GDP is. Wait, but do you think imports reduce GDP?
Yes. No. Yes.
Nice fun. No. Okay.
But I think that we lose more than we gain.
In terms of what?
I think we lose more than we gain. I think us being reliant on other countries is a big factor that you're not considering.
Well, to be clear, I think there are
You
cases
have-
where
you simply haven't
wait.
considered it, man.
I have considered it, and there are tariffs that I do support for that very reason. I do think we should probably tariff semiconductors from China, because I don't want to be dependent on China for semiconductors. But there are
Right.
that's not something I haven't considered.
What
Wait,
do
to be
we
clear,
do?
you watch my streams. Do you think in all the reading I've done in tariffs, I've never come across an argument? Is that something I've never considered?
I think it's something that you've never
Wait, no,
considered
answer that.
or-
Answer that.
It's something you've missed. You missed it.
It's something I've missed. In all the reading I've done, I've never read a book or taken notes on like what if we shouldn't be dependent on some countries for X. That's something I've missed.
Oh
So-
yeah, you've missed it.
Yeah, I've missed it. Right. Okay. So, do you know who No Opinion
What?
is?
What do we lose? From
Wait,
exporting
wait,
American
stop.
manufacturing?
Stop. Do you know who Noah Smith is? No Opinion.
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Well, if you've read my stream, you
Noah
definitely, or
Smith?
watched my stream, you should have seen me one. Yeah, Noah Smith. He's an economist, and he talks a lot about why we shouldn't be dependent on China for a lot of things. He's more pro-tariff than I am on China. And I've read basically...
I'm not an econ, bro. I don't know all these fucking
Well, you watch my
nitty-gritty
stream.
arguments that
Yeah, nitty-gritty arguments, yeah.
Nitty-gritty.
The reason I'm pointing this out is this something...
Jobs?
Yeah, great. This is not something I've missed. It's something I've read quite a bit about. And I do think there are reasons to support tariffs on certain things from China. But that's about it.
I think we should tariff things where there's no comparative advantage and only a cost advantage in order to level the playing field. Is that not fair?
I don't think that. I don't know. Fair is a value judgment. I think it's
Actually,
not a
that
net
is
benefit.
Free trade. That is free trade. Free trade
No.
is leveling the playing
No.
field. It is. It is.
No, free trade is
Free
just the
trade is
removal
not-
of barriers to import and export between countries.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
Yeah, which includes export.
Does not require a level playing field. Also, stop saying level play. You mean level playing field and regulation. You don't actually care about just a level playing field because it's absurd that you're reduced to absurdity if you say that.
See, this is where we disagree. I think we should produce things that we have a comparative advantage at. You don't. So,
I do
okay,
think that.
that's fair.
I think we should
If you-
specialize in
if
what we
you don't
comparative
agree, that's
advantage in.
But not if there's now. You think we should?
I think we should do what
until
there's a net
there's
benefit to
until
doing.
There's not a cost advantage. Until there's not a cost advantage, and then we should export our manufacturing.
Well, my position is that there's still a net benefit to that. It's my position.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm explaining
Sorry, I was
why.
reading chat.
My position is that we should do what's in our interest, and I think there's a net benefit we can gain from trade if we trade with countries that have relative price differences, and that can happen because they subsidize
We
industries.
have a comparative advantage at. You don't think we should if the other country had cost advantage,
Well, I think
right?
we gain from that still.
More than we lose?
Yes.
I don't agree with that.
Well, we've run through this, and you already conceded on it before, but okay.
In terms of efficiency, sure, but I'm talking about in terms of overall, all things considered. Are we?
What
gaining
else are we
more than-
considering?
from outsourcing? Like, we're not considering the loss of jobs in America. We're not considering.
Wait, no, I am considering that as part of economic efficiency. Well, I shouldn't
We're
say
not
just jobs,
considering the
but
trade imbalance. We're not considering.
wait.
We're not
The trade
considering
imbalance,
all
okay?
these
Wait,
other
the trade imbalance. First of all, that is encompassed in economic efficiency. You can be economically efficient to have a trade imbalance. Two, you don't understand what the trade imbalance is.
depend on
Wait,
them
localist.
for those
Wait, localist. What is the
carbon footprint.
Wait, localist. Do you think that we should solve our current account deficit, the trade deficit?
I don't even know what that means. No,
You just said the trade deficit. What do you mean you don't know what that means?
these are econ bro terms, and you're using them.
Wait, do you not know? You said it though. You literally said it doesn't consider the trade imbalance. Do you understand what that means?
Oh yes.
Did you say that term without knowing what it means?
I thought you said something else.
Well, I said current account deficit at first, but that kind of is an econ bro term, so I dumbed it down for you because you're dumb. Do you think that we should get rid of our current account deficit, the trade deficit?
No, because we should produce what we have a comparative advantage in, and so should they.
Okay. I didn't expect you to say that because I thought you hate all deficits, but
I don't hate all deficits. I just hate ones that are made from, lowering labor, like lowering regulations with labor and environment regulations and things that protect workers and.
Right, but these can lead to relative price differences, right? You agree with that?
What? That those things can lead to a price. Yes, that's what I've been saying. So they have a cost advantage, but they don't have a comparative advantage.
So do you agree that these relative price differences can make it so there's a net benefit to engaging with trade in them?
With efficiency, yes, but I don't care because I think that's a loss more than it is a gain.
Right. So what's the loss? What's the loss? The loss is
we depend on them for that good. We lose those manufacturing in America, like we don't manufacture, which means that we depend on them, which means there's a trade imbalance as well.
So it's a cost, right?
It makes the trade imbalance worse.
Why is the trade imbalance a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing? Making a trade imbalance worse? Why is that bad? How does that ruin our economy?
It's not good for our economy when we're outsourcing
why is it
things.
Wait, why is the trade imbalance bad for our economy? Why is the trade imbalance bad for our economy?
A trade imbalance isn't necessarily good or bad, but lowering.
Okay, thank you.
But increasing a trade imbalance through outsourcing is bad.
I disagree.
If there's no comparative advantage. That's
as long as there's a relative price difference, there's a net benefit there. I disagree.
As long as there's a cost advantage, yes, you think as long as there's a cost advantage, then there's.
Well, as long as there's a relative price, as long as the relative price differs from domestic opportunity cost.
I would agree if we're only talking about market efficiency and then lowering costs and all
you keep saying the loss is just things that I account for in economic efficiency. It's like the trade deficit, and then it's like
priority.
Well, no, because we disagree also on.
It's priorities.
No, it's not just priorities.
It is priorities.
For example,
because you prioritize economic efficiency and lowest consumer price, and I
oh my god, I don't disagree.
Resilience.
I don't disagree. We also have a difference in priorities. But for example, do you believe that tariffs, universal tariffs, will bring American manufacturing back?
That yes, I think that if we tariff things that we have, I think if there's no comparative advantage and only a cost advantage, and we tariff that thing, then yes, then American.
So do you think that universal tariffs will bring American manufacturing back? Is the question I asked, and you actually did not answer that. So
I answered. I answered well.
Okay, so do you think that universal tariffs will bring American manufacturing back? Is my question.
If we tariff countries that we only have.
Okay, I'm going to ask the same question until I get an answer to it, and you don't just pivot.
Cost advantage. Pivot. This is not a pivot. This is answering the question.
You're not answering the question at all.
You hate that. You hate that. You're like, only these confines. We're only in these confines.
Well, you're not answering the question.
I'm answering the question.
I'm
saying if we have if there's no comparative advantage and only a cost advantage and we tariff it, blah, blah, blah. I don't even remember what you said.
That doesn't tell me whether or not you think universal tariffs will bring American manufacturing back. That does not tell me the answer to that question.
If we have only a cost disadvantage.
Oh my god! I don't stop just doing the conditional. If it's a conditional, then the answer is no. You should say no. Oh my god, you fucking retard.
If we don't have a comparative advantage, then obviously.
Hold on, you realize I'm asking.
If we have the comparative advantage but not cost advantage, then yes, it will bring it back. If we don't have a comparative advantage, it won't bring back manufacturing. Is what I'm saying. I don't know how that's not answering your question.
You understand?
If there's a comparative advantage, but
if I'm asking, would universal tariffs bring American manufacturing back, and you answer it with, I think tariffs on these goods will bring manufacturing back. You understand? You can just answer the question with no, right? That's all you have to do. It's so fucking annoying.
But why?
Because I want to fucking answer to my question. I don't want you to ramble on.
If we had the same level of efficiency, then a tariff will bring back American manufacturing, yes.
So would universal tariffs bring back American manufacturing?
But why non-fun? But why?
Can you answer the question?
I don't know, man. This is too much.
The answer is no. Implicitly, with your own answer, the answer is no. But you won't. I don't know why you just won't commit to saying the word no. I'm not doing the dialogue tree. I don't. You can look at my screen. I don't have any dialogue. I have notes pulled up on my screen, a little bit of them, but I don't have any dialogue tree pulled up on my screen right now.
Yeah, that's because you memorized it all. You somehow managed to memorize it all.
I've never written out a dialogue tree. I have notes on some things.
You write them out, and then you get them in your head from that.
I stream all of my research. Like, you can watch me take the notes on everything. I don't have a dialogue tree. I have bullet points that I've written down for something. So if we go to my page or something, so, there's a job section here, and it's those bullet points. I have notes.
It's actually a net gain on jobs because they're going to be because the labor is going to be reallocated more efficiently. All of a sudden, it'll somehow be more efficient.
You've already conceded to that.
No, I don't even.
Yes, you have. That's true. Okay, well, let's go back then. Let's run the same argument. Do you agree that if a country if a country has a relative price advantage that differs from domestic opportunity cost, that we're getting more for our exports?
If you lose your job, you're not going to do something more efficient than your previous job automatically.
Oh my god, I'm talking about on net. Why are you switching to an individual now? Are you killing me?
I don't care about net jobs. Because I'm not caring about net jobs. That's not my priority. That's
okay, great. But my question's about net jobs, and then don't try to answer it by shifting to an individual to say either I'm neutral or no or
I don't know. I'm not prepared, and I'm still crushing you in this. Totally crushing you. Totally just ruining your arguments here.
Right. You don't understand. Again, it's like a lot of this debate is like the 3-year-old, who says 1 + 1 = 3. It's well, they don't even know enough to be fully wrong. You can't define productivity, you can't define efficiency, I don't think you can define what GDP is.
What's the formula for all these things?
Well, if you're making a strong claim about all these things, then you should understand how they were calculated. You're making a claim about productivity and efficiency, but you can't even define them.
I don't think that economic efficiency is as important as American resilience, American jobs,
Maybe that's true. But then when we press you on things like efficiency, you should just concede to that, and then we can switch over to that argument. But you didn't concede to that. No, you did not concede to that until after Sample left. You recognize it was after that. I remember.
I thought you were talking about all things considered. Is this good or bad?
Okay.
Which then I would say bad. If it's efficiency only, then yes, it's good. Right. If it's all things considered, then no. I think that the losses outweigh the gains.
But the losses are
which is the difference of priorities. You don't prioritize American resilience and American manufacturing. Which is fine. You don't have to. You can be on the lowest consumer price party, but it just.
Well, I care about real incomes and productivity. Those are primary. I don't think jobs are. I don't. Well, here's a question.
Here's a wait. Effects on real income. Then that's not going to be then yes, you win. You win the net income debate, but I don't care about net income. Which one makes us more? Which one makes us more resilient? My position.
It depends. Resilient, how so?
Less
I would dispute that being
dependent on
entirely
other
self.
countries. Less dependent. On
Tariffs on certain countries can make us less dependent on those specific countries. I would agree there. And I think that can be justification for tariffs. What I would disagree with is we're more resilient overall from if we tariff literally everything. Although I guess it seems like you conceded that we shouldn't tariff literally everything, but you still haven't provided a clear yes or no on that. But
I think we should. I mean, I gave the conditions for when we should and when we shouldn't. Like, it's
okay,
very
so you agree that
reasonable.
wait, so to be clear, you don't think that we should tariff everything, right?
No, like, we shouldn't just tariff
Okay, thanks.
randomly things that people have a comparative advantage at. We shouldn't just be tariffing it. But
Okay.
if it's only a cost, then yes, we should be, and that levels the playing field and protects American manufacturing from undercutting. If you think that it's just really undercut because it's a net gain or whatever the fuck, which is fine. That's like something that you can think, but like I just don't think that's like.
Okay, what's the argument for not being a net benefit? What's the argument for not being a net benefit?
To what? Net benefit to what?
To everything here.
To everything?
Yep.
Yeah, like
everything.
all things considered, I don't think it's a benefit. No.
Why not? Why is it
I
not a
think
net
American
benefit?
resilience matters. I think producing those things in America is better than having a lower cost and producing it, a slightly lower cost and producing it over in China.
Okay. I would agree there are cases. I would agree there are cases where the benefit from a national security perspective outweighs the economic cost. I would agree with that. That's
right,
fine.
Yeah, but like you're only caring about that. Like you're only caring about that one thing, national security. Okay, what about resilience?
That's the point you just mentioned. Those are synonymous to me. The national security. We're more nationally secure because we're more resilient to other countries doing shit.
Not dependent on them for certain goods.
Well, that's the national security. Yes, that's
we should want to be dependent on people for less things unless they have a comparative advantage. So simple.
Well,
so easy.
I think we should do what's in our net.
Comparative advantage, then sure. And if they don't, we should level the playing field to make sure the cost is the same if no one has a comparative advantage. That's like free trade almost. That's like equal trade. That's not free trade, but it's equal trade. And I think we should have equal trade.
Wow, nice one, bro.
Equal. That's a great term. I'm going to use it now. I think we should have equal trade. You think that they should just undercut us with fucking regulations and sweatshops and shit?
I think that's a net benefit. Is my position.
More efficient economically, and you think it'll give us?
Wait, you've conceded? No, stop saying. I think you've conceded that. No, stop. Concede that. Concede. You also think it's more efficient. You also think it's more efficient. You've already conceded that. I've actually gotten you concede it multiple times because you keep going off.
No, I don't think it's more economically efficient to be. No, I don't. But that's not what I care about more. Like I care more about.
Wait! Stop! Stop! You said it's not economically more efficient. Do you agree that we're getting more imports for the same amount of exports if they have a cost advantage? Do you agree that we're getting more imports for the same amount of exports if they have a cost advantage? If they're in subsidizing the industry, like the cost advantage because of the subsidy.
Yes, but it's not relevant to me because
wait, stop. But you can see that makes it more efficient, right? You can see that makes it more efficient.
It makes what more efficient?
The trade it benefits the efficiency of the entire nation. It makes our entire nation more productive. Economic efficiency is maximized.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you. Yes.
Well, yes. And that's because now you can produce with those things that
we can produce more cheaper, overall at a lower cost. Yes.
Ends up in it ends up in better economic outcomes in that sense, but not in the sense that I'm talking about, which is what I care about. Which you're not even.
Wait, what economic outcome is better on? Is worse off on net? Are jobs worse off on net?
Are
jobs worse off on net?
I don't think that's like even a thing. I don't even think that I don't think that even exists. I don't think that
net
exists.
jobs don't exist.
No, I don't think that
That's some
outsourcing
position.
makes more jobs. No, I don't think that it does.
You can see that it raises real income and increases productivity.
It doesn't matter.
Do you
It
think?
doesn't increase.
Wait, stop. Wait. Do you think that
there's
if?
so much
Wait, stop.
from
Wait, no.
outsourcing
Wait. All else equal, does higher productivity and increased real income lead to more job growth and increased GDP growth?
You cut out for a second. I missed like halfway.
All else equal, ceteris paribus. Okay. Does increased productivity and increased real income lead to job growth and increased GDP growth as well? Do those three things lead to job growth? Typically, at least, all else equal.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that trade increases those things?
I think that we should be.
Wait, do you think that trade increases those things?
I think trade increases everything.
Okay.
Non-fun, stop curling your fingers on your face. Please, dude, I can't handle it anymore.
Thanks, Why is Kanye West at 5 bits? Okay, I gotta go react to Piers Morgan, dude.
You're wrong. I won. I think it's settled.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Kill me. How many times did I have to go through the same exact thing with him just to get him to concede repeatedly that it increases economic efficiency? Like, literally, I had to run through the 10 times he did. What does he write about even? He had, like, literally I had to run through 10 different times the same exact, like, thing just to explain it. He needs to get some booty. True. What was the Bezos conversation about? Tariffs. I think the other guy won. You had bad points compared to its excellency. So true, localist buddy. I'm gonna let you nerds handle this conversation. Peace. Well, I mean, the conversation's done. Do I even have I don't have the fucking thing open anymore. Ugh. Look, that's not what the conversation was about. I mean, that was part of the conversation, but it's just about tariffs and whether tariffs are good or not. GDP equals world more gooder. Generally, that is true. All else equal, that tends to be true. Okay. I stopped reacting to a lot of Piers Morgan shit because a lot of it is just not that entertaining for me, and I would just do it for YouTube viewers, and then I didn't need YouTube viewers as much anymore because by now I'm already monetized. So, materialism, economic efficiency is an end, not a means to mumble jumbo. So true. But I hated it because there would be days where like I didn't stream for like a day, and then I would stream the next day, and like there'd be like 30 Piers Morgan videos to react to, and I'd have to react to all of them, and then I have to edit all of them, and it was miserable. So I started hating it. Liberalism will die, so true. But this looks entertaining, okay? Topics like this hurt. Like this isn't a reasonable minds can disagree thing, so true. But now, This looked interesting. It has fucking Harry Sisson, Cenk, and Lichtman, whose 13 keys were. Let's see the cope. Let's see the cope. I'm very excited for Lichtman's 13 keys cope here.
Clear message emerging from the ruminations, as with the campaign itself, is that the Orange Man is still back. Just about nobody on the left can agree on why the Orange Man therefore won by a landslide and what should happen next. Here's just a snapshot.
Why would the bad guy win the election? I wonder why.
Masterminds who were wrong about, well, almost everything.
It is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and with other Hispanics. You got some that don't like each other.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry.
I don't respect him saying that the Democrat
Was Bernie wrong there?
Party
What?
has abandoned the working class families. That's where we are.
Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds.
Oh, he's just showing that Democrats, Bernie Sanders and Nancy Pelosi disagree. Wow, that's fucking crazy, dude. That's never happened before, man.
He has been the director of misinformation.
And this idea that, like, oh no, the economy's actually good or crime is actually down, this is all just Fox News. Like, shut the fuck up with that. Like, talk to some people who live near you.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
I got bad news for you. They don't have a monopoly on stupid. You wear Queers for Palestine t-shirts.
Owned.
And masks 2 years after the pandemic ended. And you can't define woman, person who menstruates.
Exactly. Whatever the prescription should ultimately be, the diagnosis is surely crystal clear. Trump has made commanding inroads with working class voters, black voters, Latino voters, urban voters, and young voters. It's a veritable rainbow coalition of disaffected people who the Democrats have traditionally relied upon and more recently taken for granted. So what drove them away? Was it government-funded operations to transgender illegal aliens? Was it prioritizing SNL and 60 Minutes of a Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Was it the warm embrace of Liz Cheney and a hawkish, even conservative stance on the wars in Israel and Ukraine? Was it gaslighting America into believing Joe Biden was so sharp he could slice concrete and meant ousting him for a simply dreadful candidate in Kamala Harris? Maybe it was all of the above, delivered with a customary liberal serving of supreme self-confidence and the firm belief that everyone who disagrees with them is a moron or a bigot.
I mean, it keeps, I think, again, the primary issue is, the biggest individual reason is probably inflation. That's why, like all the things you just mentioned are things that, like, the Democratic Party as a whole has some association with the, like, transgender bullshit, whatever. Not that, I didn't mean, like, I'm a trans ally here. I mean, the people hate the fucking transgender shit. Oh, thank you for the £5, Rex Garner. I appreciate it. I support Trump. It's why I want to go. Please, Trump, worship Trump XX. Well, thank you for the £5. I appreciate it, dude. Why is it not showing up? Oh, maybe because it's on shorts and it doesn't. I don't know. Well, I still saw it. I was still in chat. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It really helps it a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. But yeah, I think the inflation was probably the biggest single individual thing, or more specifically, not inflation, but real disposable income being below trend.
Well, joining me for an uncensored
because the rest of the stuff, like Democrats did well in some down ballot races, and they still have the transgender baggage associated with them, right?
For the heart and soul of the Democratic Party, the host and founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, presidential historian and pollster Professor Alan Lichtman, Democrat influencer Harry Sisson, and author of
Lichtman.
Senior political analyst of Fox News, Juan Williams. Well, welcome to all of you. One in particular, long time since I've spoken to you. Great to have you, I think, making your debut on Uncensored, so thank you very much. This is blue on blue, chaps, so you can rip into each other to your heart's content, and hopefully out of it we may get some form of consensus over certain ways that the Democrats could go. Juan, let me start with you. When you look at the election and you look at the thumping win Trump got and who he won it with, do you think this whole campaign by the Democrats to portray him as racist, sexist, transphobic, Islamophobic, a Nazi, blah, 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 did they just over-egg the devilment souffle and just in the end play into his hands?
Well, I think they thought, based on the numbers, that this was going to be an effective form of attack, and I think it was for the base of the party. But I think that there were a lot of people who were attracted to other parts of Trump, and I think the whole macho man thing.
I don't know. I think it was primarily a failure to turn out the Democratic base, right? Is my understanding. That was what the numbers still show. There were a few million people who voted for Biden that just kind of didn't show up to vote for Kamala Harris.
You were talking about a rainbow coalition. No, it wasn't a rainbow coalition. But I think that you saw white men still go.
Democrats didn't do well anything. They lost everything. That's not true. They won. First-time viewers stopped going on live. Thank you, Michael Stevens. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. That's not true. Democrats won important. Like the Democratic Senate in Arizona won, right? Like a lot of Democratic senators outperformed Kamala Harris. I live in North Carolina. Our Democratic Attorney General won. Our Democratic Governor won. I think we had we broke the supermajority. Previously, North Carolina, the state legislator, had a Republican supermajority, and we've had that for many years. So even if the Democratic governor vetoed something, the supermajority could just override a veto. That can't happen anymore. And now we have a Democratic governor, so he can veto things and actually have it be upheld. That's a big win. Like, that's a big victory
you saw
here.
The Latino men, and I think that's the big story of the election. Latino men suddenly went towards Trump, and there were some black men. I think it was a male thing, and I think, again, you know,
I don't know if it's a male thing, but clearly the identity politics did not appeal to these people. I think that was the big issue. Is that it's like super. I feel like a lot of these center left. I hate this because 90% of Democrats like don't use the term like Latinx or whatever. But it feels like the 10% of like far left Democrats who do, for whatever reason, like the cringe term like Latinx, kind of force the other 90% to like adhere to that. And it's just I feel like that can't happen anymore. But again, I don't think it's the primary reason we lost.
He said offensive, vulgar things about women. The fact that he is, and says he wants to be an authoritarian. That's all true. But I think a lot of the men said, you know what, we like it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, Professor Lichtman, you correctly forecast the result of 9 of the past 10 US presidential elections, but not this one. Like most pollsters have to say, very, very few people predicted a big win, other than if I may be so modest, I did. I went on Fox News 10 days
Piers,
before
good one, nice one.
He was going to win big. But actually, most people thought it would be incredibly tight and it could go either way and so on. But it wasn't that at all. Why do you think Trump is so difficult?
I mean, how big were the margins in most of these states? Like, they weren't that big. Like, obviously he won every swing state, but it wasn't like a I don't know if I would say it's a
conclusion.
It's not a landslide in terms of like did so many more people vote for him. It's just that he did have more people vote for him, but a lot of it was just a failure to mobilize the Democratic base.
I would draw from this.
Well, I am forthrightly willing to admit I missed this election. I still think I actually have.
Kamala Harris ran a far-right campaign. She lost while running with Liz Cheney. That's my understanding is that most of the exit polls show that people thought Kamala Harris was too liberal. I don't know if I would consider Kamala Harris to run she definitely did not run a far-right campaign. She ran like a pretty center-left campaign. Lower popular vote numbers than Hillary? Yeah.
I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think it's a pretty good record. Now, I think two things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out.
Is he going to say the reason we lost is because Biden dropped out? Oh, Lichtman. Biden could have won. I believe him. I'm with Lichtman.
There in the open.
Praise Biden.
I've never seen that before, and I've studied American politics since the founding, and that tainted any nominee. And they're now taking no responsibility for that. They're blaming everybody else. Until they look in the mirror, the Democratic Party is going to be in trouble. Secondly, why did my keys miss? Because my keys are based
Liberalism is far right, don't you remember?
A rational electorate decides whether or not the White House party is governed well enough to get 4 more years. That was.
I forgot he blames the misinformation, which honestly, kind of true. No wieners in little girls' restrooms. So true, brother. Welcome to the stream.
Exploded this time by a.
What's center left about Kamala Harris? She still supports transgender people. She was for a ceasefire in Gaza. Whether or not you believe it, she was at least willing to say that, like a temporary ceasefire. I don't know, things like that. Yeah. The unrealized gains tax.
New wave of disinformation that we've never seen before, in addition to the usual sources of disinformation. We had a huge change this time. A 300 billionaire, a guy who's richer than most countries of the world, who controls X, spreading vast disinformation. According to reports, billions upon billions of viewers saw his disinformation. People have a completely distorted view of the economy.
What was the disinformation?
Inflation is going
let me pin
up.
you down on that, though. You say Elon Musk was spreading disinformation. Like what?
Like the stuff he said on FEMA?
Yes. He is spreading vast disinformation that's sunk in. Even people who think their own financial situation is pretty good think inflation is going up when it's been cut by 75%.
True.
And unemployment is a near high when it's
inflation,
near low.
It's still inflation.
On that point, see, that's interesting. You would say that's disinformation.
Nice one, bro. Thanks, pet my
dog. The point
dog.
is that inflation is still not zero.
Doge.
Therefore, prices are still going up. Therefore, people.
The only way you get inflation.
Wow, insane analysis here, Piers. Inflation is not zero, therefore prices are still going up.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point.
Obviously.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point. Democrats kept telling the American people rather arrogantly, I thought, the economy's in really good shape. Meanwhile,
No, they did not. No, at least every like mainstream Democrat played it super safe with like the economic stuff. Like, online debaters like me might have been more aggressive and like if someone claims the economy's bad, like pointing out all the statistics that show it's good. But like the mainstream Democrats, like Pete Buttigieg and Jubilee, when people are like talking to him about the economy, he didn't like cite statistics. Only he was like, your experience matters. Clearly, we need to do better. Like, all this is not true at all. All the mainstream Democrats took the exact opposite stance of this.
Inflation still exists. In other words, prices have continued to go up and up and up, albeit not at the same rate they were going up. But if it wasn't zero, and it wasn't, it was like 2.5% or whatever by the end, that is still inflation. So it's not disinformation to say
the only
Americans
way
are
you
still
get it to
suffering
zero
inflation.
is a recession, is deflation. That's ridiculous.
True. Thank you, Lichtman.
Inflation has been cut by 80%, but it's not just inflation that people are wrong about.
But do you accept
It's
inflation
every
means prices are still
aspect of
going
the
up?
economy.
Do you accept
Why is Piers? What the?
prices are still going up?
Of course.
Right, so
They
that's the
always
point.
do in
But
this
that's not
recession.
that's not disinformation,
That's
then,
ridiculous.
is it? By Elon Musk,
And it's
that isn't
disinformation
disinformation.
about every other aspect of the economy as well. Disinformation about undocumented immigrants, like they're the bloodthirsty killers. They are the most law-abiding segment of our society. According to numerous studies, including by the Libertarian Cato Institute, they commit crimes, including violent crimes, less than half of that of Native Americans. And they don't drain our economy. They are the mainstay of the agricultural, construction, personal service, hospitality industries. Studies show you will drive the economy into a recession if you go through large-scale deportation of immigrants, and you will sweep it huge numbers of U.S. citizens.
Chink is ready. Yeah, you can see him fucking
Because all
charging
the
up, man.
databases used to identify undocumented immigrants are fundamentally flawed. You can't
Joe
have
voted
a
for
pragmatic
Trump.
electorate under these conditions, and the mainstream media is utterly feeble. It spends 20 times more time on meaningless polls within the margin of error than it does telling truth to power and indicating the consequences of this election.
But
and
it is
it's
okay.
being
I'm
taken
going to
over
come
by
to
billionaires.
Okay, I'm going to come to Cenk. I mean, Cenk, the biggest deporter in American presidential history was Barack Obama, who deported over 3 million people. This idea that Trump is going to become some outlier in terms of mass deportation. The great mass deporter was actually a Democrat president, Obama, by a long way, by the way. So this idea.
Piers brings this up all the time, and it's so annoying. Like, one, Obama also did other things that Trump's probably not going to do. In fact, Trump's probably going to repeal things like DACA, which, let the children stay here or whatever. And two, Obama was turning around people at the border. That's incredibly different than Donald Trump sending the military, declaring a national emergency, sending in the military to go find migrants already here to deport. Like, excuse me? Did Obama declare a national emergency? Maybe he did for, Katrina or something? I'm sure he had to declare one at some point, but, are you kidding me?
The idea of disinformation. I think some of it was disinformation, but it's I think the idea that this election was only won through right-wing disinformation. I'm afraid I view that as a total delusion by the Democrats. Again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we can get into this discussion, but Juan, I think
we need to run a socialist, and then we'll fucking win. Run Bernie.
And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
them
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong,
Okay.
and that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Who won?
Oh, Lichtman won't take it. I feel so bad for Lichtman.
Live in a total world of denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
try
right,
it with
right.
your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever point you want.
Yeah.
Don't make it
You
personal.
don't know anything. You don't know
You
anything.
attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
All right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able to
books.
finish a
How many
thought.
books have you published? No, because you're personally
Yeah.
attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to
Okay,
stand
but
for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
You were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
the
me
goddamn
stupid.
thought?
No, not if you're personally.
Well,
I admitted I was.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't call you stupid. He just said you're stupidly wrong. Which, I mean, he kind of was. Listen, the keys did not come through for us, unfortunately.
Need you to call me stupid?
Okay.
Can I just say, it's great to see you Democrats all getting
Who
along
taught
so
you
well.
manners?
It's lovely to see you both in harmony.
Do you read books, and if so, do you have a suggestion? Are you talking to me? I mean, yeah, I read quite a bit of books. The last book I read was What's Wrong with Protectionism. It was a book about all the flawed arguments against free trade.
Damn point.
together
Hey,
against
Alan,
right now.
shh. Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice, so can you just shut up for a second? And let
Wow.
someone who knows what
Not
they're doing.
if you personally attack me.
So,
Make any point you want.
So,
I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost your
blasphemy
ego
against you?
by
What the hell are
attacking
you?
me.
Jesus
Make
Christ, you
your points.
loser. Okay, can
Make your points.
I just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won easily. There was no need for that disinformation. You guys are missing the whole point. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden,
Yeah.
Democratic Party, Democratic leadership.
Should have read Bernie. Bernie can still win.
You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you. That's not the correct answer. There are three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing that the great majority, almost everyone on television, supports and kisses the ass of and does.
Based. I love the establishment wing. Thank you. Yes. I'm so cucked for the establishment.
Propaganda for. That wing has led to disaster. They lost to Donald Trump twice, nearly lost to him 3 times. And then the other wing is called the progressive wing, but those are two different sets of people. In the progressive.
By the way, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders both underperformed Kamala Harris in their elections. They got less votes than Kamala Harris versus most other like center-left Democrats. Who's the young streamer on the panel? I think you're talking about Harry. He's Harry Sisson. He's a TikToker. He's like a TikTok debate dude. What was I saying? Yeah, most other senators outperformed Kamala Harris. In fact, like in Arizona, the Democratic senator won, right? But Kamala Harris lost versus the more progressive candidates underperformed her. Just saying. Also, like the exit poll show, like a lot of people thought Kamala Harris was too liberal.
The identitarian left, the people who do what the right wing would call woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end.
Okay, thank you. At least we'd have that.
The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like paid family leave, higher minimum wage, universal health care, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So we'll just do identity politics. And maybe identity politics will unite the left. But it didn't. Identity politics led to disaster. It was a poison within the Democratic Party, used, ironically, by the establishment Democrats because they didn't want to talk about popular proposals that we have because their donors hate those proposals.
Okay, let me bring in Harry. Now, Harry, you tweeted or posted on X on November the 6th. Kamala Harris' speech was amazing. Graceful, strong, hit the right tone. She's a fantastic leader and a great role model. No idea how she lost to Trump. You're a bright young guy, Harry. I've interviewed you several times. Right?
Why does he talk so fast? To me? Or I had the video a little bit sped up. Do you own any guns? I don't know. I'm not even. Actually, I am old enough now. No, it's not like a moral thing. Like if I thought I would enjoy a gun, I would own a gun. I just am not that interested in it.
You know why she lost, and that's
Harry's cool. Even got an interview with Biden. That was awesome, bro.
Illustration. She basically said nothing. She talked about billions of stars in the moonlight and shining lights and all that. There was nothing there. There was no meat on the bone, no substance. And that was her problem throughout the whole campaign. She had 100 days.
Bro, compared to Trump. She had so many, her policies were way more clear than Trump's. Are you kidding me? Kill me. Like Kamala Harris has this whole... this is only her economic policy. 82-page, like, nice, clean PDF. Only her economic policies, okay? Versus, like, go to fucking Trump's website and, like, go look at a 2024 GOP platform, and it's like, or no, actually, just go to Trump's own website. It has the same, like, 13 points. The Agenda 47. I think it has the same 13 points here. It's like, ugh. Oh, platform. It has 13 points, and like you can't actually click on any of them to like read more. Also, like these are so stupid. 5, end inflation. Bro is the biggest nerd getting no pussy. Accurate. Based. End inflation and make America affordable again. Like what does that mean? End inflation? Inflation is back down close to like 2%. Depends on how you measure it. Make America affordable. Like, do we want inflation to be 0%? That's probably not a good thing. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Okay, that's point 5. Let's check point 13. Keep the US dollar as their world reserve currency. Points 5 and 13 are basically contradictory. It's probably not possible to be a manufacturing superpower without devaluing the dollar to the extent that it probably would not be the best world reserve currency. Like, bro's 14. Why does he care about politics? He knows literally nothing. So true.
To show America, here's how I'm going to fix all your problems.
Why is 0% inflation not good? One, you probably have to, in order to do that, you have to keep interest rates so high that you could potentially trigger a recession. 2, if there's a shock that happens, the Fed is limited in its ability to respond to that because without creating too much, without creating deflation, which is bad. 2, it doesn't give, sorry, 3, it doesn't, what's the, I'm trying to think of the word. 0% deflation or inflation is deflation. Not necessarily, well, it depends on wages, right? I mean, you can have real wage growth and it would effectively, the real wages would increase more, but, you want to give consumers an incentive to spend their money. Otherwise, people save too much, and then you cause like the paradox of thrift, and there's concerns about the paradox of thrift there, which is probably not good. Bro knows nothing about this at all. Okay.
Instead, she did the Hillary Clinton
Smoke, bro, you losing it. Wait, what did I say that was like wrong?
Us joy and sunshine immediately.
The Fed keyword, young man, that's a problem. A private bank thrust in our history. What's wrong with the Fed? I like the Fed. The Fed's a big reason we're not in a recession right now. The Fed, yeah.
He pivoted to Trump said.
Trump's policy plan was the equivalent of a mid-40s hippie chick stance on all hopes and zero substance. True.
A Nazi. They're all fascists. They're all disgusting. And by the way, here are all my rich, famous entertainment friends who are all going to surround themselves on me on stages. Didn't work for Hillary. Didn't work for Kamala. And at some point, young guys like you who are the future of the Democrat Party, you've got to wake up and smell the cappuccino.
Negative inflation is good after high inflation? Probably not. It'd be preferable to just have wages increase and inflation increasing more slowly than wages. Negative inflation can never be bad. Really, never? Deflation is usually bad because consumers have no incentive to spend their money, and it can lead to a deflationary spiral. So basically, prices fall, that leads to less money. Money printing will lead to full blown. I think there are reasons to print money sometimes. Also, I doubt you. Negative deflation triggers a spiral? Yeah, I can. So something called a deflationary spiral. Bro is yapping? What am I saying here is wrong? Basically, you can cause the businesses will fall, and they'll have to lower wages or fire people or both, which leads to even more people with less income. Which means they spend less and save more, and they're not stimulating the economy. What that means is that there's lower aggregate demand, which leads to falling prices. Non-fun for president, so true. Kamala ambassador. Yeah, falling demand, falling prices, debt defaults, bankruptcies, layoffs, and wages, falling demand, yeah. Typically, this is probably not what we want. Japan has had problems with this before. Yeah, that's why most economists will say like even a relatively high level of inflation is probably better than even a slightly lower level of deflation. Anyway.
You need a candidate that can resonate. I mean, Chenk's right.
Gold standard at in the 70s has caused inflation with wage stagnation. I dispute the fact that wages have stagnated.
The Democrat
you speak from a liberal perspective, but we are
resonated with the public
here in real life, my friend.
Right?
Okay.
You'd have done better with him running in this election. But you guys don't see it that way, do you?
Well, I think that since the election happened and sitting with it for a couple weeks, I know why Kamala Harris lost. I think that what I said was premature. And I think it's a combination of what all the gentlemen around me are saying. I think it's like a middle ground in life, which I think is often the case, which is, I think
Professor Lichtman is
right that
there
was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Cenk and
there was Harry, there was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi.
But Piers, it's not
You know what's insane? Trump basically rigged our fucking country to explode, okay? Because if he lost the election, he would have still declared victory, okay? He would have declared victory. There would have been a fucking violence in the street to the extreme. But who knows? It actually could have happened. Rigged, LMFAO. Trump basically rigged our fucking democracy to explode. He was literally during election night, like retruthing, right? It's not on Twitter, saying like, oh, look at the election fraud happening in Philadelphia or whatever. Like, if he lost the election, he would have still declared victory and it would have been a shit show, okay? But because he won, he just got away with it. It's like, I think Sam Harris made this point really, non-funds pro stamp back true. Sam Harris made this point really well. He was like, if someone rigs your house to explode and then for a reason outside of their control, it doesn't actually go off. Like, you just let them off the hook. This is insane. Like, there would have been people are still claiming the election is rigged. People literally are like, where'd the 9 million votes from Biden go? And still claim that this election was rigged. Like, the opposite. There's been so much damage done to society from the big lie in 2020. It has actually like ruined the fabric
calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters.
Modern monetary policy idiot speaking. I'm not a modern monetary theorist, but okay.
All that is total disinformation because he hasn't murdered 12 million people, and he's not going to. And you, by the way, you all know.
Kill me.
So the disinformation is on both.
Thank you for the sub, Dimitri, and I appreciate it. Welcome.
I disagree.
YouTube subs really help out a lot right now. Thank you. Everyone sub right now. The big lie psyop. Do you deny that Trump repeatedly lied about election fraud in 2020?
I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler. But I want to be clear, that was his own former advisors who called him that and likened him to Hitler. Kamala Harris never got on stage and said, oh yeah, Trump's Hitler.
I'm not even an MMT or chat. What is this? What is these attacks? Okay.
But I also want to make the point that I think that Cenk and the gentleman from Fox News is right when it comes to the economy. I think we were not great when it came to messaging on the economy. The benefit that Trump had is that he could put his slogan on a yard sign. He could say, Kamala Harris, Democrats, high prices, Trump and bans, low prices. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was tasked with explaining, okay, here's why inflation went up. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden.
He didn't lie. He believed it was stolen. If he actually believed it was stolen, he's fucking psychotic and mentally incompetent to be president. Okay? Where's the But he almost certainly knew that he lost because people told him, his own team told him, his own like election integrity commission literally fucking told him specific claims of election fraud were false. I thought it was... Where's the Jan 6 report? Here it is. I think it's like page 58 or something. His own team would tell him this claim of election fraud is false. And then the next day, he would literally just say... He would just repeat it. Sometimes people are wrong. Here it is. Sorry, there's a lot of them. Then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen. And so he said, well, what about this? I saw it in videotape. Someone was delivering a suitcase of ballots, and we said it wasn't a suitcase. It was a bin. That's why that's what they use when they're counting ballots. It's benign. And then this is a few days later. There was even security camera footage from Georgia that shows officials telling poll watchers to leave the room before pulling suitcases of ballots out from under the tables and continuing to count for hours. Young man, learn to read more books. Okay. His advisors? You're one of my favorite transgender YouTubers. I appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. Then, Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donoghue. I told the president myself that several times in several conversations that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in suitcases run through machines several times. It was not true. That we looked into it. That we looked at the video. We interviewed a witness. It was not true. I believe it was on a phone call on December 27th. It was also in a meeting in the Oval Office on December 31st. And then a few days later, she shuffled the machine. She stuffed the ballot. Each ballot went through 3 times. They were showing. He was the ballot number 1. He was the second. He was the second one. Third time. Like literally, there are many more examples of this. Specific claims of election fraud. Trump was told was not true, and then went on to repeat, either knowing that they were not true or recklessly. Yeah.
Factors. Here's why gas prices went up. Obviously, it's not means external factors. You know, if you're explaining, you're losing, as the famous saying goes.
Yeah.
So that was the uphill battle that we had. And I think there was kind of a perfect storm that led to Donald Trump being elected. And I think that I disagree.
Can you explain the graphs around showing Biden's Democratic votes? Yeah, cities. A lot of times, cities report all their ballots at once, so it creates the fucking the jump that have 3:30 ballot drop or whatever. Yeah, like that's how you can see it happening to Republicans too. Diddy's attorney. Like I think I think I have graphs in here bookmarked. You did a great job defending a hopeless is the hopeless position that the election in 2020 was not stolen. That's a hopeless position. Here we go. Yeah, like here's a meme about it. Like you can see this happens to Republicans as well. because like cities will sometimes like report all their shit at once. This is not uncommon. It happens. Oh, look at a 3 a.m. ballot drop. Look at a 3 a.m. ballot drop. What the fuck? What? Like that. But it happens to Democrats more often just because Democrats live in larger cities that take longer to count votes.
But you're missing something else. You're missing something else, which is
And Democrats disproportionately vote by mail as well, and that takes longer to count.
culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left nobody cared about.
Psyop,
No one
this
cares
kid
about
doesn't
the
even
trans
vote.
race,
I
right?
did vote.
Nobody cares that biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told nobody cares about this. Leave them all alone. It's transphobic. I'm not transphobic. I wanted trans people, as I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep telling people it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand, we're absolutely fine
Oh, another
women's rights
bot.
in sport
Awesome.
to be traduced at this ridiculous altar of biological men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public went, this is, and you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
saw it.
You know, Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in modern political history. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of Trump.
Bring up a map of the electoral, absolutely. Read other than 3 cities. It must be one of the rat scatter. I don't know what that's. I'm not a butt jackass. Okay. Everyone knows Trump just won his 3 elections in a row. So true.
Trans athletes in women's sport is wrong. You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train. And that delusion was one of the reasons.
Pierce is kind of right. Like, obviously, Democrats did a bad job with this. Like, Kamala Harris should have just came out and said shit. I hate that the far left. The issue is, like, literally, like, the fucking biggest, like, left-wing content creator, right? It's fucking Hassan. And if Kamala Harris came out and said biological men shouldn't compete in women's sports, at least if they haven't medically transitioned or whatever, Hassan would get Hassan would lose his shit at that, okay? Like, large content creators on the far left would absolutely lose their fucking mind, which is a big issue. But
reasons that you lost so badly, I believe.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in and of itself contained misinformation. The ad was saying, oh, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender
She said
surgeries.
It. All right, said it a few years ago.
2019, man.
But wait, hold on. In the New York Times also reported this, that this took
Will
place
you support trans women in sports? Yes? No, I don't.
Donald Trump's
generally no.
Presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Shank, it's a law, it's a constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment. Because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it, that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation.
I also love the trans
Do you accept,
yeah.
do you accept, Harry? Do you accept that this
Yes,
so-called?
I'm sorry, yes.
But do you accept the so-called
They're the
cultural
minority?
stuff? I frame as a
Ooh.
kind of very, very far left, progressive woke stuff. That I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more centre part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently, Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said we've got to stop this. No, Joe Scarborough did a big monologue.
Well, again, it's because for whatever reason, the far left seem to have an unbelievable amount of control over what people more to the center can say without their total condemnation, even though they fucking condemn people in the center anyway. I say center, but like center relative to the Democrats.
About it on Morning Joe. At some point, you've got to recognize that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete bullshit.
Cope is insane. You think Kamala Harris, who ran the most far-right campaign in the history of the Democratic Party in modern history, I don't know for necessarily. I mean, what do you count as modern history? I don't know enough about the campaign Clinton. I think Clinton probably ran closer to the right, but I don't really know. And he thinks she didn't run far enough to the right. I think she didn't do enough job addressing a lot of people's concern about like this shit specifically about like the transgender shit and like biological men competing in women's sports. She did not have the courage to stand up to have the Sister Soldier moment. But yeah, considering there are 2 prisoners in the old-time there are 2 prisoners in the all-time recorded history of the U.S. that have gone through gender-affirming surgery, and one happened in 2017, and another in 2022, meaning Trump had this under law, the books, and he did nothing about it. Yeah. Piers Morgan, UK citizen or US? I actually don't know. I would imagine he's a US citizen, but he's from the UK, so.
And that's one of the reasons you lost. And you've got to move on from it. If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise you. Take it to the bank.
So, Piers, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the culture war stuff. I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of using it. I think that yes, and to some degree we have to move on. But by moving on, we shouldn't throw people under the bus. We shouldn't say, oh, trans people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really
And
didn't
inflation.
Like it.
It was inflation. Biggest reason was inflation.
About race, because it seems...
Can I get in here?
Well, one second, Shane. Hang on. Okay. One thing, I'll come to you, Shane, don't worry. One, on the issue of race, many people found it extraordinary that a guy who a lot of people think is racist beat a black woman. And a lot of people that helped him win turned out to be a lot more black men voting for him than first time, and a lot more Latinos voting for him than the previous times. How important, if at all, was race in the end? Or was it actually a case of a lot of black and Latino people went, we don't care about all that stuff. What we care about is jobs, cost of living, illegal immigration, and so on?
Well, I think everybody cares about jobs, cost of living, inflation, and so on. And by the way, I don't think you're right about those numbers. I think there were more black men than black women who went towards Trump. But remember, they're still a small segment of the overall electorate. The big shift, actually, as I said, Latino men was a huge shift. And they're also not that big a section of the electorate. The big electorate in this country still is white people. And overwhelmingly, white men went for Donald Trump. And
Went
white
for
women,
Trump, yeah.
who I thought, and I think a lot of pollsters thought, given the abortion issue and the success of abortion as an issue that favored Democrats in 2020, but also after the Dobbs decision in 22 and all the referenda, the white women, again, voted for Trump. But so, you talk about, is this a race issue? The race issue may be that white Americans were overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump. And if you look at black Americans...
Fat guy bet Kamala Harris had the unrealized capital gains tax. That's a pretty left-wing issue. The issue is, I don't know what she would do differently from Biden on some things. So I would say that. I would say the ceasefire in Gaza, she was probably more anti-Israel than Biden was too. Why is everyone adding me? They're hating on you, Maida. I don't know.
America as overall black America supported Kamala Harris. Overall, Latino America supported Kamala Harris. Even Latino men who had that big shift. So to me, race is a part of the story because, in America, the demographics are creating anxiety. And I think the anxiety is most evident in terms of white America seeing that there are more black people, but also Latinos as the second largest group in the country now, and rising number of Asians. It plays out in so many ways. And I think Donald Trump is just expert at exploiting, that racial anxiety to say to people, these Democrats are playing identity politics or whatever. I think the identity politics overwhelmingly is played by Donald Trump with white America.
Cenk, you wanted to jump in.
It's kind of true.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to address what Juan's saying too. But first, Harry, I know that the same policy was under Donald Trump, but that's not disinformation. That's for our candidate to go out there and clarify that and to fight back and to make her case. But she refused to make her case. She barely did any interviews. They were all incredibly structured to protect her fragile ego. All she did was talk points. Donald Trump.
I don't think she did enough alternative media interviews, but she did a decent amount of mainstream interviews, I guess.
Sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with a garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Those are great photo ops. When our guy is a corporate talking robot, that is not helpful. We are misdiagnosing the case here. So when on these identity issues, the Republicans set traps. No, hold on. The Republicans set traps for us.
There's no policy difference in foreign policy compared to Biden or Trump. On Gaza, on the ceasefire in Gaza, Kamala Harris is, I'm pretty sure, way more left-leaning than Trump, and even to the left of Biden.
So the great majority of the country is in favor of trans rights, and I'm 100% in favor of trans rights, and I bet you that the entire panel, including Piers, says that as well. Yeah. But when you go beyond rights and you say, hey, they dug and dug, they tried to find, hey, how about banning them from the military? Trump tried that in the beginning, it wasn't popular. Banning them from bathrooms, not popular. But they dug until they got to sports, and that was winning ground for them. And what I said is, guys, get out of there. It's a trap. You don't have to fight on that. You're falling into their trap. And what happened, as Piers can attest to, is everyone else on the left screamed, transphobe, fascist, Nazi, let's dig in on our least popular position. That was terrible politics.
Totally agree with that.
Juan, I love you, brother, but it ain't
There's
about
no
race.
graph nerds watch a circus show at TV. Listen, this is a fun circus show, okay? I'll make exceptions. It's a funny frame to pause Lichtman on.
It ain't about race.
You know what?
Latino men didn't vote for. Hold on. Latino men didn't vote for Donald Trump because all of a sudden they like white people or orange people. They voted for him based on economic issues. The Democrats only think in terms of identity, but that's not working anymore. The number one identity people care about is not Latino.
I think Cenk is probably right here. Yeah, we need to play more in economic populism, stop some of the identity politics shit. I think Cenk is mostly right there.
Black or white, it's class. Are you going to do something for the average man, or are you going to sit there and play identity politics so you avoid the more important questions that your donors don't want to talk about that actually helps the average guy, like paid family leave and higher
Hal
wage?
Lichtman is doing damage control. Yeah, he has to. His keys. The keys did not come through. The keys. R.I.P. to kids. What about your numbers, non-fan? What?
I don't get it, Singh. I don't get it. The reality is, like, Bill Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama, they stood up for Obamacare. They stood up for
Retroactively tries to explain the ways keys didn't work. Yeah, he blames the misinformation, which...
These are populist issues at the heart of the Democratic Party. You go after the Democratic Party donors and the establishment Democrats stood for those issues, brought them to the table, and won. And Democrats, if you look at what Joe Biden did in terms of bailing people out during the virus and saying that we have to have infrastructure and building, that helped working people in this country. But a lot of lies were told about that history.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Professor.
You said the economy was best under Biden? I don't know if I said it was the best under Biden. I think there are a lot of metrics that are the best since the 1990s. I'm sure we could find some period in history where it's technically better in every metric or whatever. But just because the economy is better doesn't mean people recognize that, right? Like, I do think the economy is really good under Biden. I don't think people recognize that. And I don't think Kamala Harris appealed to enough to them to explain, like, why she would make it better relative to Trump.
You want to jump in there?
Yeah. First of all, let me add a quick fact. There was no massive switch of black voters to Donald Trump. Donald Trump got 13% of the black vote, 11% the last time. That's
Dude, there's no shred of interest in honest discussion, but this panel for dramas at a freak show. Yeah, I know. Piers literally, he does not care at all. He just wants to milk all the content out of it, and you know what? It's fine because he doesn't copy strike me for reacting to it, so I get to do it too.
Big myth is that hindsight is 20/20. We have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who, after the fact, are telling us what Harris should and should not have done. And half of them are saying she lost because she was too progressive. She was too open to the charge of being a radical or socialist. The other half have said, of course, she lost because she wasn't progressive enough. We heard that from Schenck today. It's all sports talk radio without the entertainment. There is no way to know after the fact what she should or should not have done. If she'd only done this or that, it would have made a difference. That's just hot air with absolutely no proof. The difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful predictions based upon how American presidential elections.
Oh, kill me, dude. Oh, kill me.
Decision making on whether or not the White House party.
Lichtman is right. Speaking of Piers Morgan having no interest in honest conversation, Lichtman is right in that I feel like it's just insane to me that, like, Trump can do all these interviews on alternative media. Like, Trump can do interviews with Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan, and, like, they never ask him, like, hey, well, what's all that shit with, like, claiming the 2020 election was rigged? And, like, what was all that shit with, like, telling Mike Pence to overturn the election? It's like he just never gets pressed on these issues, and it kind of just let him ramble about, like, about the border. And I feel like that needs to change. There needs to be actual pushback against Trump and some of these alternative media things. And Piers does, like, the both sides shit all the time. Sorry, Piers doesn't even do the both sides shit all the time. He treats the Democrats way more harshly. He grades Trump at a huge curve. He makes insane excuses for Trump that he would never make for Democrats.
Has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed, what's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Jank, you need to learn some manners. Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not
brother.
to like you.
Brother.
When I'm wrong. Are you ever going to learn the lessons?
Can I just ask, hang on. Just ask for those who have...
Look, if tariffs were done by states rather than federal government, I don't think it would be as bad just because it wouldn't affect as many people, but it would still be bad. There would still be a net cost for that state.
No
my
idea
position.
What the key thing is all about. Why are you flashing keys?
His 13 keys. How do you not know?
He had these keys, and they were going to determine the outcome of the election, and all the keys were rigged in favor of incumbents. And I tried to explain to him, no, there are things outside of the keys. We literally had a debate, and I asked him, what if Joe Biden, this was back when he was defending Joe Biden, which now seems unconscionable, what if Biden came and punched the baby every single day? Would your keys still hold? And he said yes. Okay, well, then you're an unreasonable person.
I was right.
But what I'm most worried about is not the past,
Let me
it's the
explain
future.
why.
Oh, he's right. Biden could have won. Biden could have won. Harry looked like Harry might just, he did the face to, he had like a cringe face to him saying defending Biden's unconscionable. He might just think that Biden is a good president, which, hey, I agree, buddy. I agree. Biden almost certainly could not have won, though. There's no way Biden would have done better. There's no... Biden was fucked. Biden was even more fucked.
You have no idea how absurd you sound. Okay, but
Biden's a
guys,
good president overall. Biden's the best president in history of the United States. That's extreme. But I honestly think Biden was a really good president. He's underappreciated.
most important thing is not between me and Professor Lichtman. God bless you, brother. I know you did a lifetime's worth of work, and I feel a little bit bad about it. The reason I'm saying it is not to rub it in now. It's because I'm worried that in the next primary, you're going to tell people to vote for the establishment Democrat. That all of you on this panel are going to go, oh, no, vote for the corporate robot, vote for the corporate robot.
Based.
And that's going to
I love the corporate robot.
That's why I'm fighting back so aggressively.
Give me a name.
No, vote for the populist left.
Give me a name.
Well, in the old days, it easily would have been Bernie Sanders.
Who
Now
is
he's
it now?
too old. So look, I would start considering Sean Fain, head of the UAW, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, Jon Stewart. Go outside of politics.
Jon Stewart. Let's go.
I mean, Harry,
for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head, but I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
No,
Maybe.
I don't take objection to Jon Stewart. I just think we have some people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the
Give me some
Democratic nominee.
names.
Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor Wes Moore in Maryland. How much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time. There's really talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected
I
officials
hate
right
this
now.
TV
Can
celebrity
shake his head all he
shit
but these
fix.
people are winning in swing states overwhelmingly.
Who would you like to see?
Honestly, Americans are so stupid. Jon Stewart might fucking win. Okay, like is he actually a good candidate? No. Are Americans fucking stupid enough to vote for him just because he's funny? Yeah, probably. Probably there's a lot of fucking centrist voters, like median voter, that could be swayed to voting for him just because he's fucking funny sometimes. But he's not the governing type. Absolutely, he's not. I think he'd be pretty bad at governing, pretty bad at politicking. Would Americans fucking vote for him though? Yeah, probably.
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. And there's plenty more, but I think we're going to.
I'm pretty sure I would lay good money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in
I'd say it's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's actually he in direct contrast to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought J.D. Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump, particularly in getting young men to come out and vote for him. So,
by the way, listen, Republicans did this, so I get to do it to them. Where's J.D. Vance? Where's J.D. Vance? Where is he? Have not seen him since the election. Where is he? Where is he? Why is he hiding? Did he get a body double too, just like Biden? I bet he got a body double too. Obviously, I'm joking. J.D. Vance is probably just at home celebrating his victory, but it is funny to troll.
I expect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Lippman, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel, the Ohio State Senator Nina Turner. And first making
What?
uncensored
Oh,
debut,
state senator. Oh, Kyle Kalinske, no way.
the host of the Kyle Kalinske Show, Kyle Kalinske.
Yeah, state senator is not important. Who gives a fuck?
Welcome to our Senator. We're trying to get you for a long time. Let's have a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel. But why did the Democrats...
Where's Trump? I'm pretty sure Trump's still been doing, like, appearances and stuff, right? Man, I don't know. Maybe not.
blow it so badly? And what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters
I don't completely disagree with that.
thought he's going to deliver more change. She's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see run the party now? I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since...
Are you fucking... He's unironically saying Jon Stewart? Really? Are you... Listen, man, I don't know. Fuck it. Maybe this is what we need. Maybe, I don't know at this point. I don't even know.
Trump won this time around, because what we need is, honestly, a controversial
Can't
charismatic
find him.
celebrity might make all of the difference, but it's that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care. I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful, is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining. Love him or hate him, you can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
But I would add to that what Bill Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way.
No shot. I don't see Bill Maher holding, or maybe he does, I don't know. I don't see him holding Democrats to this insane standard that Pierce holds them to.
And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues, whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues. She's certainly voted in
Bill
line.
Maher's insufferable. At least I don't think he's as insufferable as Pierce. I think he's right about some things. I don't know. But some things I can understand why people don't like him.
A lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the
Pierce is
center.
as insufferable. I think Pierce is more insufferable just because he hosts these fucking interviews and hosts Democrats where Maher is more like that is true.
when she got the nomination.
Zero
It was too much
tariffs
of a
would
screech
be
for
better
people on
if
both
tariff
sides.
benefits of area
But
specifically.
this
The
whole
negative effects should be
woke
localized as
ideology-
well.
I don't mean the
Otherwise,
original
you.
woke ideology, raising
I mean,
awareness.
didn't I say that they would be better because they would hurt less people? I imagine they would hurt less people. Like, yeah, they're not as bad as a federal level tariff, but they're still bad. Is my position.
Racial and socially just.
Also, I guess they probably wouldn't just hurt that state because other that would place that state at like a disadvantage relative to other states, and then there'd be things that go on there. But it would hurt less people. I agree.
I mean, the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely.
Tariffs are retarded in discussion. True. You missed the fucking 4-hour tariff debate we had.
Which actually really damages them electorally.
No, I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never
No,
mentioned
come
gender.
on.
She never mentioned trans people.
That's
She never
not
mentioned
true.
pronouns.
That's. She did do a little bit of DI stuff, like the opportunity economy for black men or whatever, like the loans for black entrepreneurs. I don't think it's like necessarily super bad, but she did kind of play into identity politics there. And the trans shit, she just didn't have good answers to some of the fucking questions that she'd be pushed on, like in media interviews, and Republicans make it out to be like a way more bigger deal than it is, which is they're insane. The disinformation is insane. But
or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom.
I don't think the U.S. has much lithium. Excuse me, we do now. That's the whole reason we made that hurricane. Okay, U.S. lithium deposits. Look, this is the whole That's the whole reason we made Hurricane Helene. What do you mean? That's the whole reason all the Jews came together and turned on the hurricane machine and found all their lithium deposits under North Carolina, and we're like, hey, we need an excuse to federalize this land. So they made the hurricane, and they used FEMA to give loans to people and then take their land if they don't repay it.
Patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
Well, they're talking about her record.
Those things
Well, hang on. They're talking about her record.
Haven't you heard, localist? Did you hear that if you, if you own land and then FEMA gives you money after the disaster, the man-made Jewish hurricane disaster, if you don't repay that money back, they take your home and they use that land to mine lithium. Didn't you know that? You don't know this?
Vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you could pretend when you get the nomination, whoa, I'm a centrist, and I'm a gun-toting Rambo, by the way, as well.
I don't even know if Biden played in the DI a little bit. Biden, at the start of his term, did some transgender shit, but Jewish space leaders. This is the hurricane machine right here.
Amendment people, but actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person, and to pretend otherwise is to just ignore what went on in that period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denial.
I don't care, localist.
Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in. Because he just shoots them a hip and he says stuff that crosses his mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy. And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop.
He's the president of the United States. If he says some insane shit, then yeah.
Stop doing this. You're literally playing into his trap every time you do this. Just pick him off on the stuff he actually does. Then you got a better chance.
All right, I'll do that. Here, ready? He gag ordered the EPA from telling the truth on climate change. That's deeply anti-free speech. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting. He did not pardon Assange. He did not pardon Snowden. He did not pardon Daniel Hale.
True.
Correction Act to deploy the U.S. Troops against George Floyd protesters. These are all things that are actually on the record, things he actually did. And the thing that I find incredibly frustrating is that nobody talks about it. Trump magically gets a pass for things he actually did.
He doesn't get
Democrats
a pass.
get held to a super high standard.
Come on, he doesn't.
What do you mean? He definitely gets a pass from you, Piers. I don't know what you're on about. He gets a pass from the electorate too. He did January 6th, and he got elected again. Kill me.
Wait.
Holy shit. Ticky Tack in with the fucking $50. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate it very much, Ticky Tack. Hell yeah, half my monthly income right there. Fuck yeah, thanks, Ticky Tack. Here, let me give you the hearts. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, sorry about, next time Minar comes in, I will let you troll for sure. I just, I wanted to do the tariff conversation first, and then Minar left at some point. Now you can afford those shoes? What shoe? Oh, the fucking Trump shoes? Yeah, hell yeah. I need Trump sneakers, man.
Hang on. Let me ask you. Trump has had the most unrelentingly...
Kamala needs that 50 more. Kamala no longer needs that 50 more than me. I hate to break it to you.
Hostile media.
You know what pains me? I gave John Tester $10 and this motherfucker lost this race, okay? I gave this motherfucker $10 whole and he still lost. 45% compared to 50. Jesus, it was a way bigger loss than I thought it was. I take no offense to anything. His reaction was funny to start with. It was funny. $10 whole. This motherfucker. Didn't appreciate it. I don't know. It was Montana. I don't know for sure. I don't know if there's any chance that he won after all the shit the Democrats did, but we'll see.
From a mainstream media that is largely staffed.
Oh, sorry. I assume we say all the things Democrats did. Everything people associate Democrats with. Some of which they did in fact not do.
By liberals, we know this because the way they all go nuts when they're.
He does exactly. He does look like the guy from It Ain't Much When It's Honest Work. That's why he can win Montana.
People wouldn't come out and endorse Kamala, and they all resign, so they reveal their true colours. Cable news the same, MSNBC, CNN, you can fire a harpoon around their newsrooms and you wouldn't hit a conservative, right? So let's just get real about the way mainstream media is made up. I've worked in it, and there are very few conservatives, and that is part of the problem as well. And I just think that ultimately, if the Democrats are going to try and make themselves electable, they've got to move wholesale on now to a far more effective way of campaigning. They can't just be, every time Donald Trump speaks, mass hysteria, shaving your head, going on TikTok and posting videos of yourself screaming and saying you'll never have sex with a Trump supporter again. All this stuff is insane.
Wait. How about just telling the truth? That's a radical idea, right? When was the last time you heard that Trump arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting? Who talked about that? Did CNN talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Did you talk about that? Nobody talks about it. And the fact of the matter is Trump attacks Democrats 4 times as hard as they attack him. Yeah. So if anything...
I don't even know about this. I could see a case where it's legitimate, so I don't... Trump, 6 journalists. Although he shouldn't be... I don't know what he means by Trump did it. He shouldn't be ordering... Even if they did do a crime, he probably shouldn't be ordering the DOJ specifically to charge these people. That's probably not something he should do. This says 4. Didn't he say 6? 6 arrested while covering Donald Trump protest. 6 members of the media have been charged with felony rioting after being arrested. All 6 individuals were arraigned Saturday in D.C. for violating the city's law against rioting. Kyle Kinsley is in Fantasyland. He just believes what he wants to be true. I'm missing when Kyle Kalinske defended Biden. Okay. But they were dropped. They were dropped against 4 of them. But charges you can have probable cause to bring charges and it be legitimate to bring charges and then it be legitimate to remove them later. Just because they were removed doesn't necessarily mean it was bad to bring charges in the first place, right? So charges were against 3 journalists. Charges against these were dropped. You can bring bogus charges easy. I'm not saying that's not possible. I understand you can do that. Have you seen the Kyle Kalinske versus Charles Kirk debate? It's kind of old, but it's funny to see Kirk had stopped the easiest way possible. I don't think I have, actually. Uh-oh. How do you spell Kyle Kalinske versus Charlie Kirk? 5 years ago, yeah. It's just the only fucking video we had. Is there an actual... Oh, this one looks better.
Big issues today.
It's from Turning Point USA. We're off railing real quick, but what happened to your Brett Cooper vid comments? Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Brett Cooper Sims came after me. Yeah. Hardcore. I don't know. I think YouTube just recommended that video to a lot of conservatives. So... You met Charlie Kirk? What? Crazy. That was an on-camera thing. Turning Point has got more funding since then. I don't know. I could see a case where this is legitimate, and it could very easily not be legitimate as well. But clearly, it's not. It's possible, in principle, for journalists to engage in rioting, and then clearly, in principle, it's possible that they didn't engage in rioting, but who the fuck cares? But there was still probable cause to bring charges.
The lesson to take away is the opposite. Democrats should get more arrogant, they should get more aggressive, and they should tell the truth more.
Come on, Carl. You know that would be utter suicide.
That's the truth.
You know what? You wouldn't be as good at it as he is, because he does it with humour. You lot all do it with these incredibly straight-faced, virtue-signaling, outrage, black everything faces. And it's like, if you all just chilled out a bit, have a bit of Kool-Aid, have a bit of a laugh.
That's why I said Jon Stewart.
Death by mockery. Well, actually, you're right. Jon Stewart gets exactly the right tone. On that, I agree with you.
That's right. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. Let's bring in Nina Turner and the rest of the panel. Nina, you've floated that Rahm Emanuel as a new DNC chair would be a good signal that the Democrat Party is only there for the donor class. Many other people would say that Rahm Emanuel's a very effective political operator. I mean, actually, the Democrats need a bit of that muscle now.
Appears very effective at a cover-up. As we know, as mayor of the city of Chicago, he
covered up
the police murder of Laquan McDonald. He closed many schools in the black community. Certain segments of the black community are very outraged by him. He is more of the same and should be as far away from the DNC as possible. Now, if the Democrats want to lose again and get handed again like they just did in 2024, then go ahead and have Rahm Emanuel there. But if they want to do a new thing and answer to the working class people of this country from all backgrounds, then they need to have somebody there, primarily who's going to say no more dark money in Democratic primaries. Rahm Emanuel is an absolute no. We know that the Chicago Teachers Union feels the same way, and many others will come out against him.
I don't know enough about. I have no clue what she's saying is true. I don't know enough about it.
If he decides to run for that.
Okay, Juan, let me bring you back in, because MSNBC is now at war, which is always entertaining to watch, because Joe and Mika from the morning show went off and they
I think charges on were some of them actually convicted? I don't think any were. Or did someone at least go to trial, or all the charges just dropped eventually? Because it says the charge against these have been... I don't know. I need to know more. But again, I could see a case where it's legitimate.
Revealed this morning to go and see Trump in secret at the end of last week after bombarding him with abuse for years and years and years, having originally been great friends of his. But another MSNBC presenter, Katie Fang, has now tweeted, normalizing Trump is a bad idea, period. So clearly there is an internal fracturing going on, which I suspect is going on in the Democrat Party at large, because I would urge them to be more collegiate with Trump. I've always felt that he's one of those guys, he's a natural pugilist. If you read his book, The Art of the Deal, he says, if you punch me, I'll punch you 10 times back. Actually, if you go and hang out with Trump, and I've criticized him as much as I praised him.
Kill me. No, you haven't. No, you have not. You have absolutely not done that, Piers. You have not. You hold Democrats to a way higher standard as well.
If he feels like you're not just unrelentingly abusive. So I actually thought that Joe and Mika, we'll play a clip from what they said this morning, but I thought this was a good move on their part. Let's take a look.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications.
Well, what do you make of that? I mean, I actually feel America's been so toxic in the way it's become so tribal, and they've been part of that, no question, on one side, and Fox have done it, I guess, on the other, and so on. Should we encourage both sides to come together a bit more, like they used to in the old days?
Sure. I mean, look, I'm all for people working together, building bridges, kumbaya. I'm all for it, because I think, you know what? If you look at the Congress of the United States, totally polarized, they're also totally paralyzed. They're not getting anything done. Yeah. We need to get things done. And on the world stage, I could go on and on. But I think that with Joe and Mika, and I watched that show, so I'm no critic of it in that sense, because I subscribe, if you will. But let me just tell you, it looked to me like their ratings have gone through the floor.
They have, yeah.
And I think that when people talk about Trump, you talk about Trump, he's a celebrity. People have said you can't take the camera off him. I think for them, it's like, you know what? This is a way to get back in the media ratings game. You know, the idea that we're connected to Trump. People like to advertise on shows they know the president might be watching. They would love to get Trump to, instead of watching Fox and Friends, to watch some of Joe and Mika, Morning Joe. But, to me, that's it really calls into question, have they been authentic when they were saying that this guy is so harsh when it comes to women, so harsh and racist when it comes to blacks and Latinos, and has an authoritarian, even as we were saying, fascist streak. So were they sincere about that, or are they now falling in line with others who find, you know what, I want to get on the bandwagon because Trump has just been reelected and won the popular vote?
Yeah.
To my mind, you got to be straight about your authentic sense so that the audience can trust you, and I think they put that at risk today.
Well, it's interesting, Cenk, because the journalism professor and author Jeff Jarvis has accused them, Joe and Mika, of inflicting a, quote, betrayal on their colleagues, democracy, and us all. He tweeted it's a disgusting show of obeisance in advance.
Yeah. So I have a different opinion than everybody here. My first question would be, what are we agreeing on? So if you want to go to Trump to get him to agree on things that we agree with, like an anti-war position, fantastic. Of course we should be open.
Bro, oh, dude, I forgot about this until now. Man, Cenk's tweets, it was like today or yesterday. It was like, make me head to the Pentagon so I can cut the military budget by $400 billion. I can make Trump anti-war. Like,
you'd be nuts not to be open.
Oh, it's so
right?
goofy.
If you were to actually do anti-corruption, which he always promises but never does, right? And you can get them to be open to that, fantastic. But why are Mika and Joe going there to push for, the public option? No, they're going over there to get access, and so they seem like utter frauds. Like if they could show me policies.
Well, the left is yelling at me not to work with MAGA. Here's Donald Trump Jr. saying he would limit generals from working for defense contractors. That's a policy we've been pushing for and got to nowhere with Democrats on. Who cares as long as they get it done? Oh, the Donald Trump Jr. actually fucking replied to check here. Oh, I didn't know Elon Musk himself replied to this and tell that shit too, man. Dude, imagine if the Department of fucking Government Efficiency actually fucking that comes into being, and their recommendation is just, let's just cut the military budget by $400 billion. Surely there's no adverse effects from that.
That they care about.
Oh my God, kill me.
They have a strategy to get Donald Trump to do good and decent things. Great, I'm super open to it. Look, I would want to do that. I got no problems with meeting with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or anything else along those lines. But what I'm not going to do is compromise my principles and my ideas just to get access.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, see the Democratic Party instantly going in the wrong direction. Rahm Emanuel is the biggest dog for corporate donors. Picking him could be the worst possible thing you could do. You know that Rahm Emanuel
I love the corporate
1,000
donors.
seats on his
They're
watch when he was
based.
at the DNC nationwide for the Democrats. There isn't a bigger loser in the Democratic Party. So, look, we need a populist like Jon Stewart, which I actually, if you remember, Piers, I tried to get him into this race.
Yeah.
But John, call me. This guy never wants to, he doesn't realize how intensely popular he can be. By the way, another candidate for president could be Nina Turner, a person who actually fights for the average person, has always been right about the populist left, and going for class instead of always being worried about identity politics. So there's so many options here.
Yeah. Kyle, a lot of people now say, including John Fetterman, that Nancy Pelosi should go. She's the godmother, the enforcer. Now she's blaming Biden. You can't have it both ways. I think it's really ironic. You have a woman of age 84 and she's still hanging on. Why not give a younger generation an opportunity to occupy that seat? I mean, Nancy Pelosi, it does seem to me
Because Nancy Pelosi's based. I love Nancy Pelosi, okay? Nancy Pelosi knows all. She's the best. Well, number one, she's just the best, she's really good at the stock market, there's that, first of all. She's a very good financial advisor, I would say. She's the most effective Democratic operative, behind-the-scenes operative ever. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi.
I mean, I'm totally in favor of cleaning house, but at the same time, that 100% would include the genocidal maniac that is John Fetterman. So he's part of the problem that he thinks he's calling out here. He's one of the worst of the worst. So, but on the broader point of just...
I don't even know how to do this. I've been watching so much news.
I love this rap. Mida showed me this.
Because as of lately, you want to know who I would fuck?
Nancy Pelosi.
Someone tell that granny to blow me. I'd take out her dentures, put them on the dresser, slide off her panties and proceed. I'd whip out her knockers fast and start throwing uppercuts like a boxing bag. I'd grab her by the nipples and I'd flip them up and down until they're flapping in the wind, and then I'd spin them all around and go, "Brrr. Have you seen them titties? Every time I think of them things, I'm giddy. She's far from the itty bitty titty committee. Come on, man, she could start her own team in the big leagues. I think about them just to pass the day. Man, I bet those fuckers hang past her waist. If I laid on the ground with my head by your feet and she dropped them, they'd probably smack my face.
Bringing in new leadership, bringing in fresh ideas, bringing in people who believe in social democracy and Bernie Sanders' agenda, and they're willing to fight. 100% on board for that.
Harry, celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, where it's now been revealed that she and...
That felt a lot longer than 40 seconds.
$500 million, rather than the original $1 million is thought for the...
You don't appreciate it like I do.
They put on with Kamala Harris. Every single time out comes Oprah, putting her arm around whoever the Democrat candidate is. Then you see Beyonce, then you see... They all come out. I feel that's over, that Trump has barreled his way through that. And his people, like Joe Rogan, Elon Musk and others, they're not really conventional celebrities. They're tech people in a tech world, really, or interview interviewers or journalists. Do you think this idea of the Democrats constantly being associated with super rich,
Hit that booty like he was
singers,
insider
pop
trading.
stars, actors, and so on, is that over now? Because it seems to have backfired this time.
No, I don't think so. I think like the people you're describing, like Joe Rogan, are celebrities in their own right. Joe Rogan, his base of viewers just happen to be the people that Donald Trump wanted to get out to vote. The people who watch Oprah, the people that listen to Taylor Swift, happen to be the Kamala Harris's.
But they didn't get their people out to vote. You know, women did not go out in the numbers that people expected when Taylor Swift.
Well, women still voted for Kamala Harris overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but I love Taylor Swift, for example, but everyone thought that would really change the needle. 500,000 people apparently registered to vote extra in 24 hours when she made her endorsement, but none of that was reflected in the polls.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't effective. Who's to say that it didn't actually get out more people to vote, and that possibly the loss would have been worse if Taylor Swift and folks
Yeah,
like
that
Oprah
is true.
were working with Kamala Harris. These people have, you know, they're famous. They have a lot of notoriety. So when they're doing something with a candidate, that speaks to people who are low propensity voters, people who don't pay attention to politics like everybody else does here, right? We want to get those people out to vote, and a lot of those people align with Kamala Harris, and if they see Oprah standing next to Kamala Harris, they're like, oh yeah, that looks cool to me. So I don't think that was a mistake. I don't think it like quote unquote backfired. Maybe there's a way to do it more strategically in the future. But to say that, oh yeah, no, we shouldn't work with Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star on earth, I think that's foolish.
You know what, Harry?
Nobody cares, Harry.
You're
Nobody
both
cares
right
about
and
celebrity
wrong.
endorsements.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, nobody,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nobody cares about
I
celebrity
don't know if
endorsements.
that's
Let me give you an example.
true.
Like Democrats, for example, passed.
Didn't Trump's, it wasn't Trump himself, it was like one of his campaign surrogate people. Like after Trump won, like one of the first things he did, it was like, say thank you, Aiden Ross. Like, really? You're fucking kidding me? Like,
Build Back Better, the original Build Back Better that Biden and Bernie were trying to get through. That
God, we did build back better, and y'all don't appreciate it.
included paid family leave, childcare, universal pre-K, free community college, expanding Medicare, higher minimum wage, lowering...
I guess we didn't do literally everything. Did Biden ever... I think Biden endorsed upping the minimum wage, and I think he has endorsed a public option in the past. But, like, has he... I don't know if he's endorsed any of these other things. I don't know what Biden's position on paid family leave is.
Universal pre-K, free
Universal pre-care, I don't know. Childcare, I don't know.
community college, expanding Medicare.
Community... he might have... I mean, he canceled student loans. That's something, at least. I don't know if he's ever said free universal college or whatever.
Higher minimum wage.
Why does he look so tired? His eyes look lopsided.
Lowering all prescription drug prices. Expanded child tax.
He kind of did do that with allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices and capping insulin. Like,
Credit. If you got that through, I think this election very well may have been different, and Democrats would have won.
I don't know. As long as there's still fucking 9% inflation in 2022, I honestly don't know if Democrats could have done much better. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It could be the case. I honestly just really do
And I
not
don't
know.
think dragging out, Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whoever else is going to make much of a difference because people like them for what they like them for. They like them for the singing. They like them for the dances. They don't really want to hear their thoughts on the multiple tax rate.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree.
I want to bring Dina back in.
I agree with Kyle on that, and I want to say, Jane, thank you for that presidential endorsement. Who knows what 2028 will hold? But they overplayed their hand with celebrities. It's not that you don't want celebrities, but celebrities motivate the base that you already have. What this campaign did is they put too much stock in those celebrities. Those celebrities, just like my colleagues on this panel, just like myself, they only have one vote to give. Yes, they have influence, but you know who could have been a better influence on that race? Is everyday working class people standing by her side. Everyday working class people talking about how under the Harris-Walz presidency, things would be different for them, that the minimum wage would be increased, et cetera, et cetera. That did not happen. So although Taylor Swift is popular, obviously she's not that popular because she absolutely did not move the needle. And this is no shade to her. It is just celebrities are good for the base. They are not necessarily good to move those undecided voters.
The other thing, Nina,
the way they did it too.
The other thing I would say,
the way they did it.
Yeah,
It was
I
a very
agree with
elitist way. It was the way they did it.
No, I
too.
agree with you. There's a different issue which Trump's nominee picks for the cabinet. I think I see a consistent pattern here. The one running theme of all of them is they're all good on television. Trump understands the power of television like no political candidate I've ever seen. He absolutely gets it because he's a TV guy.
I just no shot that if a Democrat behaved like Trump did, Piers would call it good on television. He would call it unpresidential. Are you fucking kidding me? God, Trump does the weave. He gives long, rambling answers, and he doesn't remember when he's asked about breaking up Google, and he just started talking about election fraud again. Like, oh my God, no shot. Although there's an argument for Pete Buttigieg. I think Pete Buttigieg does really good at these. She's got a crazy hairline. It is kind of recessed.
I did a Celebrity Apprentice show. I saw him at first hand. He loves the camera loves him, and he's great at the power of television. If you look at RFK Jr., you look at Tulsi Gabbard, you look at Marco Rubio, you look at even Matt Gaetz, look at all these people. What's the common theme? They're all good talkers. And they're good on telly. Whereas if I think, but of course, everyone can have their view about their politics, but they are good performers on television. If I try and think of a lot of Democrats in that camp who are good at articulating policy on television, I start to really struggle. I do. I think it's
But
important.
why are we giving Trump credit for optics
Explain
right
it.
now, Piers? Piers, the
Yeah.
thing about all of his picks is that they're
True.
virulent neocons. He picked Mike Huckabee, who's an end times fundamentalist Christian, to be ambassador to Israel. This guy thinks the rapture is going to happen and Jesus is going to come back in his lifetime.
You know why he picked
Brian
him?
Hook
You know why
for
he
State
picked him?
Department.
He picked him
because Trump's a neocon. That's why he picked him.
He picked him because he can, because he has such a thumping mandate on November the 5th.
No, but do you criticize that? But wait, do you criticize that though? Are you against
I don't think it's any surprise.
Oh, please let Harry talk at least. Are you kidding me?
does not have a mandate.
It may
This
be
is
a
the craziest
surprise.
talking point I've heard.
Well, hang on. My point is the Democrats had such a terrible campaign with a terrible candidate. You reap what you sow. You've allowed Trump to do what he wants, right? So I'm afraid.
Do you criticize his neocon picks? Do you criticize?
Here's
Are
what
you
I think.
against the
It doesn't
neocons?
matter what I think because the truth is.
It does.
Oh my God, he won't even criticize. Like, I mean, I don't fully agree with Todd Kalinske here because I think some of the neocons might be better than Trump on some things. you know, foreign policy, I don't mind too much if it's handled by the neocons, okay? Because they're base sometimes. But Christians have finally started talking and voting. I feel like they've been voting consistently Republican for a few election cycles now, at least. But welcome to the stream, Chester the Pup.
Yes,
Trump was very pro-Israel the first time round. He was always going to be very pro-Israel this time round. And you guys have allowed him to win with a thumping mandate. So the real point of
does
this
not have a
panel,
thumping mandate.
the real
Where are you
point of this
saying
blue
that?
on blue
You
panel has been for you to show some self-awareness. that
You insane.
You've allowed all this to happen. I mean, Nina, I want to come back to you just briefly.
What's self-awareness? He is picking neocons. Are you going to criticize
He's
for
picking
it?
them because he's allowed
Criticize him
to.
for it or not?
He can pick
He's
them.
allowed to, but are you
No,
against it?
I'm
Are
fine.
you against
I'm
it?
against some of it,
You have
yeah.
nothing but criticism for Democrats,
I
and you have
there-
no smoke for Trump, apparently.
Listen, I regularly criticize Trump.
Two things.
No,
take the
things
neocon
are
picture
Piers.
right
Come
now, do
on,
it.
brother.
I would not
Thanks
have
for the welcome.
Okay,
You're
let me
welcome.
answer the question.
Come on,
I would
Piers.
personally not have picked Matt Gaetz to be the Attorney General pick. I think it's ridiculous. Right? I would. But
Two things.
Are you kidding me? Dude, another shot if a Democrat did something equivalent to that. Piers Morgan would not just do like the weaselly, would I have personally done it? Would I personally get a 9-month abortion? Well, maybe me personally wouldn't get a 9-month abortion, but maybe it's not like our foot. Shut the fuck up, dude.
You should call him up and tell him that. I know you guys talk on the phone.
He won.
I said-
So to the victor goes the spoils.
Yes.
We all can agree with that.
Yes.
The man won. The Democrats left the door, the windows open.
I mean, they gotta get confirmed by the Senate still, and hopefully that doesn't happen for Matt Gaetz.
They
Everything
open the
open.
door.
Come
He
in,
has
burglars.
won. There is a however to this. Yes, he does get to nominate whoever he wants to nominate in his cabinet. If the Senate is so upset with any of those nominees, then they can reject
Thank
those
you,
nominees.
yes.
That is likely not going to happen. The other side of this is true that some of the people that he is picking, and let's use Congressman Matt Gaetz for the prime example, he wants a yes man in the Attorney General's office. That is it, because Congressman Matt Gaetz
The
has
Christian
shown
vote definitely increased at the last
clearly that he will
election?
do
I don't
every
actually
single
know.
thing that President-elect Donald J. Trump
But you
tells
know what,
him
Nina?
to
I have
do,
one question about
regardless,
that. Okay, I have one question about
regardless of whether
okay,
it's
but
right or wrong.
Here's my point about that. Trump's being attacked for choosing loyalists. To which my response would be, should he have actively chosen disloyal people? I mean,
No,
seriously.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not attacking him.
My response would be, should he have actively chosen disloyal people?
I mean, one, if they're disloyal in the respect that, like, Pence was disloyal on January 6th, then, yeah, they'll actually fucking uphold the Constitution, unlike Trump. Like, what? Like, yeah, for the illegal shit, you should probably pick someone actively disloyal there. But, like, two, like, obviously, there's a spectrum between complete loyalists who will fall you off the a fucking cliff, will disobey the Constitution, and actively obstructing you with everything. I would say a good leader, a good reasonable leader, chooses someone kind of in the middle that like has relevant expertise and can effectively push back against you on certain things, right? Like, you don't want a bunch of loyalists going along with your every whim because you don't have all this knowledge. A lot of it's important to have like someone in the military that's been in the military for a while, not a fucking Fox News host, lead the Department of Defense, because they have relevant knowledge that you don't actually that you don't have, and it's important that they are able to offer like effective advice and pushback against you. Like, that is what a good leader does. They delegate some things. They don't want complete control over everything, and they want people to offer reasonable pushback when they feel like that they don't know enough about a certain subject. And they probably want people loyal to the Constitution. When Trump says loyalist, he means loyal to him over the Constitution.
I'm not attacking him.
Who
What
wouldn't,
I
if
am
you're
saying-
president, pick people that might be
I'm
loyal
not
to you?
attacking him.
Oh my God! Please kill me. You should just ask Pierce. Like, do you want If Trump tells Mike Pence to overturn the election, do you want him to be loyal to that?
We gotta call this what it is.
Come on, Piers.
I feel like I just lit a
You should not pick military guy to run Department of Defense. You don't think we should pick someone of relevant military experience to run Department of Defense instead of a media guy, instead of a Fox News host? Really?
I said he has every right to pick.
He doesn't even have I mean, maybe he does. I don't think he has managing experience. I think he's just a reporter. He's gonna manage an entire
He has every right
department.
to weigh in on his picks.
Yeah.
But the Senate has the final.
That is true.
say.
That is true. We've got to leave it there. Brilliant panel.
Thank you, Chester, for the follow. I appreciate it.
You all very much. Blue on blue. Blue on blue was good, but I do feel like blue on blue. You've got to keep talking to each other because out of this unholy mess, the reality is you've all allowed Donald Trump to get back in with even more power.
He was a military officer? Was he? Peter, or is it just Pete? Pete Hegseth? When you say military officer, years of service rank major. Okay, so he was in the military. He was deployed here, but he's not. He was never in charge of the administrative shit in the military, right? I don't know if I would consider this relevant experience unless he actually ranked up further. I don't actually know where a major is in the Army, though. It's a field. No, a field officer does not count. No.
So you can all have a problem about it.
And Jon Stewart.
This is on you. I actually agree about Jon Stewart. I think he'd be great. So get on the phone to Jon Stewart. Thank you to my panel. Appreciate it.
It'd be funny if we did get Jon Stewart. Look up who he's taking over. Compare the two. What in terms of relevant experience? I'm pretty sure our current defense secretary has more. Has more relevant experience. That's a fair discussion to be have. After retiring from the military, 12th Commander of the United States Central Command. Prior to being he was Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, Commander in Iraq. He was right there. He was at all these different defense contractors. Probably take too much research for a stream. I actually do a fair amount of research on streams. This has been a primarily React stream and debating stream, but I do research stream. The last stream I did was basically all reading. We barely reacted to anything. It was just all reading. All right, I want to get the update. Sleep timer speed. The breaking update. Let's see.
In a move that is both consequential and yet perhaps not that surprising, a hacker has now gained access to a file containing the sworn depositions of 2 women involved in the investigation into Matt Gaetz. According to NBC News, that file included the testimony of the woman who alleges she had sex with Gaetz when she was 17 years old in 2017, as well as the testimony of a second woman who said she witnessed the encounter, and the information is unredacted, according to the source. The hack was then confirmed by John Clune, the attorney representing the girl who alleges that Gaetz had sex with her when she was 17, who said, "We were informed last night by another law firm that an unauthorized user accessed a shared file with a number of confidential documents." Now, notably, the House Ethics Committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, November 20th, to determine the next steps here. The committee was supposed to meet on Friday of last week, but opted not to in the face of heavy pressure by Republicans who, surprise, surprise, have suddenly shifted their stance on alleged sex crimes against children being disqualifying in government. These people have spent years and years and years calling Democrats groomers and pedophiles and pretending that we were running child sex trafficking rings and non-existent
the whole Pizzagate thing, it's insane.
Made up, and yet now, when there is credible accusations of sexual misconduct involving a minor, not only are
they don't care.
Not concerned about it, not only is it not disqualifying for them, but the party is complicit in trying to bury a report that would expose it. Are you kidding me? I get called a groomer every day for the crime of thinking that everybody should have health care. But this guy, Matt Gaetz, literally resigned expressly from Congress to prevent the Ethics Committee from releasing a report that would literally outline his criminal behavior. And suddenly silence from all these children defenders on the right. Where's everybody who's worried about the children? Where's everybody who spent the last 5 years calling Democrats groomers and
this
pedophiles?
guy, Brian Tyler
Where's
Cohen.
everybody who believed the Pizzagate conspiracy theory? Do the accusations have to only exist in non-existent pizza place basements for you to believe them, and that's why you're unmoved by this ethics committee report? Or was it never actually about the children and more just about having any tenuous excuse to criticize the Democrats? Take all
His
the
first
time you
name
need
is
with that.
Brian.
By the way, here's my legal breakdown co-host Glenn Kirshner discussing that exact point. Given what you know about this Republican Party, a party that has so much of its identity steeped in this idea that they have
Did
to
he
push
rape
back-
her, or did she feel groomed at 17 years old? I mean, it's statutory rape, right? I don't think he forced himself on her, but I think it was. They were at a house party. I think they were both doing drugs, and they testify that they were having sex. I don't think it was forceful, but it was statutory rape. Yeah. This guy needs to pick a first name. You can't have them all. I know.
You know, the pedophile Democrats who are running underhanded sex trafficking rings under pizza places in their basement where there existed no basements, and how you can't log on to Twitter without, being called a pedophile if you're a Democrat, and, the list goes on, right? For them to then line up behind a guy who is credibly accused of sexual misconduct with a minor, it almost feels like a joke to just yell hypocrisy. But does it not blow your mind that this is a party whose identity, again, is so steeped in this idea of protecting children, who is now not only fine with, but figuring out ways to bury a report that may show him guilty of doing the exact thing that they predicated their identity on blocking?
Yeah, Brian, projection, thy name is the Republican Party. And everybody sees right through it. Listen, I am always hoping that Senate Republicans will, if not grow an entire spine, maybe sprout a vertebra or two, and begin standing up for who? For their constituents, for the American people, rather than laying down for their dear leader, Donald Trump. And, if the reporting can be credited, at least there are, reportedly 30 Republicans, as many as 30 Republicans who, behind closed doors, quietly, without attribution, are apparently saying, yeah, Matt Gaetz, no way. Now, when push comes to shove and Trump starts, turning the screws to them and applying pressure, do they fold? Do they cave? We would expect them to, given their track records and given who they are. But here's what I will say, Brian. I am hoping that now that the senators, are comfortably in their newly elected positions and they don't have to face an election, at least for a couple of years, maybe 4, maybe 6 years, maybe they can begin standing up for their own constituents and the American people just a little bit by standing against.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see, brother.
Frankly, downright
who knows? You might actually just do recess deployments anyway. We'll fucking see.
Like Matt Gaetz,
Can't wait for that.
Pete Hegseth, for gosh sakes, as the Secretary of Defense. They should want to protect the country and at least have minimally qualified people in Trump's cabinet, conservative though they might be. Let them, push all the conservative policies they want, but let's not endanger the American people by putting a guy like Matt Gaetz in the position of Attorney General.
Now, going back to the Ethics Committee meeting tomorrow, that's important because if they opt not to release the report, there is now the possibility that the hacker would release the information that was hacked. Will that make it more likely that the committee releases it? Maybe. The reality is that some of the damaging information already does seem to be out there, and so if it's as bad as the news reporting suggests, then the Ethics Committee members may not want to be the ones responsible for burying that kind of information if the hacked materials get leaked anyway. So at the end of the day...
Dude, no. Dude, if they don't release it, people are gonna... Piers Morgan's gonna host a panel about it, and he's gonna say, wow, what about when the Democrats did blah, blah, blah. What's up, Sample?
Run to your basement. Okay, run to your basement because a truth nuke has just been dropped. A truth nuke. Look at the A truth nuke has just been dropped. It is dangerous. We are expecting tsunamis and earthquakes and volcanoes out of this truth nuke. Nuclear bomb of truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, I love internet Austrians, bro. I love internet Austrians. Bro, I can't. I was also you liked my tweets of arguing with that socialist, right? He's like,
yeah.
I cannot. I don't know how to talk to people like that because look,
even more came up.
You know how when libertarians argue that like taxation is theft, and they give a definition of theft that is actually way more reasonable than the forceful definition that socialists give, right? But like still, the definition, like I don't agree that it's fully capturing what property is or like what like whatever. So I try to massage like their definition, like show maybe some reductios, maybe give it a counterexample, right? Stuff like that. And usually the libertarians don't change their mind and they say no. Nonetheless, I still think that's what theft is. So I'll be like, okay, well then I don't think that what you think theft is a bad thing. I don't necessarily agree that theft is a bad thing under your definition. And that's totally reasonable. But then with the socialists, they somehow are worse, where like they'll define like forced as like without another option, which is like no, or like without an acceptable option, like without an acceptable alternative or whatever vague stuff. And then I'll be like, well, do you think you're forced to communicate with others, because if you don't
Yeah,
communicate
I
with
really,
others,
I
you're
really
kind of
like that
blind.
example. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, if
That's
I
a
never
yeah.
talk to anyone else, like yeah, I will just die. I mean, if I wanna, let's say I'm in the middle of the desert, and like, you know, there's someone going by, and I want them to pick me up so I can go back to the city, and I raise my hand. Am I like forced? Am I like forced, compelled to? Like maybe like. Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to like claim that, but like I just don't think the definition of force is either useful or like has any moral implications. And then they try to stick to it and whatever. And then I say, well, then I don't think what you think force is a bad thing. And then they'll be like, so you condone forced labor? And I'm like, obviously no, I condone what you think is forced labor because I condone work. You know, I think work is good. And it's like, you know, and it's like, oh, so you love slavery? It's like so low IQ. I don't know. I mean, they're certainly like low IQ libertarians, but I feel like there are way more high IQ libertarians than there are like high IQ socialists.
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
get
Yeah.
it. And then they block me. You know? Not the socialist era dude. Whatever. He's just dumb. He cannot read. But there was another person who just blocked me though when I gave the libertarian analogy. I don't think they could respond. Yeah, I don't know. I hate when people just like define things into define their way into a claim instead of like using data or making a claim or like it's like I don't know. Yeah, but whatever. I don't know. What do you think about abortion? Am I bothering you by the way, or am I like in the middle of something?
No. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about the abortion thing? Like, I don't know. I don't think
Oh.
I only value things that are currently sentient. Like, I don't think I
Well,
or like have a
I
past
do.
or whatever.
I do care about future sentience, just only for things that have achieved sentience at one point. I don't I
also
like,
give you some skills on the position of like caring very much about future sentience. It's like, okay, well, let's look at this. If you only truly think that like what's good or bad is like your impact on like long-term utility and whatnot, well, who's worse, right? Like a murderer who just killed one homeless guy on the street, or like a couple that otherwise would have 12 children but decided to be childless, right? Technically, one is preventing 12 lives from the future, and the other one is just preventing one life. Well, I don't think it's murder, and I think murder is worse. And I could argue that like your impact on long-term utility maybe defines the badness of your action, but that's independent from the blame or evilness of your your mental character or whatever. And I could argue about that, but like you can make interesting points. That's why I don't take a position on abortion. It seems like too in the weeds and convoluted. And also, pro-lifers are bad people. They don't give a fuck about like improving people. Like they hate contraception. They hate contraception. They just want to control women's bodies. It's not a good faith debate, so I don't engage with it. But yeah, that's my position on abortion. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like Destiny's line is like good, but I just think it's like a bad moral system.
It's not Destiny's take, bro. I swear, I'm not Destiny. I ain't Destiny. Just because Destiny gave a similar take, not even the same take, in one debate.
I agree that sentience is the only thing that matters. Like, I don't think that the DNA, like fucking nuclear acid chain.
I
is,
just
like,
don't
what's moral.
Intuitively, and intuition is basically what I'm going off here because we're at pretty much the foundation of morality. Like, I don't have much to go off of other than intuition. It's hard for me to say that like someone has been morally wronged if no sentient thing ever existed, and I just like prevent it from ever existing, and like I
don't think something is wrong if it morally wrongs someone. Like, for example, like polluting a river, and now like your future generations will have like bad water to drink. Well, you never wronged anyone who currently exists, but you did a bad thing.
Yeah, but I guess like they're, I don't know. It's like they're sentient beings that I am harming. It's just that harm happens in the future, where it's like this. There's like no.
It's way more close to what I believe is good than like people who are like, it's the DNA, bro. It's the DNA.
Yeah, sure.
It's the fertile egg. That's what's moral, because they don't give a fuck about like the. I would say it's like equally bad. Like to like I don't know if it's bad or good, but I would say it's equally like having an abortion after the egg has been fertilized is equally bad as like just stopping the sperm from reaching the egg. Like it would be equally bad. Like it's not just magically bad because like the sperm is you know literally the like I don't fucking give a fuck about that. That's also if you want a good. I don't know if you gave that argument because I'm not gonna watch a 2-hour abortion debate. But you could whenever someone says, "Oh, it's human genes, bro," it's the human genes. You know what a shmumen is?
I don't think so. No.
It's a common vegan argument. Like whatever vegan, I'm a vegan, right? I argue veganism a lot.
Yeah, no, I think it's just
like
change the DNA enough to make it not a.
Yeah, imagine you had like humans who look like us. They have the same consciousness as us.
Yeah.
But they just have purple skin and their DNA is like very different than ours. But they look like us. It doesn't matter that they look like us. They have the same sentience as us. Is it okay now to rape them, to kill them, to slaughter them? Obviously not.
I tried to do that. I tried to do like 10 different examples of this. Like that, they just said like, oh, well, it started as a human, so therefore it's still valuable or whatever. And it was like, okay, what the fuck?
Well, a human you can define as like something that looks exactly like a human but has like radically different DNA.
I don't know.
And then like
I said like
your mother, but your mother could be a shmumen and you would never know, right? So obviously it's not about being having the specific chain of nucleic acid like dioxide nucleic that is
but I tried like 10 different examples of like, okay, let's imagine like an exactly equivalent sentient experience to like a 5-year-old girl getting essayed was my example, like whether it's an AI or whether it's a human with its DNA changed, and like none of them, I don't know if they couldn't comprehend it. I think I don't know if you watched the intro, but I literally did the like, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? Like IQ check because I couldn't they couldn't comprehend it, and I don't know if I was just explaining it poorly or. Yeah.
They're very low IQ. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't get it, but
yeah. Also, the guy was like the socialist guy. He was like, I went to sleep, and like I slept for like 2 hours, but I kind of lied to him, but whatever. And like he responded like 6 hours ago or something, or 7 hours ago, and I like went to sleep for like 2 hours in the middle, and I couldn't be bothered to like respond until like now. So But he was like I don't know, 30 minutes after his first reply was like, "Why are you evading the question, asshole?" I'm like, "Oh, I have other things to do in my life." No, it's like fucking. I hate these people. I don't know.
Bro, you're not Twitter maxing.
Yeah, ANCAPs and fucking socialists are very similar. It's annoying. I don't like it. You notice that there is no Austrian Marxist. Like there should be. Like, someone should work on that, right? Like they're like.
I mean,
we should have like Marxist Austrians and libertarian Marxists. Like we should have that. And when I say libertarian Marxist, I mean ANCAP Marxists.
Yeah. I don't know how
because
that.
The capital theories of like Austrian economics. I've heard there is overlap with that in like Marxist capital theory, whatever. But whatever.
Oh, by the way, on the vegan thing, I was Listen, okay. I don't think I was talking to Isaac about it. I am vegetarian. I've been watching too many debates. I don't think I have any good argument against veganism, so I have to fucking go vegan at some point.
Go vegan. I mean, like you don't have to. It'd be good, but like if you know you would not be able to handle it, don't immediately become vegan. Just like don't allow yourself to be like to excuse it and like watch a couple documentaries about how important it is. See the cows cry before they're slaughtered.
Yeah.
And then like whenever you see a burger, realize it's a cute thing. It used to be a cute thing, and now it's been grinded, slaughtered, and killed for you to have like yummy taste buds for like.
Okay. Well, I am vegetarian. Okay, I don't eat meat, but I do.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh right, dairy. Okay, dairy.
I do eat. Yeah, I do dairy and yeah.
Yeah, that's still there, but like I mean, just produce it like or buy alternatives. You're in a rich country, okay? You can.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I do eat I eat a lot of vegan stuff already, just because there's a lot of like vegetarian stuff that is also like vegan, like the vegan fake chicken that I eat is obviously vegan.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I have like vegan butter, vegan like eggs, vegan whatnot.
Yeah, I was.
Now I don't. Now I just buy a falafel and a salad because I'm in uni. But whatever.
Based. I don't know. I talked to Isaac about it, and he was like, "I have a good argument." I started doing like the name that trait fucking shit. Because I've been watching too many debates. Okay. his trait was just the was a human level conscious experience, and I guess maybe I could have done the Schmoovin example, but like I did the like, okay, well, does this mean that like we could kill a disabled person because like there could be some like monkeys that are more intelligent than like a disabled person? He was like, no. He was doing the like literally like the Destiny. He was doing the Destiny argument, unironically, during the Trent Horn debate, where Destiny was like, well, clearly, like humans, like a human level of conscious experience, even the diminished one, is not the same as a monkey conscious experience, even a full monkey one.
Like, here's how I make it the clearest. Here's how I make it the most crystal clear. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Raping a cow just for your dick to feel nice is bad, right? You gain something from it, but it's bad, right? Similarly, slaughtering the cow and eating it is bad. You gain something from it, but it's bad. If you have a system that is rational and is not based on like, oh, actually the sex with a cow, that's like depraved and against nature, but actually killing it is totally ordained by God. Okay, like if you're not schizophrenic, okay, then your system either excludes both or allows both. I think a system that allows cow rape is obviously bad, and so I just exclude both, and I'm content with it. I just don't fucking eat meat, bro. No one claims that veganism is immoral. So like, look, here's another argument. It's like you shouldn't have 100% credence in anything, but like obviously our credence that veganism is not immoral. I'm not saying moral. I'm just saying not immoral, right? Obviously that's very high, right? Like, no one claims that veganism is immoral. No one claims that. Maybe like a few schizos in health Twitter or whatever, but like no one claims that. Okay, so we're fairly certain that it's not immoral, but like there is a legitimate question, even if you side with like it's actually okay, there is a legitimate like vagueness about if it's okay or not, right? So just err the side of safety. And
sure,
yeah. It's like if one room for sure or almost certainly doesn't have someone behind it, and the other room maybe does. I think there isn't because I screamed, "Is there anyone there?" and they didn't answer. But still, there could be. Then probably shoot a bullet through the first room and not the second one. Just a suggestion. It's like that. I don't know. So just don't be evil. Don't kill fucking beings for your fucking taste buds. I don't know. It's so simple. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't look at cows and I'm like, I can make them cry and separate them from their cubs, whatever they call them. I don't know. Just don't be evil.
Yeah, I think it's our cows, right? Yeah.
But the more intelligent someone is, the easier it is for them to rationalize things, and that's bad. I try to avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, dairy, it's certainly less bad, but still,
Yeah, that's how I rationalize it. Yeah, I see that.
There are probably vegan guides on how to transition from vegetarianism to veganism. Should be easy.
There are. I mean, it's not. I mean, it wouldn't be particularly hard. It'd just be I'd have to get butter and milk substitutes and shit. But that's all available.
Yeah. Apparently, my favorite snack. I didn't realize this because in the U.S. it's not dairy. But I just figured out like a month ago or something that my favorite snack is dairy in Israel, but it's not in the U.S.
Wow.
I thought like, why the fuck would it be dairy in Israel but non-dairy in the United States? Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense.
Well, do you like subsidize dairy or something there?
Maybe. Well, we do, of course. So I mean, we subsidize every fucking thing. Israel is evil. Israel is evil in terms of like everything, basically, but also in terms of like economics. I told you, right? We have like price control.
Yeah, price control committees called Soviets. Yeah.
Yes. That's like, it's like if we had a militia in our like army that's called like the Nazi division. It's like, wait, why do you either rename that shit or kick it? Like, why? By the way, Ukraine is based. By the way, I'm not saying don't. Azov is based. No, I'm not. Okay, whatever. Shut up. No. But you get the point.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So I don't know. Israel is like terrible. Like it's also like with the U.S. I mean, you used to make cars and whatnot. Now less so. It's like okay, whatever. But in Israel, we have tariffs on cars. We don't fucking make cars anymore. Like we had like a few brands and they were dog shit and we stopped making them, but we still have a tariff on cars. Why? Ooh, why? Just why? Well, I guess it's based because cars are bad, but like you get the point. Like this is just schizophrenia.
Yeah,
this is like bad. This is like evil. Like this, we're evil. I don't know. I don't know. It's like get the government out of my life. Yeah, I don't know.
True.
I don't know. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, you should. You're doing some philosophy debates, right? But like, what are your philosophy positions? Do you have any strong ones? Like,
I don't have any particularly strong ones. I think I don't know. I think sentience is what matters for determining moral subjects, moral objects. I think I'm generally utilitarian. Seems to make the most sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some reductios on utilitarianism, but like if you can derive utilitarianism from first principles and not just intuition, then intuitions are not really good evidence. But yeah. Yeah. It's like maybe some theorems in mathematics seem unintuitive, but that's not an argument against them because we kind of have proof for them. Now, of course, it's way weaker with utilitarianism because like morality is vaguer than mathematics.
Yeah, sure.
But like, if you can arrive at utilitarianism not through intuition, then intuitions are like not a good counterexample. But I mean, fallibilism is important. Not being sure 100% of anything. What else? I mean, dualism is wrong. Physicalism is wrong. I don't take a position on philosophy of mind, but dualism seems obviously insane. But more likely than physicalism, which is more insane. I don't know. God is not real.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I'm atheist, but yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Based. I don't know. Do you think you'll move to a blue state one day, or?
I mean, we're kind of a bluish state. We got a Democratic governor, and we no longer have a super majority Republican legislator.
You should be a blue state. You should be a blue.
I think I might.
You had smaller margins than Arizona, okay? So I'm not saying, but I don't know.
I'll debate you on utilitarianism. Ticky tack. I would need to do more reading on utilitarianism before I actually committed to a debate on it.
I could debate it. I could debate it. I don't know if someone wants to hop in, or maybe another stream. I don't know. I just hopped in. But utilitarianism is kind of the most obviously true. Like maybe it isn't perfect, but it's better than deontology. It's better than
I feel ethics.
So, there's that. I mean, I don't know.
This channel underrated for real.
I agree. Go sub, share it around,
Press the sub button right now. Like and share. Thank you. Yes.
Open the videos tab and then watch my debate with that Marxist guy. It's hilarious. Share it. Send it to your friends. Send it to your local Marxists. Make fun of them. Bully them. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, well, that's it. I'm gonna hop off. But and by the way, Phil Magnus, this guy is insane. He's like an insane Austrian, but he's a poster. He's funny. He's like funny ironically. He's like he said like stuff like Kamala Harris lost because of MMT. Like he's mind broken. Okay, he's like
True.
He's mind broken. Yeah. This is like the prime example of this one issue that I'm wrong about. That's my defining belief about everything. Like same people that say Kamala lost because of whatever. Insane schizophrenic stuff that they are wrong on. Like this guy as well. It's awesome. Totally awesome. But yeah. Let me see what he said before again. By the way, did you peep the GDP video? It's a good one. You should send it to economically literate people. But no. Here. Let me show you this. Oh my god, wait. This guy is so based. He's so fucking based, bro. Oh my god, here, check this out. Wait, did it download?
Who did GD?
Wait, Oh wait, it's I need to open Twitter to download the image. Okay, give me a second. Save. 1 second. Here we go. Tell me, read this. Do you know who
more consumption in the
you know who Warren Mosler is, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. Check this out. This is totally awesome. Read this and tell me this guy is not totally awesome.
Proof is the MMT's recent track record. Don't worry about inflation. Transitory inflation is still transitory. It's still transitory because supply chains in Ukraine. What part about this is wrong? All of it. And no, I'm not interested in reading your MMT Unibond manifesto.
This guy's awesome, bro. He's awesome. He's fucking days, bro. He's so fucking awesome. Yeah. Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? This is goated.
I'm not a particularly big fan of AOC. I don't hate her or anything.
Yeah, so
I don't know what Pelosi would be indicted for. Indicted
totally
for what?
awesome. Totally
Maybe
rational.
the insider
Totally
trading?
connected to
Maybe you
reality.
could get her on some of that stuff? I don't know.
I love it.
Bro.
You will post something like that once a day. Like, it's crazy. But yeah. Yeah, this guy's mind broken. But yeah, so Econ Twitter is a mess. But yeah. Yeah.
What is this
You
video
know
go
who King of
over?
the Coast is, right?
I don't know what King of the Coast is now. I forgot to ask. I saw he followed you, but
Oh yeah, he's like a wonk, like pseudo-libertarian person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I like him. But either way, yeah. So I'm gonna go now. I gotta listen to my classical music playlist for my classical music course. Okay. Legit, I have a course just on like classical music.
Why they
And I already know all of it. It's a gift. It's a nothing course. That space. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You said you're gonna take some econ, like do a degree in econ, right?
probably, yeah. That's what I'm leaning towards, at least, yeah.
Yeah. What would you do if you take macro and your professor is a perfectionist? What would you do?
I don't know. I would probably be. I would at least email him and be like, "Hey, some of these things, I think are misleading."
No, you shouldn't confront. Like, just put up, get a good grade, and then say the opposite, and then whatever.
I don't know if I could.
I'm with my fucking macro professor, because I don't know, it's just stupid.
I'd be petty. I would email him.
He says wrong stuff. I told you, he said the jump in wages was because of high tech investments. It's no, it happened.
Yeah, I know,
everywhere.
obviously, yeah.
Like firing the median people, or the truncation of the data, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, either way, that's it. Utilitarianism is true. The guy in the chat can cry, and bully your local Marxist, bully your local socialist. These are bad people, and vote Democratic, vote blue. Bye. Go vegan.
I will. I'll try. We need to do that. Why is it so hard to connect abortion to being the legal concept of bodily autonomy? Don't force abortion, / don't deny access. Don't arrest without a warrant. Don't vaccine mandate. Don't lock people indoors. So true. We don't even bodily autonomy to find out so we can talk. I think the bodily autonomy argument is dumb. Obviously, to the extent that the fetus is sentient, I would say you're violating its bodily autonomy by getting rid of it. And you're the one that effectively you forced it into being dependent on you, right? You engaged in sex, which you knew had a potential for creating a being that is dependent on you. So to the extent that you are responsible for a sentient being dependent upon you, you probably have some responsibility to it that outweighs the bodily autonomy that you have. So don't force people into military service. So true. And also, people use the bodily autonomy argument to be literally, 9 months you should have a right to fucking get rid of it, which just seems intuitively dumb.
The hack that we're seeing right now may actually have an impact in terms of what the committee opts to do. Of course, that all suggests that Republicans are worried about optics, and clearly, more often than not, they're not. Which is why Mike Johnson has been waging Donald Trump's pressure campaign with him, calling Michael Guest, for example, the Ethics Committee chairman, with Guest saying, quote, "I appreciate Mike reaching out. I don't see it as having an impact on what we as a committee ultimately decide." And then, of course, you have Trump himself doing the same. According to Axios, Trump is calling Senate Republicans to pressure them into confirming Gates. Kevin Kramer said, quote, "He clearly wants Matt Gates. He clearly believes Matt Gates is the one person who will have the fearlessness and ferociousness, really, to do what needs."
It's disingenuous to focus on sex as an act of free will or pondered decision. I mean, I don't believe in free will, really, but pondered decision. I understand people. I kind of understand what you mean. Obviously, I don't think a lot of people go into sex saying, I have thought long and hard about the potential effects of forcing a sentient being into a state of dependency upon me. Therefore, I will allow you to insert your penis into my vagina. Knowing that there's a 10% probability. But, bodily autonomy is always restricted by law. Abortion is nothing different. I think abortion is different to the, on the margin. Like, obviously, I think seatbelt laws are different than saying that you have to carry a baby for 9 months. Obviously, these are different degrees of bodily autonomy, right? Like, one is, semi-reasonable, and the other is, I think both are semi-reasonable, but one is obviously more extreme. But I was gonna say, like, I still think arguably you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to something that you forced to be dependent on you. I think it's probably the argument. You just referred to choice for sex happening in pregnancy being accepted as own will. God damn it! I think I think when I say own will, what I mean is not raped. But like that's what I'm saying. You're acting in accordance with your preferences. You're not being forced to do it by like external measures. Now I dispute that they really could have acted otherwise. However, no one forces pregnancy. What's that? I never claimed that. What do you mean? If you have sex, you will get pregnant. When getting pregnant. What? But basically, I think you have if you create a sentient being that's dependent upon you, you probably have a responsibility to that sentient being, at least once it is sentient. I think that's the reasonable position.
To be done at the Department of Justice. One thing about Donald Trump, people should never confuse his support for one of his nominees as a tactical or strategic tool for somebody else. And at least to this point, he's putting his own political capital behind it. And he's a pretty persuasive guy. And that's how it works. Behind closed doors, these guys are principled and moral, and they'll stand up to Donald Trump. And then Daddy Trump calls them on the phone, and well, he's a pretty persuasive guy, is what we're left with. I have seen water with stiffer spines than these Republicans. Here again is what
they're going to play this game of delay and hide the ball and misdirect. I suspect, we're going to see that moving forward. But what is also clear is that the Senate Republicans have been going on record, guys like Senator John Cornyn, and saying, no, we need this report, we demand this report. Now, what the Republican senators will do with it, once they get their hands on it, nobody ever made any money betting on, the bravery and candor and allegiance to the law of the Senate Republicans.
God, wait, you know what? Oh, God, you know what's going to happen? Oh, my God, they're not going to release it, and the fucking hacker is going to release it, okay? And we're going to know pretty definitively, like, let's say the report has pretty definitive evidence that Matt Gaetz did have sex with a 17-year-old, and a statutory rape. The Senate committee is going to be like, well, because Iran released it, it could actually be Iran, I don't know, but, because the hacker released it, we can't look at it from making that decision. It's going to be so, oh my God, it's going to happen. Oh my God, kill me. If birth happened at 2 weeks at the same state of development, it would be murder to murder it. Well, I don't think it would be, if you define that as murder, then I don't think murder would be wrong. No, I don't think it's just preventing a sentient being from ever existing in the first place would be wrong. No.
But for gosh sakes, there has to be some minimum standards for the top law enforcement agent in our country.
So at this point, all eyes will be on the Ethics Committee to do the right thing and release this report. After all, if Matt Gaetz did nothing wrong, he's got nothing to worry about. And yet, if he did do something wrong in the arena of sexual misconduct with a minor, well, you would think that of all people, the Republican Party wouldn't want to protect a guy like that and defend that kind of behavior. I guess we're about to find out. Before you go, just a quick note, if you'd like to see more of my content, which is always free of advertising, sponsorships, and paywalls,
I'm glad they finally made a media company. I saw Micah promote it, so I thought Micah was going to be a part of it, which would be fucking based. He might be behind the scenes or something, but...
The progressive media.
Brian Tyler Cohen's in it, and then they have pictures of random people. I literally only recognize Brian Tyler Cohen. I don't know any of these other people. Matt Gaetz didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I don't think we know definitively yet, but I think there are, solid reporting that he had sex with a 17-year-old when he was 20 something. So now Russell Brand. No one is voting for Russell Brand. What isn't he? Is he even a U.S. citizen? What the fuck is that comparison? I don't even think he's a U.S. citizen. Yeah, I don't even think he's a fucking U.S. citizen. What the fuck is this comparison? No one is voting for Matt Gaetz either. He's number one. He is the sitting congressman. People voted for him. Two, he's got the Senate Republicans are going to be voting on him, which is by proxy the U.S. people voting on him. What's up?
Hey, want to talk abortion for a bit?
Maybe, sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to just play devil's advocate on this, and I'm going to come in and say that I believe in eugenics, and I believe that abortion up to 9 months is perfectly acceptable, as we would want to wean out all the people who are irresponsible with their proclivities.
I would say that doesn't justify murdering a 9-month-old fetus or an 8-month-old fetus. That is a sentient being.
Why not?
What's the justification for doing it? You want to wean out the weak?
Yeah, the inferior. I'm a eugenicist.
Well, what counts as the inferior?
People who decide that their baby is not worth living, so they kill it. I would say that's pretty straightforward.
People who decide. So you could have a perfectly healthy baby, but it be classified as inferior just because a woman decides that it's not worth having the baby, or.
Well, yeah, because obviously they're making bad choices in their life. So, in order to get rid of people who make bad choices in their life, just let it play out.
Well, I don't know if they're. What do you mean making bad choices? Getting
rid of their child.
Well, I don't. Why would you punish a child for that, though? Like you're killing the child on the justification that their parents made bad decisions.
Because generally I don't care, and I just want to weed that out of society.
I fail to see how that would have net benefits for society. It seems like you're killing the child, which isn't necessarily also going to make bad decisions. So that's a moral wrong in and of itself. And then
why is it a moral wrong?
Because it's a sentient being being morally harmed by. Presumably, depending on the stage, there's going to be some level of suffering when you actually do the abortion, and then you're preventing the future sentience of it continuing to exist, right? So.
Yeah, but in the long term, we would actually be preventing it because the people who decide to abort their baby is going to wean themselves out of the gene pool, whereas the people who actually keep their babies will be promoted into the gene pool. So in the long run, we would just have people who are responsible and actually, don't commit as much harm.
I'm not convinced we'd be better off in the long run. I mean, I think a lot of those children would probably, well, some of those children certainly would make better decisions than those parents. I don't know, maybe not necessarily the majority. I would imagine there'd be some negative effects on a population. I think generally a growing population probably benefits society.
Well, we would still try to incentivize that on things like tax cuts in order to get people to pop out more babies. But as far as I'm concerned, the ones who decide to just abort their babies, we could just wean them out of the gene pool.
I mean, I'm not convinced. One, I don't think those policies generally have a very good track record of actually increasing birth rates. And I guess I'm not okay. So the argument for society being better off in the long run is that we're removing people who presumably would make bad decisions, from the gene pool.
Yeah. And this
How
is
bad
also
are they?
why
When you say bad decisions, these are people who choose to kill their baby or whatever, right? I still think a lot of those people probably
that would be a bad decision. I would agree with that.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I still think a lot of those people probably are a net benefit to society. They work, they pay taxes, even if they are low income people, which I'm sure people who get abortions probably disproportionately are low income people. Then a lot of them are still probably net benefits.
There's a net benefit to have a person around that's willing to kill their baby.
A net to the rest of society? It can be, yeah.
That's hard to believe. You're gonna have to convince me of that.
They can work and contribute to society. They can pay taxes. They could be. I mean, clearly, we could imagine an example where, like, someone is. Yeah, but like clearly, that doesn't. I don't think that precludes them being a net benefit necessarily. Like, we could imagine a doctor who works to save lives all day and he kills one baby. He's probably still a net benefit to society on the whole. He just also killed a baby.
Yeah, but he's, I'd assume in a situation of a doctor, he's not, like, trying to make the choice to kill a baby, it just so happens in the scenario,
well, I mean, a doctor, like a female doctor who is pregnant and then kills her own baby with an abortion, like, she saves lives as a doctor, but then when she gets pregnant, she kills her own baby. That'd be...
Yeah, and ultimately, she's going to wean herself out of the gene pool, and there'll be other doctors to replace her that don't have abortions.
Well, my only claim here is that she'd probably still be a net benefit, and because of that, I'm not convinced the society would be better off.
She's only a net benefit temporarily, but she's eventually going to be out of the gene pool, and we wouldn't have to worry about it because, she's obviously not having babies.
I mean, when I say net benefit, I mean over the entirety of her life, she provided net positive effects to society.
Yeah, and I'm generally thinking a net benefit to society all the way into the future, and that's why I'm eugenicist. It's almost like taking an accelerationist stance, and we just have to let these things happen and accelerate them in order to get to a better society quicker.
I guess I'm not convinced that the end result is a significantly better society, at least. Even if it was marginally better, I don't think it would justify the immense short-term cost. But I'm not convinced at all that it should be a better society in the long run. Especially because, like, I'm like, just because someone chooses to have an abortion, I'm not convinced that like their children would be bad people either. Like, I think, like,
I can see that you're not convinced, but why would I be wrong?
Well, because these people are net benefits to society. It seems like there are a lot of people who might choose to have an abortion, but still work and contribute to society their entire life, and their children probably don't deserve to be punished for that, or for their decision to have an abortion. And then, yeah.
Yeah, but they're still providing the net benefit to society. But, they're just going to wean themselves out based off their bad choices of, killing their baby.
Well, I think those children would also probably be net benefits. And I think you're punishing the child for a mistake that they didn't make, which seems like a rights violation.
But wait, so babies in the womb have rights?
Some of them, sure, yeah.
What kind of rights? Can you give me some of them?
Right to not be murdered if they're sentient.
Well, okay, so sentience. How do you determine sentience?
Primarily brain activity.
So it's just brain activity.
It's the primary, yeah, basically. Well, not just like any brain activity. It has to be a high level of brain activity. But yeah, brain activity, like for like.
But how do you determine that?
I think they use a EEG or something or whatever. You look at the neurons, track what the neurons are doing, track how many electrical impulses there are.
So if we could like quantify the amount of neurological impulses, what percentage would you say needs to be available in order to consider a fetus sentient?
I have no clue, but I know there's no sentient experience in a zygote. They only have one cell. There is no neuron going back and forth. So clearly somewhere between zygote and 9-month-old fetus, there has to be some line there. I would say basically, I don't think there's any possibility of it happening before like I think 8 weeks is the earliest we could see like any brain activity. So like clearly before 8 weeks, I would say there's literally no possibility.
The thing is, personally, this all seems very like arbitrary, and we can't really like draw a line off of it. So this is where I kind of just say like, fuck it all, and let's just say something like up to the point of a person's memory. You know, it's like people usually don't have memories until they're, you know, like getting near like 1 year old. So it's why not just stick it at like 9 months? You know, they could abort the baby and just call it a day.
Well, I think sentience is kind of the clearest line that gives you the ability to be like morally wronged on like a on an individual level at least. Like I think that's probably like the clearest. Like you're capable of suffering, you're capable of presumably continuing that sentient experience. Like yeah.
But there's no way to prove it. There's really no way to prove it at this delineation, at this line of whatever brain activity a person is sentient.
Well, exactly. What do you mean by prove?
Well, you're trying to bring in the idea of brain scans in order to look at brain activity, but you can't even like justify a particular line of where that sentience would begin. Like, is it a percentage?
Well, I mean, I don't think I have to have an exact line. I don't think it's an issue from my position if I don't have an exact line, at least at a moral level. Now, maybe legally we should draw a specific line, but I think morally the exact, you know, I don't know when a bunch of grains of sand become a heap, but I don't think that's an issue from my position. I don't think I have to solve that paradox to have this position.
Wait, can I just have a brief interlude?
Sure.
By the way, my mic is less gainful right now, hopefully.
A little
less. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Let me try to. Give me a second.
This guy.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm just saying. Look, I thought it was safe, but there was another truth nuke that was just dropped. Okay, just check your DMs. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Another truth nuke. That's it. But TikTok.
Oh, no,
I might talk
saw
to you
that. I
another
watched
day.
this. It was really funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, just to keep. Yeah, but what's your position before?
Well, I'm playing devil's advocate.
He's just doing. I don't think he unironically holds this. Yeah, we're having a fun.
So, I believe the devil's advocate is I believe in eugenics, and I believe that abortion will eventually wean out the people who make bad decisions about getting.
Oh, I'm talking about utilitarianism. Like on utilitarianism, what's your normative position?
Well, I'm not a utilitarian. My normal position is that I'm pro-life. You know, it's life begins at conception.
Well, I mean, like,
we should
that's
allow
applied
abortion.
ethics. That's applied ethics. Like, applied ethics is like your position on specific issues, like veganism, abortion, whatever. But normative ethics is like your system of ethics. What's it like? Is it utilitarianism? Is it like the ontology? Is it virtue ethics?
It's loosely based off Christianity.
Okay. So, okay. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in 3 minutes, by the way, at 2. But
oh, it's all good. So pretty much the reason why I bring up this devil's advocate point is because of Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood. She was a eugenicist, and she's the one who was advocating for things like abortion. Allowing gay marriages and gay people to be around, because in general she thought these were genetics that would wean out from the gene pool if we just allowed people to do it.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard people talk about that before. I don't know why I didn't see that connection earlier. Yeah,
that's the only reason why I play devil's advocate. But if you ever want to get into like utilitarian debates, morality, abortions, I can play any sort of side that you want, and I think it can really help with your argumentation.
Yeah, I feel like, I'll definitely go on a philosophy arc at some point, I'm sure. Especially if I continue, I don't know, apparently people on some of the panels keep mentioning abortion.
Well, keep in mind the panels that you're going on, the people that are staying quiet has heard all of your arguments before, and they already know how to argue them.
Yeah, sure,
So don't think all of them are stupid. There are definitely stupid ones there, and you could have a field day with them. But some of the quiet ones, just look out for them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
All right. Well, I'll let you be. Thanks a lot for having me on.
Oh no, don't worry. Anytime, yeah. Listen, after a $50 donation, anytime. Hell yeah, brother.
All right. Later.
Thanks. Ugh. Okay. Do you like Radiohead? I do. How do you know? How do you know? I do like Radiohead. Oh, wait, was it on my Reddit feed? I was just scrolling through my Reddit. I wasn't actually like looking at it. I bet it was on my fucking Reddit feed. Okay. Anyway, I love streaming. I like getting rainbows the most. What about you, About? I don't know. It's hard. I would say like the best differs from favorite. So like obviously Trump was just elected, so the favorite obviously right now is Hail to the Thief, because that's very relevant. Although Trump actually did win a popular vote this time, so Hail to the Thief is a little bit less relevant because he actually won a popular vote. But Hail to the Thief is the favorite right now because we got the epic political 2 + 2 = 5. We suck young blood. The gloaming. All the political songs. So that's my favorite right now. The best is hard for Radiohead because I really like. I mean, obviously, like used to debate Rob Noor. I'd be down to debate Rob Noor, Andrew Wilson. I would debate Andrew Wilson on. So I would debate Andrew Wilson on, like tariffs. I just don't like. I don't know if I would say Andrew Wilson is bad faith. I just don't like. I just don't like some of the Andrew Wilson style debates things. I don't know. I mean, I would probably do it for the exposure, but like I don't know. I would not look forward to it unless it was like on tariffs or an issue that I'm more studied on. Jesse on Fire. I've never really seen him. I've heard his name before, but who's at what? Who's in the waiting room for what? I gotta go soon, man. What are you here for? Hello? You're like speaking through a pillow right now, man.
Am I?
It sounds like it.
I just came in here because I was.
Oh, I know Jesse and Fire. 100% I would debate Jesse and Fire. Sure, absolutely.
Jesse and Fire. I've never. Non-fun? Were you just on stream?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. What?
Oh shit! So I'm way behind. Fucking hell! How bad behind am I? Did I?
Well, just mute the stream. You're talking to me. You don't need the stream playing. You can mute the stream. I'm talking to you right now in real time. You don't gotta wait.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough, bro. Fuck that one up. How bad is that though? I'm in
What do you
Australia,
hear?
so I must be about 45 seconds behind, man.
Sure. What do you hear that? What you joined VC for? Is there anything specific or something?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about abortion again. Does everyone talk about that?
What about it?
No, I don't want to talk about abortion. I came in because I wanted to fucking talk to those people who all left.
Oh, okay. Sure. All right. Well.
God damn it. Continue streaming.
Well, I'm about to end stream. Yeah, I'm about to end stream. So. Debate. I have no clue that is localist, but yeah, I'd be down to debate Jesse on Fire. I don't think he's watching this, but if for whatever reason he is, or any of the people you mentioned, or Rob Noor, I could definitely get a debate with Rob Noor. I'd be willing to debate them. Maybe I should call Rob Noor out on Twitter, see what he thinks about tariffs. Thinks would tear you to thread. I have no clue who he is. Tear me to threads about what? Would you accept his debate? I have no clue who he is. Like, in principle, there's like no one. If I don't know I have no clue who Razor Fist is either. I don't know if there's anyone who I would outright refuse to debate on anything at all. I mean, like on like a topic of my choosing. There are people who I would not be interested in debating because they just talk about topics that I under a rock, just because they talk about topics that like I don't talk about. It's like I'm not interested in debating transgender shit with Andrew Wilson because Andrew Wilson has done a ton of debates on that and I've done like basically zero, and I don't really Like, I don't really, it's not my issue. I don't really care about it that much. But I would debate like Terrence of Andrew Wilson. I would debate something more general as well if you really want to do that. Yeah, I have no clue who this rageaholic guy is or whatever. I don't care. Challenge Razor Fist right now. I have no clue. If Razor Fist wants to do a debate on like tariffs or maybe on J6 stuff or like DM me. Like, I don't like. We can set something up or something is more specific or something more general or anything. Like we can. I'm not gonna like. Again, I'm not gonna debate shit I know nothing about. But like I'll. Like if he wants to do shit, just DM me. Rob, Andrew, any of these people, Jesse. If you tell them in their chat to debate me, I'll accept. I have no qualms with debating these people. Yeah. But anyway, I love streaming. Everyone right now should follow because we very much just confirmed I'm debating Rob Noor, Jesse on Fire, and Andrew Wilson all at once. Oh, I know this guy. All right, you linked one of his videos one time and it was really stupid. I forget what video you linked. It was something about immigration. And like you just did not have data on it at all. He's just making unsubstantiated claims that were not true. But whatever. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any qualms with debating any of those people. Check if his video on Terrace. Maybe I will later. Anyway. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. I had a fun stream today. Clearly, I will be debating Rob Noor very soon, clearly. As confirmed by chat. Will happen. So there is that. Well, you know what? If there was any time for the webcam to go out, it'd be right now. Bye, Insane Neocon. All right. Love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate all of you. Sub to the YouTube channel. If you're not, go to the YouTube channel. There's a bunch of debates there to check out. They're really cool. They're really fun. Yeah. See you guys later. I guess head over to fucking, I guess Petamillo. He's like the only guy fucking streaming right now, man. So head over there. Once again, love streaming. Well, good. Talk to you. Well, good. Talk. You achieve nothing. So true. Anyway, if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, follow. If you're watching on Kick or Rumble, follow as well. Really appreciate all of you. Had a fun stream today again. I'm just stalling. Anyway, see you guys later. Love you guys. Thanks.